hunger. And suddenly Jennifer finds herself ensnared in a bewildering web, a seductive, dangerous trap of pride, passion, loyalty, and overwhelming love. About the author. Judith McNaught, winner of the Romantic Times Award for Best Historical Novel, soared to stardom with her mesmerizing bestseller, Whitney, My Love. Since then, she has gone on to win the hearts of millions of readers across the country with such breathtaking novels as Once and Always, hailed by Romantic Times as pure perfection, Something Wonderful, and her most recent novel, A Kingdom of Dreams. Currently living in Dallas, Texas, Judith McNaught enthralls us with her storytelling powers and her deep understanding of love. Now her newest tale continues that glorious tradition. Other books by Judith McNaught: Double Standards, Tender Triumph, A Kingdom of Dreams, To Toothless Grins and Baby Toys, To Little League Games and Tears You Wouldn't Cry, To Fast Cars, Pretty Girls, and College Football, To Compassion and Charm and Humor. To my son, we've come a long way together, Clay. Special notes of gratitude to my secretary, Karen T. Caton, for all the frantic midnights you worked beside me, for never losing your patience or your humor, and for never losing track of me. And to Dr. Benjamin Hudson, Department of History, Penn State University, who gave me answers when I couldn't find them anywhere. And to Dr. Sharon Woodruff for her friendship and encouragement. Chapter 1. A Toast to the Duke of Claymore and his Bride. Under normal circumstances, this call for a wedding toast would have caused the lavishly dressed ladies and gentlemen assembled in the great hall at Merrick Castle to smile and cheer. Goblets of wine would have been raised and more toasts offered in celebration of a grand and noble wedding, such as the one which was about to take place here in the south of Scotland. But not today. Not at this wedding. At this wedding, no one cheered, and no one raised a goblet. At this wedding, everyone was watching everyone else, and everyone was tense. The bride's family was tense. The groom's family was tense. The guests and the servants and the hounds in the hall were tense. Even the first Earl of Merrick, whose portrait hung above the fireplace, looked tense. A toast to the Duke of Claymore and his bride, the groom's brother pronounced again, his voice like a thunderclap in the unnatural, tomb-like silence of the crowded hall. May they enjoy a long and fruitful life together. Normally, that ancient toast brings about a predictable reaction. The groom always smiles proudly because he's convinced he's accomplished something quite wonderful. The bride smiles because she's been able to convince him of it. The guests smile because, amongst the nobility, a marriage connotes the linking of two important families and two large fortunes, which in itself is cause for great celebration and abnormal gaiety. But not today. Not on this 14th day of October, 1497. Having made the toast, the groom's brother raised his goblet and smiled grimly at the groom. The groom's friends raised their goblets and smiled fixedly at the bride's family. The bride's family raised their goblets and smiled frigidly at each other. The groom, who alone seemed to be immune to the hostility in the hall, raised his goblet and smiled calmly at his bride, but the smile did not reach his eyes. The bride did not bother to smile at anyone. She looked furious and mutinous. In truth, Jennifer was so frantic she scarcely knew anyone was there. At the moment, every fiber of her being was concentrating on a last-minute, desperate appeal to God, who, out of lack of attention or lack of interest, had let her come to this sorry pass. "Lord," she cried silently, swallowing the lump of terror swelling in her throat, "if you're going to do something to stop this marriage, you're going to have to do it quickly, or in 5 minutes 'twill be too late. Surely I deserve something better than this forced marriage to a man who stole my virginity. I didn't just hand it over to him, you know. Realizing the folly of reprimanding the Almighty, she hastily switched to pleading. "Haven't I always tried to serve you well?" she whispered silently. "Haven't I always obeyed you?" "Not always, Jennifer." God's voice thundered in her mind. "Nearly always," Jennifer amended frantically. "I attended Mass every day, except when I was ill, which was seldom. And I said my prayers every morning and every evening." "Nearly every evening," she amended hastily before her conscience could contradict her again. "Except when I fell asleep before I was finished. And I truly tried to be all that the good sisters at the Abbey wanted me to be. You know how hard I've tried. Lord," she finished desperately, "if you'll just help me escape from this, I'll never be willful or impulsive again." "That I do not believe, Jennifer," God boomed dubiously. "May I swear it?" she earnestly replied, trying to strike a bargain. "I'll do anything you want. I'll go straight back to the Abbey and devote my life to prayer and—" "The marriage contracts have been duly signed. Bring in the priest," Lord Balfour commanded. And Jennifer's breath came in wild, panicked gasps, all thoughts of potential sacrifices fleeing from her mind. "God," she silently pleaded, "why are you doing this to me? You aren't going to let this happen to me, are you?" Silence fell over the great hall as the doors were flung open. "Yes, Jennifer, I am." The crowd parted automatically to admit the priest, and Jennifer felt as if her life were ending. Her groom stepped into position beside her, and Jennifer jerked an inch away, her stomach churning with resentment and humiliation at having to endure his nearness. If only she had known how one heedless act could end in disaster and disgrace. If only she hadn't been so impulsive and reckless. Closing her eyes, Jennifer shut out the hostile faces of the English and the murderous faces of her Scots kinsmen, and in her heart she faced the wrenching truth. Impulsiveness and recklessness, her two greatest faults, had brought her to this dire end. The same two character flaws that had led her to commit all of her most disastrous follies. Those two flaws, combined with a desperate yearning to make her father love her as he loved his stepsons, were responsible for the debacle she'd made of her life. When she was 15, those were the things that had led her to try to avenge herself against her sly, spiteful stepbrother in what had seemed a right and honorable way, which was to secretly don Merrick armor and then ride against him fairly in the lists. That magnificent folly had gained her a sound thrashing from her father right there on the field of honor, and only a tiny bit of satisfaction from having knocked her wicked stepbrother clean off his horse. The year before, those same traits had caused her to behave in such a way that old Lord Balder withdrew his request for her hand, and in doing so destroyed her father's cherished dream of joining the two families. And those things, in turn, were what got her banished to the Abbey at Belkirk, where, 7 weeks ago, she'd become easy prey for the Black Wolf's marauding army. And now, because of all that, she was forced to wed her enemy, a brutal English warrior whose armies had oppressed her country, a man who had captured her, held her prisoner, taken her virginity, and destroyed her reputation. But it was too late for prayers and promises now. Her fate had been sealed from the moment, 7 weeks ago, when she'd been dumped at the feet of the arrogant beast beside her, trussed up like a feast-day partridge. Jennifer swallowed. No. Before that, she'd veered down this path to disaster earlier that same day when she'd refused to heed the warnings that the Black Wolf's armies were nearby. But why should she have believed it? Jennifer cried in her own defense. "The wolf is marching on us," had been a terrified call of doom issued almost weekly throughout the last 5 years. But on that day, 7 weeks ago, it had been woefully true. The crowd in the hall stirred restlessly, looking about for a sign of the priest, but Jennifer was lost in her memories of that day. At the time, it had seemed an unusually pretty day, the sky a cheerful blue, the air balmy. The sun had been shining down upon the Abbey, bathing its Gothic spires and graceful arches in bright golden light, beaming benignly upon the sleepy little village of Belkirk, which boasted the abbey, 2 shops, 34 cottages, and a communal stone well in the center of it, where villagers gathered on Sunday afternoons, as they were doing then. On a distant hill, a shepherd looked after his flock, while in a clearing not far from the well, Jennifer had been playing hoodman blind with the orphans whom the abbess had entrusted to her care. And in that halcyon setting of laughter and relaxation, this travesty had begun. As if she could somehow change events by reliving them in her mind, Jennifer closed her eyes, and suddenly she was there again in the little clearing with the children, her head completely covered with the hoodman's hood. "Where are you, Tom McGivern?" she called out, groping about with outstretched arms, pretending she couldn't locate the giggling 9-year-old boy who, her ears told her, was only a foot away on her right. Grinning beneath the concealing hood, she assumed the pose of a classic monster. By holding her arms high in front of her, her fingers spread like claws, and began to stomp about, calling in a deep, ominous voice, "You can't escape me, Tom McGivern." "Ha!" he shouted from her right. "You'll not find me, hoodman." "Yes, I will," Jenny threatened, then deliberately turned to her left, which caused gales of laughter to erupt from the children, who were hiding behind trees and crouching beside bushes. "I've got you," Jenny shouted triumphantly a few minutes later, as she swooped down upon a fleeing, giggling child, catching a small wrist in her hand. Breathless and laughing, Jenny yanked off her hood to see whom she'd captured, mindless of the red gold hair tumbling down over her shoulders and arms. "You got Mary," the children crowed delightedly. "Mary's the hoodman now." The little 5-year-old girl looked up at Jenny, her hazel eyes wide and apprehensive, her thin body shivering with fear. "Please," she whispered, clinging to Jenny's leg. I not want to wear the hood. 'Twill be dark inside it. Do I got to wear it?" Smiling reassuringly, Jenny tenderly smoothed Mary's hair off her thin face. "Not if you don't want." "I'm afeard of the dark," Mary confided unnecessarily, her narrow shoulders drooping with shame. Sweeping her up into her arms, Jenny hugged her tightly. "Everybody is afraid of something," she said, and teasingly added, "Why, I'm afraid of frogs." The dishonest admission made the little girl giggle. "Frogs," she repeated. "I likes frogs. They don't scare me 'tall. There, you see," Jenny said as she lowered her to the ground. "You're very brave. Braver than I." "Lady Jenny is afeard of silly old frogs," Mary told the group of children as they ran forward. "No, she isn't," young Tom began, quick to rise to the defense of the beautiful Lady Jenny who, despite her lofty rank, was always up to anything, including hitching up her skirts and wading in the pond to help him catch a fat bullfrog, or climbing up a tree, quick as a cat, to rescue little Will, who was afraid to come down. Tom silenced at Jenny's pleading look and argued no more about her alleged fear of frogs. "I'll wear the hood," he volunteered, gazing adoringly at the 17-year-old girl who wore the somber gown of a novice nun, but who was not one, and who, moreover, certainly didn't act like one. Why, last Sunday during the priest's long sermon, Lady Jenny's head had nodded forward, and only Tom's loud, false coughing in the bench behind her had awakened her in time for her to escape detection by the sharp-eyed abbess. "'Tis Tom's turn to wear the hood," Jenny agreed promptly, handing Tom the hood. Smiling, she watched the children scamper off to their favorite hiding places. Then she picked up the wimple and short woolen veil she'd taken off in order to be the hoodman, intending to go over to the communal well where the villagers were eagerly questioning some clansmen passing through Belkirk on their way to their homes from the war against the English in Cornwall. She lifted the wimple, intending to put it on. "Lady Jennifer," one of the village men called suddenly. "Come quick, there's news of the laird." The veil and wimple forgotten in her hand, Jenny broke into a run, and the children, sensing the excitement, stopped their game and raced along at her heels. "What news?" Jenny asked breathlessly, her gaze searching the stolid faces of the groups of clansmen. One of them stepped forward, respectfully removing his helm and cradling it in the crook of his arm. "Be you the daughter of the Laird of Merrick?" At the mention of the name Merrick, two of the men at the well suddenly stopped in the act of pulling up a bucket of water and exchanged startled, malevolent glances before they quickly ducked their heads again, keeping their faces in shadow. "Yes," Jenny said eagerly. "You have news of my father?" "Aye, m'lady. He's coming this way, not far behind us with a big band of men." "Thank God," Jenny breathed. "How goes the battle at Cornwall?" she asked after a moment, ready now to forget her personal concerns and devote her worry to the battle the Scots were waging at Cornwall in support of King James and Edward V's claim to the English throne. His face answered Jenny's question even before he said, "'Twas all but over when we left. In Cork and Taunton it looked like we might win, and the same was true in Cornwall until the devil himself came to take command of Henry's army." "The devil?" Jenny repeated blankly. Hatred contorted the man's face, and he spat on the ground. "Aye, the devil. The Black Wolf hisself. May he roast in hell from whence he was spawned." Two of the peasant women crossed themselves as if to ward off evil at the mention of the Black Wolf, Scotland's most hated and most feared enemy. But the man's next words made them gape in fear. "The wolf is coming back to Scotland. Henry's sending him here with a fresh army to crush us for supporting King Edward. 'Twill be murder and bloodshed like the last time he came, only worst, you mock me. The clans are making haste to come home and get ready for the battles. I'm thinking the wolf will attack Merrick first, before any of the rest of us, for 'twas your clan that took the most English lives at Cornwall." So saying, he nodded politely, put on his helmet, then he swung up onto his horse. The scraggly groups at the well departed soon afterward, heading down the road that led across the moors and wound upward into the hills. Two of the men, however, did not continue beyond the bend in the road. Once out of sight of the villagers, they veered off to the right, sending their horses at a furtive gallop into the forest. Had Jenny been watching, she might have caught a brief glimpse of them doubling back through the woods that ran beside the road right behind her. But at the time she was occupied with the terrified pandemonium that had broken out among the citizens of Belkirk, which happened to lie directly in the path between England and Merrick Keep. "The wolf is coming!" one of the women cried, clutching her babe protectively to her breast. "God have pity on us!" "'Tis Merrick he'll strike at," a man shouted, his voice rising in fear. "'Tis the Laird of Merrick he'll want in his jaws, but 'tis Belkirk he'll devour on the way." Suddenly the air was filled with gruesome predictions of fire and death and slaughter, and the children crowded around Jenny, clinging to her in mute horror. To the Scots, be they wealthy noble or lowly villager, the Black Wolf was more evil than the devil himself, and more dangerous. For the devil was a spirit, while the wolf was flesh and blood, the living lord of evil, a monstrous being who threatened their existence right here on earth. He was the malevolent spectre that the Scots used to terrify their offspring into behaving. "The wolf will get you," was the warning issued to keep children from straying into the woods, or leaving their beds at night, or from disobeying their elders. Impatient with such hysteria over what was, to her, more myth than man, Jenny raised her voice in order to be heard over the din. "'Tis more likely," she called, putting her arms around the terrified children who'd crowded against her at the first mention of the wolf's name, "that he'll go back to his heathen king, so that he can lick the wounds we gave him at Cornwall while he tells great lies to exaggerate his victory. And if he does not do that, he'll choose a weaker keep than Merrick for his attack, one he's a chance of reaching." Her words and her tone of amused disdain brought startled gazes flying to her face, but it wasn't merely false bravado that had made Jenny speak so. She was a Merrick, and a Merrick never admitted to fear of any man. She had heard that hundreds of times when her father spoke to her stepbrothers, and she had adopted his creed for her own. Furthermore, the villagers were frightening the children, which she refused to let continue. Mary tugged at Jenny's skirts to get her attention, and in a shrill little voice she asked, "Isn't you afeard of the Black Wolf, Lady Jenny?" "Of course not," Jenny said with a bright, reassuring smile. "They say," young Tom interjected in an awed voice, "the wolf is as tall as a tree." "A tree?" Jenny chuckled, trying to make a huge joke of the wolf and all the lore surrounding him. "If he is, 'twould be a sight worth seeing when he tries to mount his horse. Why, 'twould take 4 squires to hoist him up there." The absurdity of that image made some of the children giggle, exactly as Jenny had hoped. "I hear't," said young Will with an eloquent shudder, He tears down walls with his bare hands and drinks blood. Yuck, said Jenny with twinkling eyes. Then 'tis only indigestion which makes him so mean. If he comes to Belkirk, we'll offer him some good Scottish ale instead. My pa said, put in another child, he rides with a giant beside him, a Goliath called Eric, who carries a war axe and chops up children. I heard... Another child interrupted ominously. Jenny cut in lightly. Let me tell you what I have heard. With a bright smile, she began to shepherd them toward the Abbey, which was out of sight just beyond a bend down the road. I heard, she improvised gaily, that he's so very old that he has to squint to see, just like this. She screwed up her face in a comical exaggeration of a befuddled, near-blind person peering around blankly, and the children giggled. As they walked along, Jenny kept up the same light-hearted, teasing comments, and the children fell in with the game, adding their own suggestions to make the wolf seem absurd. But despite the laughter and seeming gaiety of the moment, the sky had suddenly darkened as a bank of heavy clouds rolled in, and the air was turning bitingly cold, whipping Jenny's cloak about her, as if nature herself brooded at the mention of such evil. Jenny was about to make another joke at the wolf's expense, but she broke off abruptly as a group of mounted clansmen rounded the bend from the Abbey, coming toward her down the road. A beautiful girl, clad as Jenny was in the somber gray gown, white wimple and short gray veil of a novice nun, was mounted in front of the leader, sitting demurely sideways in his saddle, her timid smile confirming what Jenny already knew. With a silent cry of joy, Jenny started to dash forward, then checked the unladylike impulse and made herself stay where she was. Her eyes clung to her father, then drifted briefly over her clansmen, who were staring past her with the same grim disapproval they'd shown her for years, ever since her stepbrother had successfully circulated his horrible tale. Sending the children ahead with strict orders to go directly to the Abbey, Jenny waited in the middle of the road for what seemed like an eternity until, at last, the group halted in front of her. Her father, who'd obviously stopped at the Abbey where Brenna, Jenny's stepsister, was also staying, swung down from his horse. Then he turned to lift Brenna down. Jenny chafed at the delay, but his scrupulous attention to courtesy and dignity was so typical of the great man that a wry smile touched her lips. Finally, he turned fully toward her, opening his arms wide. Jenny hurtled into his embrace, hugging him fiercely, babbling in her excitement, "Father, I've missed you so. 'Tis nearly 2 years since I've seen you. Are you well? You look well. You've scarce changed in all this time." Gently disentangling her arms from about his neck, Lord Merrick set his daughter slightly away from him, while his gaze drifted over her tousled hair, rosy cheeks, and badly rumpled gown. Jenny squirmed inwardly beneath his prolonged scrutiny, praying that he approved of what he saw and that, since he'd obviously stopped at the Abbey already, the abbess's report had been pleasing to him. 2 years ago, her behavior had gotten her sent to the Abbey. A year ago, Brenna had been sent down here for safety's sake while the laird was at war. Under the abbess's firm guidance, Jenny had come to appreciate her strength and to try to overcome her faults. But as her father inspected her from head to toe, she couldn't help wondering if he saw the young lady she was now, or the unruly girl she'd been 2 years ago. His blue eyes finally returned to her face, and there was a smile in them. "You've become a woman, Jennifer." Jenny's heart soared. Coming from her taciturn father, such a comment constituted high praise. "I've changed in other ways, too, Father," she promised, her eyes shining. "I've changed a great deal." "Not that much, my girl." Raising his shaggy white brows, he looked pointedly at the short veil and wimple hanging forgotten from her fingertips. "Oh," Jenny said, laughing and anxious to explain, "I was playing hoodman blind with the children, and it wouldn't fit beneath the hood. Have you seen the abbess? What did Mother Ambrose tell you?" Laughter sparked in his somber eyes. "She told me," he replied dryly, "that you've a habit of sitting on yon hill and gazing off into the air, dreaming, which sounds familiar, lassie. And she told me you've a tendency to nod off in the midst of Mass, should the priest sermonize longer than you think seemly. which also sounds familiar. Jenny's heart sank at this seeming betrayal from the abbess whom she so admired. In a sense, Mother Ambrose was laird of her own grand domain, controlling revenues from the farmlands and livestock that belonged to the splendid abbey, presiding at table whenever there were visitors, and dealing with all other matters that involved the laymen who worked on the abbey grounds, as well as the nuns who lived cloistered within its soaring walls. Brenna was terrified of the stern woman, but Jenny loved her, and so the abbess's apparent betrayal cut deeply. Her father's next words banished her disappointment. Mother Ambrose also told me, he admitted with gruff pride, that you've a head on your shoulders befitting an abbess herself. She said, you're a Merrick through and through, with courage enough to be laird of your own clan. But you'll not be that, he warned, dashing Jenny's fondest dream. With an effort, Jenny kept the smile pinned to her face, refusing to feel the hurt of being deprived of that right, a right that had been promised to her, until her father married Brenna's widowed mother and acquired 3 stepsons in the bargain. Alexander, the eldest of the 3 brothers, would assume the position that had been promised to her. That in itself wouldn't have been nearly so hard to bear if Alexander had been nice, or even fair-minded. But he was a treacherous, scheming liar, and Jenny knew it, even if her father and her clan did not. Within a year after coming to live at Merrick Keep, he'd begun carrying tales about her, tales so slanderous and ghastly, but so cleverly contrived that, over a period of years, he'd turned her whole clan against her. That loss of her clan's affection still hurt unbearably. Even now, when they were looking through her as if she didn't exist for them, Jenny had to stop herself from pleading with them to forgive her for things she had not done. William, the middle brother, was like Brenna, sweet and as timid as can be, while Malcolm, the youngest, was as evil and as sneaky as Alexander. The abbess also said, her father continued, that you're kind and gentle, but you've spirit, too. She said all that? Jenny asked, dragging her dismal thoughts from her stepbrothers. Truly? Aye. Jenny would normally have rejoiced in that answer, but she was watching her father's face, and it was becoming more grim and tense than she had ever seen it. Even his voice was strained as he said, "'Tis well you've given up your heathenish ways, and that you're all the things you've become, Jennifer." He paused, as if unable or unwilling to continue, and Jenny prodded gently. "Why is that, Father?" "Because," he said, drawing a long, harsh breath, "the future of the clan will depend on your answer to my next question." His words trumpeted in her mind like blasts from a clarion, leaving Jenny dazed with excitement and joy. "The future of the clan depends on you." She was so happy, she could scarcely trust her ears. It was as if she were up on the hill overlooking the abbey, dreaming her favorite daydream, the one where her father always came to her and said, "Jennifer, the future of the clan depends on you, not your stepbrothers, you." It was the chance she'd been dreaming of to prove her mettle to her clansmen and to win back their affection. In that daydream, she was always called upon to perform some incredible feat of daring, some brave and dangerous deed like scaling the wall of the Black Wolf's castle and capturing him single-handedly. But no matter how daunting the task, she never questioned it, nor hesitated a second to accept the challenge. She searched her father's face. "What would you have me do?" she asked eagerly. "Tell me, and I will. I'll do any—" "Will you marry Edric Macpherson?" "What?" gasped the horrified heroine of Jenny's daydream. Edric Macpherson was older than her father, a wizened, frightening man who'd looked at her in a way that made her skin crawl ever since she'd begun to change from girl to maiden. "Will you, or will you not?" Jenny's delicate auburn brows snapped together. "Why?" asked the heroine, who never questioned. A strange, haunted look darkened his face. "We took a beating at Cornwall, lass. We lost half our men. Alexander was killed in battle. He died like a Merrick," he added with grim pride, "fighting to the end." I'm glad for your sake, Papa, she said, unable to feel more than a brief pang of sorrow for the stepbrother who'd made her life into a hell. Now, as she often had in the past, she wished there were something she could do to make him proud of her. I know you loved him as if he were your own son. Accepting her sympathy with a brief nod, he returned to the discussion at hand. There were many amongst the clans who were opposed to going to Cornwall to fight for King James's cause. But the clans followed me anyway. 'Tis no secret to the English that 'twas my influence which brought the clans to Cornwall. And now the English king wants vengeance. He's sending the wolf to Scotland to attack Merrick Keep. Ragged pain edged his deep voice as he admitted, We'll not be able to withstand the siege now. Not unless the Macpherson clan comes to support us in our fight. The Macpherson has enough influence with a dozen other clans to force them to join us as well. Jenny's mind was reeling. Alexander was dead, and the wolf really was coming to attack her home. Her father's harsh voice snapped her out of her daze. Jennifer, do you ken what I've been saying? Macpherson has promised to join in our fight, but only if you'll have him for husband. Through her mother, Jenny was a countess and heiress to a rich estate which marched with Macpherson's. He wants my lands, she said almost hopefully, remembering the awful way Edric Macpherson's eyes had wandered down her body when he'd stopped at the Abbey a year ago to pay a social call upon her. Aye. Couldn't we just give them to him in return for his support? She volunteered desperately, ready, willing to sacrifice a splendid domain without hesitation for the good of her people. He'd not agree to that, her father said angrily. There's honor in fighting for kin, but he could not send his people into a fight that's not their own, and then take your lands in payment to him. But surely, if he wants my lands badly enough, there's some way. He wants you. He sent word to me in Cornwall. His gaze drifted over Jenny's face, registering the startling changes that had altered her face from its thin, freckled, girlish plainness into a face of almost exotic beauty. You've your mother's look about you now, lass, and it's whetted the appetites of an old man. I'd not ask this of you if there was any other way. Gruffly he reminded her, You used to plead with me to name you lad. You said there was naught you would not do for your clan. Jenny's stomach twisted into thick knots at the thought of committing her body, her entire life, into the hands of a man she instinctively recoiled from. But she lifted her head and bravely met her father's gaze. Aye, father, she said quietly. Shall I come with you now? The look of pride and relief on his face almost made the sacrifice worthwhile. He shook his head. 'Tis best you stay here with Brenna. We've no horses to spare, and we're anxious to reach Merrick and begin preparations for battle. I'll send word to the Macphersons that the marriage is agreed upon, and then send someone here to fetch you to him. When he turned to remount his horse, Jenny gave in to the temptation she'd been fighting all along. Instead of standing aside, she moved into the rows of mounted clansmen who had once been her friends and playmates, hoping that some of them had perhaps heard her agree to marry the Macphersons, and that this might neutralize their contempt of her. She paused beside the horse of a ruddy, red-headed man. Good day to you, Reynold Garvin, she said, smiling hesitantly into his hooded gaze. How fares your lady wife? His jaw hardened, his cold eyes flickering over her. Well enough, I imagine, he snapped. Jenny swallowed at the unmistakable rejection from the man who had once taught her to fish, and laughed with her when she fell into the stream. She turned around and looked beseechingly at the man in the column beside Reynold. And you, Michael MacLeod, had your leg been causing you any pain? Cold blue eyes met hers, then looked straight ahead. She went to the rider behind him, whose face was filled with hatred, and she held out her hand beseechingly, her voice choked with pleading. Garrett Carmichael, it has been 4 years since your Becky drowned. I swear to you now, as I swore to you then, I did not shove her into the river. We were not quarreling. 'Twas a lie invented by Alexander to... His face as hard as granite, Garrett Carmichael spurred his horse forward, and without ever looking at her, the men began passing her by. Only old Josh, the clan's armorer, pulled his ancient horse to a halt, letting the others go on ahead. Leaning down, he laid his calloused palm atop her bare head. "I know you speak truly, lassie," he said, and his unceasing loyalty brought the sting of tears to her eyes as she gazed up into his soft brown ones. "Ye have a temper, there's no denying it, but even when ye were but a wee thing, ye kept it bridled. Garrick Carmichael and the others might have been fooled by Alexander's angelic looks, but not old Josh. You'll not see me grieving o'er the loss of him. The clan'll be better by far with young William leading it. Carmichael and the others," he added reassuringly, "they'll come about in their thinking o' you, once they ken you're marrying the Macpherson for their sake as well as your sire's." "Where are my stepbrothers?" Jenny asked hoarsely, changing the subject lest she burst into tears. "They're coming home by a different route. We couldn't be sure the wolf wouldn't try to attack us while we marched, so we split up after leaving Cornwall." With another pat on her head, he spurred his horse forward. As if in a daze, Jenny stood stock still in the middle of the road, watching her clan ride off and disappear around the bend. "It grows dark," Brenna said beside her, her gentle voice filled with sympathy. "We should go back to the Abbey now." The Abbey. 3 short hours ago, Jenny had walked away from the Abbey feeling cheery and alive. Now she felt dead. "Go ahead without me. I can't go back there. Not yet. I think I'll walk up the hill and sit for a while." "The abbess will be annoyed if we aren't back before dusk, and it's near that now," Brenna said apprehensively. It had always been thus between the two girls, with Jenny breaking a rule and Brenna terrified of bending one. Brenna was gentle, biddable, and beautiful, with blonde hair, hazel eyes, and a sweet disposition that made her, in Jenny's eyes, the embodiment of womanhood at its best. She was also as meek and timid as Jenny was impulsive and courageous. Without Jenny, she'd not have had a single adventure, nor ever gotten a scolding. Without Brenna to worry about and protect, Jenny would have had many more adventures, and many more scoldings. As a result, the two girls were entirely devoted to each other, and tried to protect one another as much as possible from the inevitable results of each other's shortcomings. Brenna hesitated, and then volunteered with only a tiny tremor in her voice. "I'll stay with you. If you remain alone, you'll forget about time and likely be pounced upon by a bear in the darkness." At the moment, the prospect of being killed by a bear seemed rather inviting to Jenny, whose entire life stretched before her, shrouded in gloom and foreboding, despite the fact that she truly needed, to stay outdoors and try to reassemble her thoughts. Jenny shook her head, knowing that if they stayed, Brenna would be drowning in fear at the thought of facing the abbess. "No, we'll go back." Ignoring Jenny's words, Brenna clasped Jenny's hand and turned to the left, toward the slope of the hill that overlooked the Abbey, and for the first time it was Brenna who led, and Jenny who followed. In the woods beside the road, 2 shadows moved stealthily, staying parallel with the girl's path up the hill. By the time they were partway up the steep incline, Jenny had already grown impatient with her own self-pity, and she made a Herculean effort to shore up her flagging spirits. "When you think on it," she offered slowly, directing a glance at Brenna, "'tis actually a grand and noble thing I've been given the opportunity to do, marrying the Macpherson for the sake of my people." "You're just like Joan of Arc," Brenna agreed eagerly, "leading her people to victory." "Except that I'm marrying Edric Macpherson. And," Brenna finished encouragingly, "suffering a worse fate than she did." Laughter widened Jenny's eyes at this depressing remark, which her well-meaning sister delivered with such enthusiasm. Encouraged by the return of Jenny's ability to laugh, Brenna cast about for something else with which to divert and cheer her. As they neared the crest of the hill, which was blocked by thick woods, she said suddenly, "What did Father mean about your having your mother's look about you?" "I don't know," Jenny began, diverted by a sudden uneasy feeling that they were being watched in the deepening dusk. Turning and walking backward, she looked down toward the well and saw the villagers had all returned to the warmth of their hearths. Drawing her cloak about her, she shivered in the biting wind, and without much interest she added, "Mother Abbess said my looks are a trifle brazen, and that I must guard against the effect I will have on males when I leave the abbey." "What does all that mean?" Jenny shrugged without concern. "I don't know." Turning and walking forward again, Jenny remembered the wimple and veil in her fingertips and began to put the wimple back on. "What do I look like to you?" she asked, shooting a puzzled glance at Brenna. "I haven't seen my face in 2 years, except when I caught a reflection of it in the water. Have I changed much?" "Oh, yes." Brenna laughed. "Even Alexander wouldn't be able to call you scrawny and plain now, or say that your hair is the color of carrots." "Brenna!" Jenny interrupted, thunderstruck by her own callousness. "Are you much grieved by Alexander's death? He was your brother, and don't talk of it any more." Brenna pleaded shakily. "I cried when Father told me, but the tears were few. And I feel guilty because I didn't love him as I ought. Not then and not now. I couldn't. He was so mean-spirited. It's wrong to speak ill of the dead, yet I can't think of much good to say of him." Her voice trailed off, and she pulled her cloak about her in the damp wind, gazing at Jenny in mute appeal to change the subject. "Tell me how I look, then," Jenny invited quickly, giving her sister a quick, hard hug. They stopped walking, their way blocked by the dense woods that covered the rest of the slope. A slow, thoughtful smile spread across Brenna's beautiful face as she studied her stepsister, her hazel eyes roving over Jenny's expressive face, which was dominated by a pair of large eyes as clear as dark blue crystal beneath gracefully winged auburn brows. "Well, you're quite pretty." "Good. But do you see anything unusual about me?" Jenny asked, thinking of Mother Ambrose's words as she put her wimple back on and pinned the short woolen veil in place atop it. "Anything at all which might make a male behave oddly?" "No," Brenna stated, for she saw Jenny through the eyes of a young innocent. "Nothing at all." A man would have answered very differently, for although Jennifer Merrick wasn't pretty in the conventional way, her looks were both striking and provocative. She had a generous mouth that beckoned to be kissed, eyes like liquid sapphires that shocked and invited, hair like lush red gold satin, and a slender, voluptuous body that was made for a man's hands. "Your eyes are blue," Brenna began helpfully, trying to describe her, and Jenny chuckled. "They were blue 2 years ago," she said. Brenna opened her mouth to answer, but the words became a scream that was stifled by a man's hand that clapped over her mouth as he began dragging her backward into the dense cover of the woods. Jenny ducked, instinctively expecting an attack from behind, but she was too late. Kicking and screaming against a gloved male hand, she was plucked from her feet and hauled into the woods. Brenna was tossed over the back of her captor's horse like a sack of flour, her limp limbs attesting to the fact that she'd fainted. But Jenny was not so easily subdued. As her faceless adversary dumped her over the back of his horse, she threw herself to the side, rolling free, landing the leaves and dirt, crawling on all fours beneath his horse, then scrambling to her feet. He caught her again, and Jenny raked her nails down his face, twisting in his hold. "God's teeth," he hissed, trying to hold on to her flailing limbs. Jenny let out a blood-chilling scream. At the same moment, she kicked as hard as she could, landing a hefty blow on his shin with the sturdy black boots which were deemed appropriate footwear for novice nuns. A grunt of pain escaped the blond man as he let her go for a split second. She bolted forward and might even have gained a few yards if her booted foot hadn't caught under a thick tree root and sent her sprawling onto her face, smacking the side of her head against a rock when she landed. "Hand me the rope," the wolf's brother said, a grim smile on his face as he glanced at his companion. Pulling his limp captive's cloak over her head, Stephen Westmoreland yanked it around her body, using it to pin her arms at her sides, then took the rope from his companion and tied it securely around Jenny's middle. Finished, he picked up his human bundle and tossed it ignominiously over his horse, her derriere pointing skyward. Then he swung up into the saddle behind her. Chapter 2. "Royce will scarce believe our good fortune," Stephen called to the rider beside him, whose prisoner was also bound and draped across his saddle. "Imagine Merrick's girl standing beneath that tree as ripe for plucking as apples from a branch. Now there's no reason for us to have a look at Merrick's defenses. He'll surrender without a fight." tightly bound in her dark woolen prison, her head pounding, and her stomach slamming against the horse's back with each lift of the beast's hooves, the name Royce made Jenny's blood freeze. Royce Westmoreland, the Earl of Claymore. The wolf. The horrifying stories she'd heard of him no longer seemed nearly so far-fetched. Brenna and she had been seized by men who showed no reverence whatsoever for the habits of the Order of St. Albans which the girls wore, habits that indicated their status of novice, aspiring nuns who had not yet taken their vows. What manner of men, Jenny wondered frantically, would lay their hands on nuns, or almost nuns, without conscience or fear of retribution, human or divine? No man would. Only a devil and his disciples would dare. "This one's fainted dead away," Thomas said with a lewd laugh. "A pity we haven't more time to sample our loot, although, were it left to me, I'd prefer that tasty morsel you've wrapped in your blanket, Stephen." "Yours is the beauty of the two," Stephen replied coldly, "and you're not sampling anything until Royce decides what he wants to do with these two." Nearly suffocating with fear inside her blanket, Jenny made a tiny cry of mindless, panicked protest in her throat. But no one heard her. She prayed to God to strike her captors dead on their horses, but God didn't seem to hear her, and the horses trotted endlessly, painfully onward. She prayed to be shown some sort of plan to escape, but her mind was too busy, frantically tormenting her with all the gruesome tales of the deadly black wolf. He keeps no prisoners unless he means to torture them. He laughs when his victims scream with pain. He drinks their blood. Bile surged up in Jenny's throat, and she began to pray. Not for escape, for she knew in her heart there would be no escape. Instead, she prayed that death would come quickly, and that she would not disgrace her proud family name. Her father's voice came back to her as he stood in the hall at Merrick, instructing her stepbrothers when they were young. "If it is the Lord's will that you die at the hands of the enemy, then do it bravely. Die fighting like a warrior, like a Merrick. Die fighting—" The phrases ranted through her mind, hour after hour, around and around. Yet when the horses slowed and she heard distant, unmistakable sounds of a large encampment of men, fury began to overcome her fear. She was much too young to die, she thought, and it wasn't fair. And now gentle Brenna was going to die, and that would be Jenny's fault, too. She would have to face the good Lord with that deed on her conscience. And all because a bloodthirsty ogre was roaming the land, devouring everything in his path. Her thundering heart doubled its beat as the horses came to a jarring stop. All around her, metal clanked against metal as men moved about. And then she heard the prisoners' voices, men's voices crying pathetically for mercy. "Have pity, wolf! Pity, wolf!" The awful chants were rising to a shout as she was unceremoniously yanked from her horse. "Royce!" her captor called out. "Stay there! We've brought you something." Completely blinded by the cloak which had been thrown over her head, and her arms still bound by the rope, she was tossed over her captor's shoulder. Beside her, she heard Brenna scream her name as they were carried forward. "Be brave, Brenna!" Jenny cried, but her voice was muffled by the cloak, and she knew her terrified sister couldn't hear her. Jenny was abruptly lowered to the ground and pushed forward. Her legs were numb, and she stumbled, falling heavily to her knees. "Die like a Merrick! Die bravely! Die fighting!" The chant raged through her mind as she tried ineffectually to raise herself. Above her, the wolf spoke for the first time, and she knew the voice was his. The voice was gravelly, fiery, a voice straight from the bowels of hell. "What is this? Something to eat, I hope." "'Tis said he eats the flesh of those he kills." Young Thomas's words came back to her while rage blended with the sound of Brenna's scream and the calls for pity from the prisoners. The rope around her arms was suddenly jerked loose. Driven by the twin demons of fear and fury, Jenny surged clumsily to her feet, her arms flailing at the cloak, looking like an enraged ghost trying to fling off its shroud. And the moment it fell away, Jenny doubled up her fist and swung with all her might at the dark, demonic, shadowy giant before her, striking him on the jawbone. Brenna fainted. "Monster!" Jenny shouted. "Barbarian!" and she swung again. But this time her fist was caught in a painful, vice-like grip and held high above her head. "Devil!" she cried, squirming, and she landed a mighty kick at his shin. "Spawn of Satan, despoiler of innocence!" "What the—" Royce Westmoreland roared, and reaching out, he caught his assailant at the waist and jerked her off her feet, holding her at arm's length high in the air. It was a mistake. Her booted foot struck out again, catching Royce squarely in the groin with an impact that nearly doubled him over. "You little bitch!" he thundered, as surprise, pain, and fury made him drop her, then grasp her by the veil, catching a handful of hair beneath it and jerking her head back. "Be still!" he roared. Even nature seemed to obey him. Prisoners stopped their keening cries. The sounds of clanging metal ceased, and an awful, unearthly silence fell over the huge clearing. Her pulse racing and her scalp smarting, Jenny squeezed her eyes closed and waited for the blow from his mighty fist that would surely kill her. But it didn't come. Half in fear and half in morbid curiosity, she slowly opened her eyes, and for the first time she actually saw his face. The demonic specter that towered before her nearly made her scream with terror. He was huge, enormous. His hair was black, and his black cloak was billowing out behind him, blowing eerily in the wind as if it had a life of its own. Firelight danced across his swarthy, hawk-like features, casting shadows that made him look positively satanic. It blazed in his strange eyes, heating them until they glowed like molten silver coals in his bearded, haggard face. His shoulders were massive and broad, his chest incredibly wide, his arms bulging with muscle. One look at him, and Jenny knew that he was capable of every vile thing he'd been accused of doing. Die bravely. Die swiftly. She turned her head and sank her teeth into his thick wrist. She saw his blazing eyes widen a split second before his hand raised, then crashed against her cheek with a force that snapped her head sideways and sent her sprawling to her knees. Instinctively, Jenny quickly curled herself into a protective ball and waited, eyes clenched shut, for the death blow to befall her, while terror screamed through every pore of her quaking body. The voice of the giant spoke above her, only this time it was more terrible because it was so tautly controlled that it hissed with muted fury. "What in the hell have you done?" Royce raged at his younger brother. "Haven't we problems enough without this? The men are exhausted and hungry, and you bring in 2 women to further fire their discontent." Before his brother could speak, Royce turned to issue a sharp command to the other man to leave them. Then his gaze flashed to the 2 prone female figures lying at his feet, one of them in a dead faint, the other curled into a ball, trembling so violently that her body shook as if in the throes of convulsions. For some reason, the quaking girl enraged him more than her unconscious counterpart. "Get up!" he snapped at Jenny, nudging her with the toe of his boot. "You were brave enough a minute ago. Now get up!" Jenny uncurled slowly, and, bracing her hand against the ground beneath her, she staggered awkwardly to her feet, swaying unsteadily, while Royce rounded on his brother again. "I'm waiting for an answer, Stephen, and I'll give you one if you'll cease roaring at me. These women aren't nuns." Royce bit out, his gaze suddenly riveting on the heavy crucifix hanging from a black cord around Jenny's neck, then lifting to the soiled wimple and askew veil. For a moment his discovery left him nearly dumbstruck. "God's teeth! You brought nuns here to be used as whores?" "Nuns?" Stephen gasped, astounded. "Whores!" croaked Jenny, outraged. Surely he couldn't be so steeped in godlessness that he'd actually give them to his men to be used as whores. "I could kill you for this folly, Stephen, so help me. You'll feel differently when I tell you who they are," Stephen said, yanking his horrified gaze from Jenny's gray habit and crucifix. "Standing before you, dear brother," he announced with renewed delight, "is the Lady Jennifer, beloved eldest child of Lord Merrick." Royce stared at his younger brother, the hands at his sides unclenching as he turned to contemptuously survey Jenny's dirty face. "Either you've been fooled, Stephen, or the land rings with false rumors, for 'tis said Merrick's daughter is the rarest beauty in the land." "Nay, I wasn't fooled. She is truly his. I heard it from her own lips." Catching Jenny's trembling chin between his thumb and forefinger, Royce stared hard at her smudged face, studying it by the firelight while his brows drew together and his lips twisted into a mirthless smile. "How could anyone possibly call you a beauty?" he said with deliberate, insulting sarcasm. "The jewel of Scotland?" He saw the flare of anger his words brought to her face as she jerked it out of his grasp. But instead of being touched by her courage, he was angered by it. Everything about the name Merrick infuriated him, making vengeance boil up inside him, and he grasped her pale, smudged face and jerked it back to his. "Answer me," he demanded in an awful voice. In her state of near hysteria, it seemed to Brenna that Jenny was somehow accepting blame that was rightfully Brenna's, and, groping at Jenny's gown, using it for leverage, she hauled herself to an unsteady standing position. Then she molded her body to Jenny's entire right side, like twins fused together at birth. "They don't call Jenny that," she croaked when it seemed as if Jenny's continued silence would surely bring terrible retribution from the terrifying giant before them. They call me that." "Who the hell are you?" he demanded furiously. "She is no one," Jenny burst out, discarding the 8th commandment in hopes that Brenna might be freed if she were believed to be a nun rather than a Merrick. "She is merely Sister Brenna of Belkirk Abbey." "Is that true?" Royce demanded of Brenna. "Yes," Jenny cried. "No," Brenna whispered meekly. Clenching his hands into fists at his sides, Royce Westmoreland briefly closed his eyes. It was like a nightmare, he thought. An incredible nightmare. After a forced march, he was out of food, out of shelter, and out of patience, and now this. Now, he couldn't even manage to get a sensible, honest answer out of 2 terrified women. He was tired, he realized, exhausted from 3 days and nights without sleep. He turned his haggard face and blazing eyes on Brenna. "If you have any hope of surviving another hour," he informed her, correctly recognizing her as the most easily intimidated of the pair and therefore the least likely one to invent a lie, "you'll answer me now and with the truth." His rapier gaze stabbed into Brenna's fear-widened hazel eyes, imprisoning them. "Are you, or are you not, the daughter of Lord Merrick?" Brenna swallowed and tried to speak, but couldn't push a word past her trembling lips. Drooping with defeat, she bowed her head and meekly nodded. Satisfied, Royce shot a murderous glance at the Hellcat in gentle nun's garb. Then he turned to issue a curt order to his brother. "Tie them up and put them in a tent. Have Eric stand guard to protect them from the men. I want them both alive tomorrow for questioning." "I want them alive tomorrow for questioning." The words reverberated in Jenny's tortured mind as she lay in a tent on the ground beside poor Brenna, her wrists and feet bound with leather thongs, looking up at the cloudless starlit sky through a hole in the top of the tent. What sort of questioning did the wolf have in mind? She wondered, as exhaustion finally overtook her fear. What means of torture would he use to exact answers from them? And what answers could he possibly want? Tomorrow, Jenny was certain, would mark the end of their lives. "Jenny," Brenna whispered shakily, "you don't think he means to kill us tomorrow, do you?" "No," Jenny lied reassuringly. Chapter 3. The wolf's camp seemed to stir to life before the last stars faded from the sky, but Jenny had not slept more than an hour all night. Shivering beneath the thin covering of her light mantle, she stared up at the inky blue heavens, alternately apologizing to God for her many follies and begging him to spare poor Brenna from the inevitable consequences of Jenny's foolish decision to walk up the hill at dusk yesterday. "Brenna," she whispered when the movements of the men grew louder outside, indicating the camp was coming fully to life. "Are you awake?" "Yes." "When the wolf questions us, let me give the answers." "Yes," she said again, her voice quaking. "I'm not certain what he'll want to know, but it's bound to be something we shouldn't tell him. Perhaps I'll be able to guess why he asks the question and so know when to mislead him." Dawn had scarcely streaked the sky with pink before two men came to untie them and to allow them both only a few minutes of privacy in the bushes in the woods on the edge of the wide clearing, before they retied Jenny and led Brenna off to meet the wolf. "Wait," Jenny gasped when she realized their intentions. "Take me, please. My sister is, unwell." One of them, a towering giant over 7 feet tall who could only be the legendary colossus called Eric, gave her a blood-chilling look and walked off. The other guard continued leading poor Brenna away, and through the open flap of the tent, Jenny saw the lascivious looks the men in the camp were giving her as she walked through their midst, her wrists bound behind her. The half-hour Brenna was gone seemed like an eternity to Jenny, but to her enormous relief, Brenna didn't show any signs of having suffered any physical cruelty when she returned. "Are you all right?" Jenny asked anxiously when the guard had walked away. "He didn't harm you, did he?" Brenna swallowed, shook her head, and promptly burst into tears. "No," she cried hysterically, "although he grew very angry because I couldn't stop weeping. I was so very scared, Jenny, and he's so huge and so fierce, and I couldn't stop crying, which only provoked him more." "Don't cry," Jenny soothed. "It's all over now," she lied. Lying, she thought sadly, was beginning to come very easily to her. Stephen threw back the flap of Royce's tent and walked inside. "My God, she's a beauty," he said, referring to Brenna, who had just departed. "Too bad she's a nun." "She's not," Royce snapped irritably. "She managed, between bouts of weeping, to explain she's a novice." "What's that?" Royce Westmoreland was a battle-hardened warrior whose first-hand knowledge of religious rites was virtually non-existent. His entire world, since he was a boy, had been military, and so he translated Brenna's tearful explanation into military terms he understood. "Apparently, a novice is a volunteer who hasn't completed his training or sworn fealty to his liege lord yet. Do you believe she tells the truth about that?" Royce grimaced and swallowed more of his ale. "She's too frightened to lie. For that matter, she's too frightened to talk." Stephen's eyes narrowed in what might have been jealousy over the girl, or merely annoyance at his brother's failure to learn more of value. "And too beautiful to question too harshly?" Royce sent him a sardonic look, but his mind was on the matter at hand. "I want to know how well fortified Merrick Castle is, as well as the lay of its land. Anything we can learn that will be of help. Otherwise, you'll have to make that trip to Merrick you started on yesterday." He set the tankard down with a resolute thud upon the trestled table. "Have the sister brought to me," he said with deathly finality. Brenna scooted backward in terror when the giant Eric entered their tent, the earth seeming to tremble with each of his footsteps. "Nay, please," she whispered desperately. "Don't take me back before him." Ignoring Brenna completely, he stalked over to Jenny, clenched her arm in his enormous fist, and hauled her to her feet. Legend, Jenny realized a little hysterically, had not exaggerated the size of Eric's war axe. Its handle was as thick as a stout tree limb. The wolf was pacing restlessly within the confines of his large tent, but he stopped abruptly when Jenny was thrust inside, his silver eyes raking over her as she stood proudly erect, her hands bound behind her. Although her face was carefully expressionless, Royce was amazed to see veiled contempt in the blue eyes staring defiantly into his. Contempt, and not a trace of tears. Suddenly he recalled what he'd heard of Merrick's eldest girl. The younger was called the Jewel of Scotland, but legend had it that this one was a cold, proud heiress with a dowry so rich and bloodlines so noble that no man was above her touch. Not only that, she was purported to be a plain girl who'd scorned the only offer of marriage she was likely to receive, and had then been sent to a nunnery by her father. With her face streaked all over with dirt, it was impossible to tell how plain she was, but she certainly didn't possess her sister's angelic beauty and temperament. The other girl had wept piteously. This one was glaring at him. "God's teeth, are you truly sisters?" Her chin lifted higher. "Yes." "Amazing," he said in a derisive voice. "Are you full sisters?" he asked suddenly, as if puzzled. "Answer me," he snapped when she remained stubbornly silent. Jenny, who was far more terrified than she showed, suddenly doubted he meant to torture her or put her to death at the end of an interview which began with innocuous questions about her genealogy. "She is my stepsister," she admitted. And then a spurt of defiant courage overcame her terror. "I find it difficult to concentrate on anything when my wrists are bound behind me. It's painful and unnecessary." "You're right," he remarked with deliberate crudity, recalling she'd kicked him in the groin. "It's your feet that should be bound." He sounded so disgruntled that amused satisfaction made her lips twitch. Royce saw it and could not believe his eyes. Grown men, warriors, quailed in his presence. But this young girl with the haughty stance and stubborn chin was actually enjoying defying him. His curiosity and his patience abruptly evaporated. "Enough polite trivialities," he said sharply, advancing slowly on her. Jenny's amusement vanished, and she retreated a step. Then she stopped and made herself hold her ground. "I want answers to some questions. How many men-at-arms does your father keep at Merrick Castle?" "I don't know," Jenny said flatly. Then she spoiled the effect of her bravado by taking another cautious step backward. "Does your father think I mean to march on him?" "I don't know." "You're trying my patience," he warned in a silky, ominous voice. "Would you prefer I ask these questions of your tender little sister instead?" That threat had the desired effect. Her defiant expression turned desperate. "Why wouldn't he think you're going to attack him? For years there have been rumors that you're going to do it. Now you have an excuse. Not that you need one," Jennifer cried, frightened past all reason when he began advancing on her again. "You're an animal. You enjoy killing innocent people." When he didn't deny that he enjoyed it, Jenny felt her insides cringe. "Now that you know that much," he said in a dangerously soft voice, "suppose you tell me how many men-at-arms your father has." Jenny hastily calculated that there must be at least 500 left. 200, she said. "You stupid, reckless little fool," Royce hissed, grabbing her arms and giving her a hard shake. "I could break you in half with my bare hands, yet you still lie to me. What do you expect me to do?" Jenny cried, quaking all over, but still stubborn. "Betray my own father to you?" "Before you leave this tent," he promised, "you'll tell me what you know of his plans. Willingly, or with some help from me you won't enjoy." "I don't know how many men he's gathered," Jenny cried helplessly. "It's true," she flung out. "Until yesterday my father hadn't seen me in 2 years, and before that he rarely spoke to me." That answer so took Royce by surprise that he stared at her. "Why not?" I displeased him," she admitted. "I can understand why," he said bluntly, thinking her to be the most unbiddable female he'd ever had the misfortune to encounter. She also, he noticed with a start, had the softest, most inviting mouth he'd ever seen, and very possibly the bluest eyes. "He hasn't spoken to you, or paid the slightest heed to you in years, and yet you still risk your very life to protect him from me?" "Yes." "Why?" There were several truthful and safer answers Jenny could have given, but anger and pain were numbing her brain. "Because," she said flatly, "I despise you, and I despise everything you represent." Royce stared at her, caught somewhere between fury, amazement, and admiration for her defiant courage. Short of murdering her, which would not give him the answers he sought, he was at a loss as to how to deal with her, and although strangling her held a certain appeal at the moment, it was out of the question. In any case, with Merrick's daughters his captives, it was possible Merrick might surrender without putting up a struggle. "Get out," he said shortly. Needing no further urging to leave his hated presence, Jenny turned to flee from the tent, but the flap was down and she stopped. "I said get out," Royce warned ominously, and she swung around. "There's nothing I'd like better. However, I can't very well walk through canvas." Wordlessly he reached out and lifted the flap. Then, to her surprise, he bent low, in an insulting mockery of a bow. "Your servant, ma'am. If there's anything at all I can do to help make your stay with us more pleasant, I hope you won't hesitate to call it to my attention." "Untie my wrists, then," Jenny demanded, to his utter disbelief. "No," Royce snapped. The flap dropped down, smacking her in the backside, and Jenny bolted forward in angry surprise, then let out a stifled scream when an unseen hand shot out and caught her arm. But it was merely one of the dozen guards who were posted just outside the wolf's tent. By the time Jenny returned to their tent, Brenna was ashen with fright at being left alone. "I'm perfectly all right, I promise," Jenny reassured her, as she awkwardly lowered herself to the ground. Chapter 4. Fires burned at periodic intervals in the valley where the wolf's men were still encamped that night. Standing in the open doorway of the tent, her wrists bound behind her, Jenny thoughtfully studied the activity going on all about them. "If we're going to escape, Brenna," she began. "Escape?" her sister repeated, gaping. "How in the name of the Blessed Mother can we possibly do that, Jenny?" "I'm not certain, but however we do it, we shall have to do it very soon. I heard some of the men talking outside, and they think it will be used to force Father to surrender." "Will he do that?" Jenny bit her lip. "I don't know. There was a time, before Alexander came to Merrick, when my kinsmen would have laid down their weapons rather than see me harmed. Now I don't matter to them." Brenna heard the catch in her sister's voice, and though she longed to comfort Jenny, she knew Alexander had so alienated Clan Merrick from their young mistress that they didn't care about her anymore. They do love you, however, so it's hard to know what they'll decide or how much influence Father will have on them. However, if we can escape soon, we could reach Merrick before any decision is made, which is what we must do. Of all the obstacles in their way, the one that worried Jenny most was the actual trip back to Merrick, which she estimated to be a 2-day journey on horseback from here. Every hour they would be required to spend on the road was risky. Bandits roamed everywhere, and 2 women alone were considered fair game even by honest men. The roads simply were not safe. Neither were the inns. The only safe lodgings were to be found at abbeys and priories, which was where all honest, respectable travelers chose to stay. "The problem is, we don't stand a chance of escaping with our hands bound," Jenny continued aloud as she gazed out at the busy camp, "which means we either have to convince them to untie our wrists, or else manage to escape into the woods during mealtime when we're not bound. But if we do that, our absence will be discovered as soon as they come to collect our trays before we're very far away. Still, if that's the only chance that presents itself during the next day or two, we shall very likely have to take it," she announced cheerfully. "Once we slip into the woods, what will we do?" Brenna asked, bravely quelling her inner terror at the thought of being alone in the woods at night. "I'm not certain. Hide somewhere, I suppose, until they give up looking for us. Or else we might be able to fool them into thinking we went east instead of north. If we could steal 2 of their horses, that would increase our chances of outrunning them, even if it made it more difficult to hide. The trick is to find some way to do both. We need to be able to hide and outrun them." "How can we do that?" Brenna asked, her forehead knotted deeply in futile thought. "I don't know. But we have to try something." Lost in contemplation, she stared unseeing past the tall, bearded man who had stopped talking to one of his knights and was studying her intently. The fires had dwindled and their guard had collected their trays and retied their wrists, but still neither girl had come up with an acceptable scheme, even though they'd discussed several outlandish ones. "We can't just remain here like willing pawns to be used to his advantage," Jenny burst out when they were lying side by side that night. "We must escape." "Jenny, has it occurred to you what he might do to us if, she amended quickly, he catches us?" "I don't think he'd kill us," Jenny reassured her after a moment's contemplation. "We wouldn't be any use to him as hostages if we were dead. Father would insist on seeing us before agreeing to surrender, and the Earl will have to produce us, alive and breathing, or else Father will tear him to shreds," Jenny said, deciding it was better less frightening to think of him as the Earl of Claymore rather than the wolf. "You're right," Brenna agreed, and promptly fell asleep. But it was several hours before Jenny could relax enough to do the same. For despite her outward show of bravery and confidence, she was more frightened than she'd ever been in her life. She was frightened for Brenna, for herself, and for her clan, and she hadn't the vaguest notion how to escape. She only knew they had to try. As to their captor not murdering them if he caught them, that much was likely true. However, there were other, unthinkable, male alternatives to outright murder that he had at hand to retaliate against them. Her mind conjured up an image of his dark face, all but hidden by at least a fortnight's growth of thick black beard, and she shivered at the memory of those strange silver eyes as they'd looked last night with the leaping flames from the fires reflected in them. Today his eyes had been the angry gray of a stormy sky, but there had been a moment when his eyes had shifted to her mouth, that the expression in their depths had changed, and that indefinable change had made him seem more threatening than ever before. It was his black beard, she told herself bracingly, that made him seem so frightening, for it hid his features. Without that dark beard, he'd doubtless look like any other elderly man of 35, 40. She'd heard the legend of him since she was a child of 3 or 4, so he must be very old indeed. She felt better, realizing he was old. 'Twas only his beard that made him seem alarming, she reassured herself. His beard, and his daunting height and build, and his strange silver eyes. Morning came, and still she'd come up with no truly feasible plan that would satisfy their need to make all speed, as well as hide and to avoid being set upon by bandits, or worse. "If only we had some men's clothing," Jenny said, not for the first time. "Then we'd have a much better chance, both to escape and to reach our destination." "We can't very well just ask our guard to lend us his," Brenna said a little desperately, as fear overwhelmed even her placid disposition. "I wish I had my sewing," she added with a ragged sigh. "I'm so jumpy I can hardly sit still. Besides, I always think most clearly when I've my needle in my hand. Do you suppose our guard would secure a needle for me if I asked him very nicely to do it?" "Hardly," Jenny replied absently, plucking at the hem of her habit as she gazed out at the men tramping about in war-torn clothes. If anyone needed a needle and thread, it was those men. "Besides, what would you sew with the—" Jenny's voice dropped, but her spirit soared, and it was all she could do to smooth the joyous smile from her face as she turned slowly to Brenna. "Brenna," she said in a carefully offhand voice, "you're quite right to ask the guard to secure you a needle and thread. He seems nice enough, and I know he finds you lovely. Why don't you call him over and ask him to get us 2 needles? Jenny waited, laughing inwardly as Brenna went to the flap of the tent and motioned to the guard. Soon she would tell Brenna the plan, but not yet. Brenna's face would give her away if she tried to lie. "It's a different guard. I don't know this one at all," Brenna whispered in disappointment as the man came toward her. "Shall I send him to fetch the nice guard?" "By all means," Jenny said, grinning. Sir Eustace was with Royce and Stephen looking over some maps when he was informed by the guard that the ladies were asking for him. "Is there no end to her arrogance?" Royce bit out, referring to Jenny. "She even sends her guards on errands, and what's more, they run to do her bidding." Checking his tirade, he said shortly, "I assume it was the blue-eyed one with the dirty face who sent you?" Sir Lionel chuckled and shook his head. "I saw 2 clean faces, Royce, but the one who talked to me had greenish eyes, not blue." "Ah, I see," Royce said sarcastically. "It wasn't arrogance that sent you trotting away from your post. It was beauty. What does she want?" "She wouldn't tell me. Wants to see Eustace," she said. "Get back to your post and stay there. Tell her to wait," he snapped. "Royce, they're no more than 2 helpless females," the knight reminded him, "and small ones at that. What's more, you won't trust anyone to guard them except Eric or one of us," he said, referring to the knights who made up Royce's elite personal guard and were also trusted friends. "You're keeping them bound and under guard like they were dangerous men, able to overpower us and escape." End of Side 1. Side 2, A Kingdom of Dreams, by Judith McNaught. Continuing on page 43. "I can't trust anyone else with the women," Royce said, absently rubbing the back of his neck. Abruptly he lurched out of his chair. "I'm tired of the inside of this tent. I'll go with you and see what they want." "So will I," Stephen said. Jenny saw the Earl coming, his long, effortless strides bringing him swiftly toward their tent, 2 guards on his right and his brother on the left. "Well," Royce said, stepping into their tent with the 3 men, "what is it this time?" he demanded of Jenny. Brenna whirled around in panic, her hand over her heart, her face a picture of flustered innocence, as she hastened to take the blame for annoying him. It was I who asked for him." She nodded in the direction of the guard. "For Sir Eustace." With a sigh of impatience, Royce withdrew his gaze from Jenny and looked at her foolish sister. "Would you care to tell me why you did?" "Yes." It was actually all she was going to say, Royce realized. "Very well. Then tell me." She cast a look of sheer misery at Jenny, then plunged ahead. "We would like very much to be given thread and needles." Royce's gaze swung suspiciously to the person most likely to have conceived some way of using needles to his own physical discomfort. But today Lady Jennifer Merrick returned his gaze levelly, her face subdued, and he felt an odd sense of disappointment that her bravado had been depleted so quickly. "Needles?" he repeated, frowning at her. "Yes," Jenny answered in a carefully modulated voice that was neither challenging nor submissive, but calmly polite, as if she'd quietly accepted her fate. "The days grow long, and we have little to do. My sister Brenna suggested we spend the time sewing." "Sewing?" Royce repeated, disgusted with himself for keeping them bound and under heavy guard. Lionel was right. Jenny was merely a small female, a young, reckless, headstrong girl with more bravado than sense. He'd overestimated her simply because no other prisoner brought before him had dared to strike him. "What do you think this is? The Queen's drawing room?" he snapped. "We don't have any of those." His brain stalled as he searched for the names of the contraptions which women at court spent hours of every day sewing upon with embroidery thread. "Embroidery hoop?" Jenny provided helpfully. His eyes raked over her in disgust. "I'm afraid not. No embroidery hoops." "Perhaps a small quilting frame, then?" she added, innocently widening her eyes as she held back her laughter. "No!" "There must be something we could use needle and thread on," Jenny added swiftly when he turned to leave. "We'll go quite mad with nothing to do day after day. It doesn't matter what we sew. Surely you must have something that needs sewing?" He swung around, looking startled and pleased and dubious. "You're volunteering to do mending for us?" Brenna was a picture of innocent shock at his suggestion. Jenny tried to imitate her look. "I hadn't thought of mending exactly." "There's enough mending needed here to keep 100 seamstresses busy for a year," Royce said decisively, deciding in that moment they ought to earn their bed and board, such as it was, and mending was exactly the right form of payment. Turning to Godfrey, he said, "See to it." Brenna looked wonderfully stricken that her suggestion could have resulted in their practically joining forces with the enemy. Jenny made a serious effort to look balky, but the moment the 4 men were out of earshot, she threw her arms around her sister and hugged her exuberantly. "We've just overcome 2 of the 3 obstacles to our escape," she said. "Our hands will be unbound, and we're to have access to disguises, Brenna." "Disguises?" Brenna began, but before Jenny needed to answer, her eyes widened with comprehension, and she enfolded her sister into a second hug, laughing softly. "Men's clothing," she giggled, "and he offered it to us." Within an hour, their tent contained 2 miniature mountains of clothing and a 3rd mountain of torn blankets and mantles belonging to the men-at-arms. One pile of clothing belonged exclusively to Royce and Stephen Westmoreland, the other to Royce's knights, two of whom Jenny was relieved to see were men of medium to small proportions. Jenny and Brenna worked late into the night, their eyes straining in the flickering light. They'd already mended the items they'd chosen to wear for their escape and put them out of sight. Now they were diligently working on the pile of clothes belonging to Royce. "What time do you suppose it is?" Jenny asked as she carefully sewed the wrist of his shirt completely closed. Beside her were many other items of his clothing which had received equally creative alterations, including several pairs of hose which had been skillfully tightened at the knee to make it impossible for a leg to descend beyond that point. 10 o'clock or so, Brenna answered as she bit off her thread. "You were right," she said, smiling as she held up one of the Earl's shirts, which now had a skull and crossbones embroidered on the back in black. "He'll never notice when he puts it on." Jenny laughed, but Brenna was suddenly lost in thought. "I've been thinking about the Macpherson," Brenna said, and Jenny paid attention, for when Brenna wasn't overwhelmed by fear, she was actually very clever. "I don't think you'll have to marry the Macpherson after all." "Why do you say that?" "Because Father will undoubtedly notify King James, maybe even the Pope, that we were abducted from an abbey, and that may cause such an uproar that King James will send his forces to Merrick. An abbey is inviolable, and we were under the protection of it. And so, if King James comes to our aid, we wouldn't need the Macpherson's clans, would we?" A flame of hope ignited in Jenny's eyes, then wavered. "I don't think we were actually on the grounds of the abbey. Father won't know that, so he'll assume we were. So will everyone else, I think." His brow furrowed in puzzlement. Royce stood outside his tent. His gaze turned on the smaller tent at the edge of the camp where his two female hostages were being kept. Eustace had just relieved Lionel and was standing guard. The faint glow of candlelight seeping between the canvas and ground told Royce both women were still awake. Now, in the relative peace of the moonlit night, he admitted to himself that part of the reason he'd gone to their tent earlier today was curiosity. As soon as he learned Jennifer's face was clean, he'd felt an undeniable curiosity to have a look at it. Now, he discovered he was ridiculously curious about the color of her hair. Judging by her winged brows, her hair was either auburn or brown, while her sister was definitely blonde. But Brenna Merrick didn't interest him. Jennifer did. She was like a puzzle, whose pieces he had to wait to see one at a time, and each piece was more surprising than the last. She'd obviously heard the usual stories about his alleged atrocities, yet she was not half so afraid of him as most men were. That was the first and most intriguing piece of the puzzle, the entire girl, her courage and lack of fear. Then there were her eyes, enormous, captivating eyes of a deep, rich blue that made him think of velvet. Amazing eyes, candid and expressive with long russet eyelashes. Her eyes had made him want to see her face, and today when he could scarce believe rumor called her plain. She wasn't beautiful precisely, and pretty didn't quite suit her either. But when she'd looked up at him in the tent today, he'd felt stunned. Her cheekbones were high and delicately molded. Her skin was as smooth as alabaster, tinted with pale rose. Her nose small. In contrast to these delicate features, her small chin had a decidedly stubborn bluntness to it, and yet when she smiled he could have sworn he saw two tiny dimples. Altogether it was an intriguing, alluring face, he decided. Definitely alluring. And that was before he allowed himself to remember her soft, generous lips. Dragging his thoughts from Jennifer Merrick's lips, he lifted his head and looked inquiringly at Eustace. Understanding the unspoken question, Eustace turned slightly so the campfire would illuminate his features, and held up his right hand as if a needle was delicately poised between his two fingers. Then he moved his arm, letting it rise and fall in the steady, undulating motion of sewing. The girls were sewing. Royce found that notion rather difficult to comprehend, given the lateness of the hour. His own experience with wealthy women was that they sewed special items for their families and their homes but they left mending for servants to do. He supposed, as he tried unsuccessfully to make out Jennifer's shadowed form against the canvas of the tent, that wealthy women might also sew to keep busy when they were bored, but not this late and by candlelight. How very industrious the Merrick girls were, he thought with a tinge of sarcasm and disbelief. How nice of them to want to aid their captors by keeping their clothes in good repair. How generous. How utterly unlikely. Particularly in the case of Lady Jennifer Merrick, whose hostility he'd already experienced firsthand. Shoving away from his tent, Royce strolled forward, wending his way past his exhausted, battle-scarred men sleeping on the ground, rolled up in their cloaks. As he neared the women's tent, the obvious answer to their sudden compulsion to have needles and shears suddenly struck him, and he stifled a curse as he quickened his pace. They were undoubtedly destroying the clothing they'd been given, he realized angrily. Brenna stifled a scream of terrified surprise when the wolf yanked the tent flap back and ducked inside. But Jenny merely started, and then slowly rose to her feet, a suspiciously polite expression on her features. "Let's see what you've been doing," Royce snapped, his gaze flashing from Brenna, whose hand rose protectively to her throat, to Jenny. "Show me." "Very well," Jenny said with sham innocence. "I was only now beginning to work on this shirt." She prevaricated as she carefully laid aside his shirt with the armholes she'd just sewn closed. Reaching to the pile of clothing she intended to wear, she held up a pair of thick woolen hose for his inspection and pointed to the neatly mended 2-inch rent down the front. Completely baffled, Royce stared at the nearly invisible tight seam she'd sewn. Proud, haughty, undisciplined, and headstrong she was, he admitted to himself, but she was also a damned expert seamstress. "Does it pass your inspection, my lord?" she prompted with a tinge of amusement. "May we keep our job, sire?" If she'd been anyone else but his captive, and the haughty daughter of his enemy, Royce would have been sorely tempted to lift her in his arms and kiss her soundly for her badly needed help. "You do excellent work," he admitted fairly. He started to leave, then he turned back, his arm holding the tent flap back. "My men would have been cold, their clothing torn and inadequate for the coming harsh weather. They'll be happy to know that what they have is at least wearable until the winter clothing arrives here." Jenny had foreseen that he might realize how dangerous she and Brenna could be with a pair of shears, and that he might also arrive to inspect their work. Hence, she'd had the hose readily available to put him off the track. She had not, however, expected him to pay her an honest compliment, and she felt somehow uneasy and betrayed, now that he'd shown he had at least one drop of humanity in his body. When he left, both girls sank back down upon the rugs. "Oh, dear," Brenna said apprehensively, her eyes on the pile of blankets in the corner that they had splashed to ribbons. "Somehow, I haven't thought of the men here as people." Jenny refused to admit she'd been thinking the same way. "They are our enemy," she reminded them both. "Our enemy and Papa's enemy and King James's enemy." Despite that stated belief, Jenny's hand recoiled from the scissors when she reached out to touch them. But then she made herself pick them up and stoically hacked away at another cloak while she tried to decide the very best plan for their escape. Tomorrow morning. Long after Brenna had fallen into an exhausted slumber, Jenny lay awake, considering all the things that could go right and wrong. Chapter 5. Frost lay sparkling on the grass, lit by the first rays of the rising sun, and Jenny arose silently, careful not to awaken poor Brenna any sooner than was necessary. After systematically reviewing all the alternatives, she'd arrived at the best possible plan, and she felt almost optimistic about their chances to make good an escape. "Is it time?" Brenna whispered, her voice choked with fright, as she rolled onto her back and saw Jenny already wearing the thick woolen hose, man's shirt, and jerkin that they'd each be wearing beneath their habits when their guard escorted them into the woods, where they were allowed a few minutes' privacy to tend to their personal needs each morning. "It's time," Jenny said with an encouraging smile. Brenna paled. But she arose, and with shaking hands, she began to dress. "I wish I weren't such a coward," Brenna whispered, her hand clutched over her pounding heart as she reached with her free hand for the leather jerkin. "You're not a coward," Jenny assured her, keeping her voice low. "You simply worry to great excess, and well in advance, about the possible consequences of anything you do. In fact," she added as she helpfully tied the strings at the throat of Brenna's borrowed shirt, "you're actually braver than I. For if I was as frightened of consequences as you are, I'd never have the courage to dare the slightest thing." Brenna's wavery smile was silent appreciation for the compliment, but she said nothing. "Do you have your cap?" When Brenna nodded, Jenny picked up the black cap she herself would soon put on to hide her long hair, and she lifted up her gray habit, tucking the cap in the waist of her hose. The sun rose a little higher, turning the sky a watery gray as the girls waited for the moment when the giant would appear to escort them to the woods, their loose convent robes hiding the men's clothes they wore beneath. The moment drew near, and Jenny lowered her voice to a hush as she reiterated their plan for the last time, afraid lest Brenna forget what she must do in the fright of the moment. "Remember," she said, "every second will count, but we must not appear to move too quickly, or we'll draw notice. When you remove your habit, hide it well beneath the brush. Our best hope for escape lies in their looking for 2 nuns, not 2 boys. If they spot our habits, they'll catch us before we can leave the camp." Brenna nodded and swallowed, and Jenny went on. "Once we're free of our habits, keep your eyes on me and move quietly through the brush. Don't listen to anything else or look at anything else. When they realize we're gone, they'll raise a shout, but it means nothing to us, Brenna. Don't be frightened of the uproar." "I won't," Brenna said, her eyes already huge with fright. "We'll stay in the woods and move around the south border of the camp to the pen where the horses are kept. The searchers won't expect us to head back toward the camp. They'll be looking for us in the opposite direction, moving into the woods. When we near the pen, you stay just inside the woods, and I'll bring the horses. With luck, whoever watches the mounts will be more interested in the search for us than he is the horses." Brenna nodded silently, and Jenny considered how best to phrase the rest of what she must say. She knew that if they were seen, it would be up to her to try to create a diversion so that Brenna could make good her own escape. But convincing Brenna to go on without her was not going to be easy. In a low, urgent voice, Jenny said finally, "Now then, in case we become separated—" "Nay," Brenna burst out, "we won't. We can't." "Listen to me," Jenny whispered, so sternly that Brenna swallowed the rest of her protest. "If we become separated, you must know the rest of the plan so that I can catch up with you later." When Brenna nodded reluctantly, Jenny took both her sister's clammy hands in her own and squeezed them tightly, trying to infuse some of her own courage into Brenna. "North is toward that high hill, the one behind the pen where the horses are kept. Do you know which one I mean?" "Yes." "Good. Once I've gotten the horses and we're mounted, we're going to stay in the woods, working our way to the north till we've topped the hill. Once there, we'll angle west as we head down the hill, but we must remain in the woods. When we're in sight of a road, we'll ride parallel to it, but we'll need to stay in the woods. Claymore will probably send someone to watch the roads, but they'll be looking for 2 nuns from Belkirk Abbey, not 2 young men. If we're lucky, we'll meet up with some travelers and join their group, which will add to our disguise and increase our chances of success. Brenna, there's one thing more. If they recognize us and give chase, you head as fast as you can in the direction I just told you, and I'll veer off in another direction and lead them away from you. If that happens, stay under cover as much as you can. It's no more than 5 or 6 hours to the Abbey, but if I am caught, you must go on without me. I don't know where we are now. I assume we're across the border in England. Ride north by northwest, and when you come to a village, ask for direction to Belkirk." "I can't just leave you," Brenna cried softly. "You must, so that you can bring Father and our kinsman to my rescue." Brenna's face cleared slightly as she understood she'd be ultimately helping Jenny, not abandoning her, and Jenny gave her a bright smile. I feel certain we'll be at Merrick Keep together by Saturday." "Merrick Keep?" Brenna blurted. "Should we not remain at the Abbey and send someone else to inform Father of what has happened?" "You can stay at the Abbey if you wish, and I'll ask Mother Ambrose for an escort so I can continue on home sometime today or tonight. Father will surely think we're hostages here, so I must reach him at once before he accepts their terms. Besides, he'll have questions to ask about how many men there are here, what arms they bear, things like that, which only we can answer." Brenna nodded, but that was not the entire reason Jenny wished to go in person to Merrick Keep, and they both knew it. More than anything, Jenny wanted to do something to make her father and her clan proud of her, and this was her golden opportunity. When and if she succeeded, she wanted to be there to see it in their eyes. The guard's footsteps sounded outside, and Jenny stood up, a polite, even conciliatory smile fixed on her face. Brenna stood up, looking like she was about to face certain death. "Good morning," Jenny said as Sir Godfrey escorted them toward the woods. "I feel as if I haven't yet slept." Sir Godfrey, a man of perhaps 30, cast an odd look at her. Undoubtedly, Jenny thought, because she'd never spoken a civil word to him. Then she stiffened as his frowning gaze seemed to drift down her habit, padded now with men's clothes beneath it. "You slept little," he said, evidently aware of their late-night efforts with the needle. Their footsteps were muffled by damp grass, as Jenny walked on his left with Brenna stumbling along on her other side. Feigning a yawn, she cast a sidelong glance at him. "My sister is feeling rather peaked this morn from our late hours. 'Twould be very nice for us if we were permitted a few extra minutes to refresh ourselves at the stream." His deeply creased, sun-bronzed face turned to her, watching her with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. Then he nodded agreeably. 15 minutes, he said, and Jenny's spirits soared. "But I want to be able to see the head of at least one of you." He stood sentinel at the edge of the woods, his profile turned to them, his eyes, Jenny knew, dropping no lower than the top of their heads. So far, none of their guards had exhibited a lustful desire to glimpse them in any state of partial undress, for which she was particularly grateful today. "Stay calm," Jenny urged, leading Brenna directly toward the stream. Once there, she walked along the bank of the stream, moving as far into the woods as she dared without giving Sir Godfrey cause to barge into the woods in pursuit. Then she stopped beneath the low limb of a tree that hung above a stand of brush. "The water looks cold, Brenna," Jenny called, raising her voice so the guard could hear and would hopefully feel no need to watch them too closely. As she spoke, Jenny stood beneath the branch of the tree and carefully loosened her veil and wimple, nodding to Brenna to do the same. When both short veils had been removed, Jenny carefully ducked down, holding the veil above her head, as if her head were still in it, and gingerly hung it on the limb just above her. Satisfied, she crouched and moved swiftly to Brenna, who was likewise holding her headpiece above her head, and took it from Brenna's shaking fingers, attaching it as best she could to the bush. 2 minutes later, both girls had shed their habits and were stuffing them beneath the brush, heaping leaves and twigs over the gray cloth to hide it from view. In a moment of inspiration, Jenny reached into the pile of clothing and twigs and snatched out her handkerchief. Pressing her finger to her lips, she winked at Brenna and bent low, scurrying in a crouch until she was about 15 yards downstream, in the opposite direction they intended to go. Pausing only long enough to attach the white handkerchief to a thorny branch, as if she'd lost it in flight, she turned back and raced toward Brenna. "That ought to mislead them and get us much more time," she said. Brenna nodded, looking doubtful and hopeful at the same time, and the two women looked at one another for a moment, each checking the other's appearance. Brenna reached up and pulled Jenny's cap lower over her ears, and tucked in a stray wisp of red-gold hair, and nodded. With a smile of appreciation and encouragement, Jenny grabbed Brenna's hand and led her swiftly into the woods, moving north, keeping to the perimeter of the camp, praying that Godfrey would give them the full 15 minutes he promised, and perhaps more. A few minutes later they had worked their way around behind the pen where the horses were cordoned off, and they were crouched low in the brush, catching their breath. "Stay here and don't move," Jenny said, her gaze scanning the immediate vicinity for the guard she felt certain would have been stationed near the war horses. She saw him then, fast asleep, on the ground on the far side of the pen. "The guard's asleep at his post," she whispered jubilantly, turning to Brenna. Then she added quietly, "If he awakens and catches me trying to take the horses, follow our plan on foot. Do you understand? Stay in the woods and head for that high hill behind us." Without waiting for an answer, Jenny crawled forward. At the edge of the woods, she paused to look around. The camp was still partially asleep, lulled by the overcast gray morning into believing it was earlier than it was. The horses were nearly within arm's reach. The guard stirred only once in his sleep, as Jenny quietly caught 2 restive horses by their halters and led them toward the rope that formed the pen. Standing awkwardly on tiptoe, she lifted the rope high enough for the horses to walk beneath it, and in 2 short minutes she had handed one of the animals to Brenna, and they were quickly leading them deeper into the woods, their hooves silenced by the thick mulch of damp leaves provided by the dewy morning. Jenny could scarcely suppress her smile of jubilation as they led the horses to a fallen tree and, using that for height, they climbed upon the huge steeds' backs. They were well on their way toward the high ridge when the dim sounds of an alarm being sounded went up behind them. The din created by that negated the need for quiet, and at the sounds of the men's shouts, both girls simultaneously dug their heels into their steeds' flanks and sent them bounding forward, flying through the woods. They were both expert horsewomen, and they both adapted easily to riding astride. The lack of a saddle was something of a hindrance, however, because without one it was necessary to grip tightly with the knees, which the destriers took as a signal for speed, which necessitated hanging on to the horse's halter for dear life. Ahead of them was the high ridge, and then eventually on the other side a road, the Abbey, and finally Merrick Keep. They stopped briefly so that Jennifer could try to get her bearings, but the forest obscured what little sunlight there was, and Jenny gave up, forced to go on instincts. "Brenna," she said, grinning as she patted the satiny thick neck of the enormous black war-horse she rode, "think back on the legends about the wolf, about his horse. Is it not said his name is Thor, and that he's the fastest destrier in the land, as well as the most agile?" "Aye," Brenna answered, shivering a little in the cool dawn, as the horses began picking their way through the dense forest. "And," Jenny continued, "is it not said he's as black as sin, with only a white star on his forehead for a marking?" "Aye." "And does this horse have such a star?" Brenna looked round and then nodded. "Brenna," Jenny said, laughing softly, "I've stolen the Black Wolf's mighty Thor." The animal's ears flickered at the sound of his name, and Brenna forgot her worries and burst out laughing. "That's undoubtedly why he was tied and kept separate from the others," Jenny added gaily, her gaze roaming appreciatively over the magnificent animal. "That also explains why, when we first rode away from camp, he was ever so much faster than the horse you're riding, and I kept having to hold him back." Leaning forward, she patted his neck again. "What a beauty you are," she whispered, harboring no ill will for the horse, only for his former owner. "Royce." Godfrey stood in Royce's tent, his deep voice gruff with chagrin, an embarrassed flush creeping up his thick, tanned neck. "The women have, escaped. About 3/4 of an hour ago. Eric, Eustace, and Lionel are searching the woods." Royce paused in the act of reaching for a shirt, his face almost comical in its expression of disbelief, as he stared at the most wily and fiercest of his knights. "They've what?" he said, an incredulous smile mixed with dawning annoyance sweeping across his face. "Do you mean to tell me," he jibed, angrily snatching the shirt from the pile of clothing the girls had mended last night, "that you let 2 naive girls out with—" He rammed his arm into the sleeve, then stared in furious disbelief at a wrist opening that refused to part so his fist could pass through it. Swearing savagely under his breath, he snatched up another, checked the wrist to ascertain it was all right, and shoved his arm into it. The entire sleeve parted from the body of the shirt and fell away as if by magic. "I swear to God," he bit out between his teeth, "when I get my hands on that blue-eyed witch, I'll—" Flinging that shirt aside, he stalked over to a chest and pulled out a fresh one, jerked it on, too infuriated to finish his sentence. Reaching automatically for his short sword, he buckled it on and stalked past Godfrey. "Show me where you last saw them," he snapped. "It was here, in the woods," Godfrey said. "Royce," he added, as he showed him to the place where two veils were hanging crazily from branches, without heads underneath them. "It, won't be necessary for the other men to hear of this, will it?" A brief smile flickered in Royce's eyes as he shot a wry look at the big man, understanding at once that Godfrey's pride had suffered a grievous blow, and that he hoped it could remain a private one. "There's no need to sound an alarm," Royce said, his long legs carrying him along the bank of the stream, his gaze delving into the trees and searching the brush. "It'll be easy enough to find them." An hour later he wasn't so sure of that, and his amusement had been replaced by anger. He needed those women as hostages. They were the key that would open the gates to Merrick Keep, perhaps without bloodshed and the loss of valuable men. Together the 5 men combed the woods, working eastward in the belief that one of the girls had lost her handkerchief in flight. But when no trail could be found leading away from the spot, Royce reached the conclusion that one of the girls, the blue-eyed wench no doubt, might actually have had the presence of mind to place the white scrap of cloth there in a deliberate attempt to mislead them. It was incongruous, incredible, but apparently true. With Godfrey on one side and a scornful Eric on the other, Royce stalked past the 2 gray veils and snatched them furiously off their branches, sound an alarm and form a party to search every inch of these woods. He snapped as he passed the girl's tent. "No doubt they're hiding in the thicket. These woods are so dense we may have walked right past them." 20 men formed a line the length of their combined outstretched hands and began to comb the woods, starting at the edge of the stream and moving slowly forward, looking beneath every bush and fallen log. The minutes became 1 hour, and then 2, until finally it was afternoon. Standing at the bank of the stream where the girls had last been seen, Royce squinted at the densely wooded hills to the north, his expression becoming more harsh with each passing moment that his captives remained missing. The wind had picked up and the sky was leaden. Stephen walked up to him, having just returned from the hunting expedition he'd taken out last night. "I hear the women escaped this morning," he said, worriedly following Royce's gaze to the highest hill to the north. "Do you think they actually made it to yon ridge?" "They haven't had time to get there on foot," Royce answered, his voice harsh with anger. "But in case they took the longer route around it, I sent men out to check the road. They questioned every traveler they encountered, but no one has seen 2 young women. A cottager saw 2 boys riding into the hills on horseback, and that was all. Wherever they are, they're bound to lose their way if they head into those hills. There isn't enough sun to use as a compass. Secondly, they don't know where they are, so they can't know which direction to go." Stephen was silent, his eyes searching the distant hills. Then he looked sharply at Royce. "When I rode into camp just now, I wondered if you'd decided to go hunting on your own last night." "Why?" Royce said shortly. Stephen hesitated, knowing that Royce prized the mighty black warhorse for his enormous courage and loyalty more than he valued many people. In fact, Thor's feats in the lists and on the battlefield were nearly as legendary as his owners. One famous lady at court had once complained to her friends that if Royce Westmoreland showed her half the affection he showed his damned horse, she'd count herself lucky. And Royce had replied, with typical acid sarcasm, that if the lady had half the loyalty and heart of his horse, he'd have married her. There wasn't a man in Henry's army who would have dared to take Royce's horse out of the pen for a gallop, which meant someone else had. "Royce?" Royce turned at the hesitancy he heard in his brother's voice, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to the ground beside Stephen, where leaves and twigs formed an unnaturally high mound at the base of a bush. Some sixth sense made him poke at the mound with the toe of his boot. And then he saw it, the unmistakable somber gray of a nun's habit. Bending, he reached out and snatched at the cloth, just as Stephen added, "Thor isn't in the pen with our other horses. The girls must have taken him without the guard noticing." Royce straightened slowly, His jaw clenched as he looked at the discarded garments. His voice edged with fury. "We've been looking for 2 nuns on foot. We should have been looking for 2 short men mounted on my horse." Swearing under his breath, Royce turned on his heel and stalked toward the pen where the horses were kept. As he passed the girl's tent, he hurtled the gray habits at the open tent flap in a sharp gesture of fury and disgust. Then he broke into a run, with Stefan following at his heels. The guard standing sentry at the huge horse pen saluted his liege lord, then stepped back in alarm as the wolf reached out and caught him by the front of his jerkin, lifting him off the ground. "Who was on guard at dawn this morning?" I, my lord." "Did you desert your post?" "Nay, my lord, no," he cried, knowing the penalty for that in the king's army was death. Royce flung him aside in disgust. Within minutes, a party of 12 men, with Royce and Stefan in the lead, galloped down the road, heading north. When they came to the steep hills that lay between the camp and the north road, Royce reined in sharply, calling out instructions. Assuming the women hadn't met with some accident or lost their direction, Royce knew they would already have made their way down the far side and climbed the next ridge. Even so, he dispatched 4 men with instructions to comb these hills from one side to the other. With Stefan and Eric and the remaining 5 men at his side, Royce dug his spurs into his mount and sent the gelding flying down the road at a run. 2 hours later they rounded the hill and came to the north road. One fork led northeast, the other angled northwest. Frowning in indecision, Royce signaled his men to stop as he considered which route the women might have taken. Had they not had the presence of mind to leave that damned handkerchief in the woods in order to mislead their captors into searching in the wrong direction, he'd have taken all his men up the northwest fork. As it was, he couldn't dismiss the possibility that they'd deliberately taken a road that would lead them a half-day's journey out of their way. It would cost them time, but gain them safety, Royce knew. Still, he doubted if they knew which direction led back to their home. He glanced at the sky. There were only about 2 more hours of daylight left. The northwest road appeared to climb into the hills in the distance. The shortest route was also the most difficult to traverse at night. 2 women, frightened and vulnerable, even though dressed as men, would surely take the safest, easiest road, even though it was longer. His decision made, he sent Eric and the remaining men to search a 20-mile stretch of that route. On the other hand, Royce thought angrily as he swung his own mount toward the northwest route and signaled Stefan to follow him, that arrogant, conniving, blue-eyed witch would brave the hills alone, and at night. She'd dare anything, that one, he thought with increasing fury, as he recalled how politely he'd thanked her for mending their clothes last night, and how sweetly genteel she'd been as she accepted his thanks. She knew no fear. Not yet. But when he got his hands on her, she would learn the meaning of it. She'd learn to fear him. Humming gaily to herself, Jenny added more twigs to the cozy campfire she'd built, using the flint she'd been given yesterday to light their sewing candles. Somewhere in the dense forest nearby, an animal howled eerily at the rising moon, and Jenny hummed more determinedly, hiding her instinctive shudder of apprehension behind a bright, encouraging smile designed to reassure poor Brenna. The threat of rain had passed, leaving a black, starlit sky, lit by a round, golden moon, and for that Jenny was profoundly grateful. Rain was the last thing she wanted now. The animal howled again, and Brenna tugged her horse's blanket tighter around her shoulders. "Jenny," she whispered, her eyes fastened trustingly upon her older sister. "Was that sound what I think it was?" As if the word was too unspeakable to voice, she formed the word wolf with her pale lips. Jenny was reasonably certain it was several wolves, not one wolf. "Do you mean that owl we just heard?" she prevaricated, smiling. "It wasn't an owl," Brenna said. And Jenny winced with alarm as a spasm of ugly, shrill coughing seized her sister, leaving her gasping for breath. The lung ailment that had plagued Brenna almost constantly as a child was recurring tonight, aggravated by the damp cold and by her fear. "Even if it wasn't an owl," Jenny said gently, "no predator will come near this fire. I know that for fact. Garrick Carmichael told me so one night when the 3 of us were on our way back from Aberdeen, and the snow forced us to make camp. He built a fire and told Becky and me just that." At the moment, The danger of building this fire concerned Jenny almost as much as the danger of wolves. A small fire, even in the forest, could be seen for a long distance, and although they were several hundred yards away from the road, she couldn't shake the feeling that their pursuers might still find them. Trying to divert herself from her own worries, she drew her knees up to her chest, propped her chin on them, and nodded toward Thor. "Have you ever in your life seen a more magnificent animal than that? At first I thought he was going to toss me off this morning when I mounted him, but then he seemed to sense our urgency and he settled down. And all day today, it's the oddest thing, he seemed to know what I wanted him to do, without my ever having to urge him or guide him. Imagine Papa's delight when we return, having not only escaped from the wolf's very clutches, but with his horse to boot." "You can't be certain it's his horse," Brenna said, looking like she was seized by second thoughts about the wisdom of having stolen a steed of great value and greater fame. "Of course it is," Jenny declared proudly. "He is exactly as the minstrels tell of him in their songs. Besides, he looks at me whenever I say his name." To illustrate, she called his name softly, and the horse raised his magnificent head, regarding her through eyes so intelligent they seemed human. "It is he," Jenny said jubilantly, but Brenna seemed to cringe at the thought. "Jenny," she whispered, her huge hazel eyes sad as they studied her sister's brave, determined smile, "why do you suppose you have so much courage, and I have so very little?" "Because," Jenny said with a chuckle, "our Lord is a just God, and since you received all the beauty, he wanted to give me something for balance." "Oh, but—" Brenna stopped abruptly as the great black horse suddenly lifted his head and whickered loudly into the night. Leaping to her feet, Jenny rushed over to Thor, clamping her hand against his nose to keep him quiet. "Quickly, put the fire out, Brenna. Use the blanket." Her heart pounding in her ears, Jenny tipped her head, listening for the sounds of riders, feeling their presence even though she couldn't hear them. "Listen to me," she whispered frantically. "As soon as I mount Thor, cut your horse loose and send him crashing down into the woods in that direction. Then run over here and hide beneath that fallen tree. Don't leave there or make a sound until I return." As she spoke, Jenny was vaulting onto a log and hoisting herself up onto Thor's back. "I'm going to ride Thor out onto the road and race him up that rise. If that devil Earl is out there, he'll chase me. And Brenna," she added breathlessly, already turning Thor toward the road, "if he catches me and I don't return, take the road to the Abbey and follow our plan. Send Papa to rescue me." "But," Brenna whispered, shaking in terror. "Do it, please," Jenny implored, and sent her horse charging through the woods toward the road, deliberately making as much noise as possible to draw any pursuers away from Brenna. "There!" Royce shouted at Stephen, pointing to the dark speck racing toward the ridge high above. Then they spurred their horses, sending them flying down the road in pursuit of the horse and rider. When they came to the spot in the road near where the girls had camped, the unmistakable smell of a newly doused fire made Royce and Stephen rein in abruptly. "Search the camp," Royce shouted, already spurring his horse to a gallop. "You'll probably find the younger girl there." "Damn, but she can ride," Royce breathed in near admiration, his gaze fastened on the small figure bent low over Thor's neck, as she tried unsuccessfully to stay 300 yards ahead of him. He knew instinctively it was Jenny he was chasing, and not her timid sister, just as surely as he knew the horse was Thor. Thor was running with all his heart, but not even the gallant black stallion's speed could make up for the time he lost whenever Jennifer refused to let him jump a particularly high obstacle and made him go around it instead. Without a saddle, she was obviously in jeopardy of being unseated if she let him jump too high. Royce had narrowed the distance to 50 yards and was closing fast when he saw Thor suddenly veer away from the path he was on and refused to jump a fallen tree, a sure sign that he sensed danger and was trying to protect himself and his rider. A shout of alarm and terror tore from Royce's chest as he peered into the night and realized there was nothing but a steep drop and thin air beyond the fallen tree. "Jennifer, don't!" he shouted, but she didn't heed the warning. Frightened to the point of hysteria, she brought the horse around again, backed him up, and dug her heels into his glossy flanks. "Go!" she screamed, and after a moment's hesitation, the huge horse gathered his hindquarters beneath him and gave a mighty leap. A human scream split the night almost instantly as Jenny lost her balance and slid off the leaping horse. hanging for a suspended instant by his thick mane, before she fell with a crash into the limbs of the fallen tree. And then there was another sound, the sickening thud of a huge animal plunging down a steep incline and rolling to its death. Jenny was climbing unsteadily from the tangle of tree limbs as Royce vaulted down from his horse and ran to the edge of the cliff. She shoved her hair out of her eyes and realized there was nothing but blackness a few feet beyond her. Then she dragged her eyes to her captor, but he was staring down the steep slope, his clenched jaw as hard as granite. So unnerved and disoriented was she that she made no protest when he grabbed her arm in a painful grip and yanked her with him as he deliberately slid down the steep hill. For a moment, Jenny couldn't imagine what he was about. And then her mind cleared a little. Thor. He was looking for his horse, she realized, her gaze flying wildly over the rugged terrain, praying somehow that the magnificent animal might not be harmed. She spotted him at the same time Royce did, the still, black form, lying only a few yards away at the base of the boulder that had broken his fall, and his neck. Royce flung her arm aside, and Jenny stayed where she stood, paralyzed with remorse and anguish, as she gazed at the beautiful animal she'd inadvertently killed. As if in a dream, she watched England's fiercest warrior kneel on one knee beside his dead horse, slowly stroking the animal's glossy black coat, and speaking words she could not quite hear in a voice that was raw. Tears blurred her eyes. But when Royce stood up and swung around to face her, panic collided with her sorrow. Instinct warned her to run, and she turned to flee, but she wasn't quick enough. He caught her by the hair and jerked her back, swinging her around to face him, his fingers digging cruelly into her scalp. "God damn you!" he bit out savagely, his glittering eyes alive with rage. "That horse you just killed had more courage and more loyalty than most men. He had so damned much of both that he let you send him to his death." Sorrow and terror were etched on Jenny's pale face, but they had no softening effect on her captor, who tightened his painful grip on her hair, forcing her head further back. "He knew there was nothing but thin air beyond that tree, and he warned you, and then he let you send him to his death." As if he couldn't trust himself any longer, he flung her away, caught her wrist and dragged her roughly in his wake to the top of the ridge. It dawned on Jenny that the reason he'd insisted on taking her down there was doubtlessly to prevent her from stealing his other horse. At the time, she'd been so overwrought it hadn't occurred to her to try, even if the opportunity had presented itself. Now, however, she was recovering her senses, and as he hoisted her onto the back of his horse, another opportunity did arrive. Just as the Earl started to swing his leg over the horse's back, Jenny made a sudden lunge for the bridle reins, managing to snatch one out of his hand. The plan failed, for he hoisted himself effortlessly onto the running horse and then wrapped his arm around Jenny's waist in a grip that cut off her air. "Try one more trick," he whispered in her ear in a tone of such undiluted fury that she cringed. "Do one more thing to annoy me." His arm tightened horribly. "And I'll make you regret it for as long as you live. Do you understand me?" He underlined the question by tightening his grip sharply. "Yes," Jenny gasped. And he slowly released the pressure against her ribcage. Huddled beneath the fallen tree where Jenny had instructed her to remain, Brenna watched as Stephen Westmoreland rode back into the clearing, leading her horse. From her vantage point, she could see only the legs of the animals, the forest floor, and as he dismounted, the legs of the man himself. She should have run deeper into the woods, Brenna decided frantically. But if she had, she might have gotten lost. Besides, Jenny had told her to remain where she was, and in all matters such as this, Brenna faithfully and impeccably followed Jenny's instructions. The man's legs brought him nearer. He stopped at the fire, nudging the dying embers with the toe of his boot, and Brenna sensed instinctively that his eyes were probing the dark recess of the bushes where she was hidden. He moved suddenly, walking toward her, and her chest rose and fell in frightened spasms as her lungs fought for air. Clamping her hand over her mouth, she tried to silence the coughing fit that was bursting within her, while she stared in frozen terror at the tips of his boots only inches from her own. "All right now," the deep voice boomed in the little clearing. "Come out of there, my lady. You've given us a merry chase, but the chase is over." Hoping it was a trap and that he didn't actually know she was there, Brenna pressed further back into her hiding hole. "Very well," he sighed. "I suppose I'll have to reach in there and fetch you." He crouched abruptly, and an instant later a big hand thrust through the branches, groping around and finally closing on Brenna's breast. A squeal of indignant horror stuck in her throat as his hand snapped open, then closed again slowly, as if he was trying to identify what he'd found. When he did identify it, he jerked his hand back in momentary shock, then thrust it forward, grabbed Brenna's arm, and hauled her out. "Well, well, well," Stefan said, unsmiling. "It seems I've found the woodland fairy." Brenna hadn't courage enough to strike him or bite him, as Jenny had done to his brother, but she did manage to glower at him as he tossed her up onto her horse and mounted his own, holding her horse's reins in his hand. When they emerged from the woods onto the road, Brenna breathed a prayer that Jenny had escaped, then steeled herself to look up the road to the ridge. Her heart plummeted when she saw Jenny coming toward her, mounted in front of the black wolf on his horse. Stephen guided his horse into step beside his brother's. "Where's Thor?" he asked. But the murderous expression on Royce's face answered the question before his voice did. "Dead." Royce rode in tight-lipped silence, growing angrier with each passing minute. Besides the deep loss he felt because of Thor, he was also tired, hungry, and thoroughly enraged because one young girl, he rightly held Brenna blameless, with red hair, he knew that now, had managed to dupe a wily, experienced guard, throw half an army into an uproar, and force him to spend an entire day and night recapturing her. But what infuriated him most was her unbending will, her stiff spine and defiant manner. She was like a spoiled child who'd not admit she was wrong by breaking down and crying. When they rode into camp, heads turned to watch them, and faces relaxed. But none of the men were foolish enough to cheer. That 2 captives had been permitted to escape in the first place was a cause for embarrassment, not rejoicing. But that those captives were women was unthinkable. It was humiliating. Royce and Stefan rode toward the pen, and Royce dismounted, then unceremoniously hauled Jenny down. She turned to start toward her tent, then stifled a cry of pain and surprise when Royce jerked her back. "I want to know how you got the horses out of the pen without the guard seeing you." Every man within hearing distance seemed to tense in unison and turn toward Jenny, waiting for her to answer. Until then, they'd behaved as if she was invisible. But now she squirmed under their swift, intense stares. "Answer me." "I didn't have to sneak them out," Jenny said with as much dignity and contempt as she could manage. "Your guard was asleep." A look of pained disbelief flickered in Royce's angry eyes, but his face was otherwise blank as he nodded curtly at Eric. The blond giant, his war axe in hand, walked forward through the men, heading for the recalcitrant guard. Jenny watched the unfolding tableau, wondering what was going to happen to the poor man. No doubt he'd be punished for being derelict in his duty, she knew. But the punishment wouldn't be truly terrible. Or would it? She didn't know, because Royce snatched her arm and began pulling her with him. As Royce marched her through the camp, Jenny could feel the hostile rage blazing at her from every soldier and knight she passed. She had made fools of them all by escaping and by eluding them. They hated her for that now, and their hatred was so virulent it made her skin burn. Even the Earl seemed angrier at her than he'd been before, Jenny thought, as she quickened her pace to a near run, trying to keep up with him before he pulled her arm out of its socket. Her concern over his anger was suddenly overwhelmed by a more immediate calamity. Royce Westmoreland was taking her to his tent, not to her own. "I won't go in there," she cried, jerking backward. Swearing under his breath, the Earl reached out and tossed her over his shoulder like a sack of flour, her buttocks pointing skyward, her long hair falling to his calves. Lewd laughter and cheers rang out all over the clearing as the men witnessed her public humiliation, and Jenny almost gagged on her fury and mortification. Inside the tent, he dumped her onto the heap of fur rags on the ground, then stood watching her as Jenny scrambled to a sitting position and then to her feet, watching him like a small cornered animal. "If you defile me, I'll kill you, I swear it," she cried, mentally recoiling from the fury that turned his face to steel and his eyes to glittery silver shards. "Defile you?" he repeated with scathing contempt. "The last thing you awaken in me right now is lust. You're going to stay in this tent because it's already heavily guarded, and I don't have to waste more of my men's time watching yours. Furthermore, you're in the center of the camp, and if you decide to make a run for it, my men will cut you down. Is that clear?" She glowered at him, but remained stonily silent, and her arrogant refusal to submit to his will enraged Royce yet more. His fists clenched at his sides, he fought down his rage and continued, "If you do one more thing to inconvenience me or anyone else in this camp, I will personally make your life a living hell. Do you understand me?" Looking into that harsh, sinister face, Jenny fully believed he could and would do it. "Answer me," he ordered murderously. Realizing that he was already pushed past reason, Jenny swallowed and nodded. "And," he began, then broke off abruptly as if he couldn't trust himself to say more. Turning, he snatched up a flagon of wine from the table and was about to drink from it when his squire, Gawain, entered the tent. In Gawain's arms were the blankets he'd fetched earlier from the ladies' tent, blankets which he'd been handing out to the men before he realized they'd been slashed, not mended. The boy's face was a study of anger and disbelief. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Royce snapped, the flagon arrested halfway to his lips. Gawain raised his young, indignant face to his master. "The blankets, sire," he said, turning his accusing gaze on Jenny. "She slashed them instead of mending them. The men would have been cold enough with only these blankets for protection. But now—" Jenny's heart began to pound in genuine terror as the Earl very slowly, very carefully, lowered the flagon and put it on the table. He spoke, and his voice was a raw whisper, rasping with rage. "Come here." Shaking her head, Jenny retreated a step. "You're making it worse on yourself," he warned as she retreated another step. "I said, come here." Jenny would have sooner jumped off a cliff. The tent flap was up, but there was no way to escape. Men had been gathering out there since Royce had carried her into the tent, waiting, no doubt, to hear her whimper or scream for mercy. Royce spoke to his squire, but his dagger gaze remained on Jenny. "Gawain, bring needle and thread." "Aye, my lord," Gawain agreed, and scurried over to the corner, retrieving both. He put them on the table beside Royce, then stood back and watched in surprise as Royce merely lifted up the scraps that had once been blankets and held them out to the red-haired witch who'd destroyed them. "You're going to mend every one of them," he told Jenny in an unnaturally quiet voice. The tension left her body, and she stared at her captor with a mixture of bafflement and relief. After causing him to spend a day and a night chasing her, after killing his beautiful horse and destroying his clothes, the only punishment he meant to exact from her was to make her mend the blankets she'd ruined. That was making her life a living hell. "You'll not sleep with a blanket until every one of these are repaired. Do you understand?" he added, his voice as smooth and hard as polished steel. "Until my men are warm, you'll be cold." I understand," Jenny said in a wavering voice. So restrained was his manner, so parental, that it did not occur to her that he meant to do anything further to her. In fact, as she walked forward and reached a shaking hand toward the tattered strips of cloth he held, The thought flashed across her mind that rumor had grossly exaggerated his ruthlessness. A thought that was shattered an instant later. "Ouch!" she cried, as his big hand shot out like a striking snake and locked around her outstretched wrist, yanking her forward with a force that knocked the air from her lungs and snapped her head back. "You spoiled little bitch," he bit out. "Someone should have beat that pride out of you when you were still a child. However, since they didn't, I will." His hand lifted, and Jenny threw up an arm to cover her head, thinking that he meant to strike her in the face. But the huge hand she'd expected to hit her yanked her arm down. "I'd snap your neck in two if I hit you like that. I have another target in mind." Before Jenny could react, he sat down and in one fluid motion yanked her across his lap. "Nay!" she gasped, wriggling in furious, frightened earnest, horribly aware of the men who were gathered outside the tent trying to hear. "Don't you dare!" she cried, as she threw all her weight toward the floor. He clamped his leg over both of hers, imprisoning them between his thighs, and lifted his hand. "This," he said, as his hand crashed down against her backside, "is for my horse." Jenny counted through waves of pain, biting her lip until it bled in an effort to strangle her sobbing cries, as his hand rose and fell with relentless pain, again and again and again. "This is for your destructiveness, your stupid escape, the blankets you ruined." Intending to thrash her until she sobbed and pleaded with him to stop, Royce continued until his hand ached, but even though she squirmed frantically to avoid his hand, she never made a sound. In fact, if her whole body hadn't jerked spasmodically each time his hand struck her bottom, he'd have doubted that she was feeling anything at all. Royce lifted his hand again and then hesitated. Her buttocks tightened, anticipating the strike of his hand. Her body tensed, but still she did not cry out. Disgusted with himself and deprived of the satisfaction of making her weep and plead for mercy, he shoved her off his lap and stood up, glaring down at her and breathing fast. Even now, her stubborn, unyielding pride refused to permit her to stay collapsed at his feet. Putting her hand to the ground, she rose slowly, unsteadily, until she was standing before him, clutching her breeches to her waist. Her head was bent forward, hiding her face from his view. But as he watched, she shuddered, trying to square her trembling shoulders. She looked so small and vulnerable that he felt a twinge of conscience. "Jennifer," he bit out. Her head lifted, and Royce froze in surprise and reluctant admiration for the amazing sight he beheld. Standing there like a wild, enraged gypsy, her hair tumbling all about her like golden flames, and her huge blue eyes alive with hatred and unshed tears, she slowly raised her hand. A hand which was holding a dagger which she'd obviously managed to snatch from his boot as he spanked her. And in that unlikely moment, as she held his dagger poised high, ready to strike, Royce Westmoreland thought she was the most magnificent creature he'd ever beheld. A wild, beautiful, enraged angel of retribution, her chest rising and falling with fury as she courageously confronted an enemy who towered over her. He'd hurt her and humiliated her, Royce realized, but he hadn't broken that indomitable spirit of hers. Suddenly, Royce wasn't certain he wanted her broken. Softly, and without emphasis, he held out his hand. "Give me the dagger, Jennifer." She raised it higher, aimed, Royce realized, straight at his heart. "I'll not harm you again," he continued, talking calmly as young Gawain moved stealthily behind her, his face murderous as he prepared to defend his lord's life. "Nor," Royce added, with the emphasis of a command aimed at Gawain, "will my overzealous squire, who is at this moment standing behind you, ready to slit your throat if you try." In her fury, Jenny had forgotten the squire was in the tent, that the boy had witnessed her humiliation. The knowledge erupted inside her like a volcano. "Give me the dagger," Royce said, extending his hand to her, confident now that she would give it to him. She did. The dagger slashed through the air with the speed of light, aimed straight at his heart. Only his swift reflexes enabled him to deflect it with his arm. then twist the blade free of her death grip. And even with that, as he jerked her against him and threw his arm around her, imprisoning her against his body, bright red blood was already seeping from the gash she'd managed to carve along his cheek near his ear. "You bloodthirsty little wench," he said in a savage underbreath, all his former admiration for her courage instantly demolished as he felt the blood begin to pour from his face. "If you were a man, I'd kill you for this." Gawain was staring at his lord's wound with a fury that outmeasured Royce's, and when the boy looked at Jenny there was murder in his eye. "I'll fetch the guard," he said with a final, loathsome look at her. "Don't be a fool," Royce snapped. "Would you have word spread throughout the camp, and then the land, that I was wounded by a nun? 'Tis fear of me, of my legend, that defeats our enemies before they ever raise their weapons against me." "I beg pardon, my lord," Gawain said. "But how will you stop her from telling it once you let her loose?" "Let me loose?" Jenny said, roused from her fear-induced trance, as she stared at the blood she'd drawn. "You intend to let us loose?" "Eventually, if I don't murder you first," the wolf snapped, shoving her away from him with a force that sent her sprawling amidst the heap of rugs in the corner of his tent. He snatched up the flagon of wine, keeping a wary eye on her, and took a long swallow. Then he glanced at the large needle on the table beside the thread. "Find a smaller needle," he ordered his squire. Jenny sat where she was, bewildered by his words and actions. Now that her reason was returning, she could scarce believe he hadn't murdered her on the spot for trying to kill him. His words ran through her mind. "'Tis fear of me, of my legend, that defeats our enemies before they ever raise their weapons against me." Somewhere, in the dim recesses of her mind, she'd already arrived at the conclusion that the wolf was not near so bad as legend had him. Were he half as bad as they said, she'd already have been tortured and molested. Instead, he evidently intended to let Brenna and her go. By the time Gawain returned with a smaller needle, Jenny was feeling almost charitable toward the man she'd tried to kill but minutes before. She could not and would not forgive him for physically abusing her, but she counted matters fairly even between them, now that she'd wounded both his body and his pride, as he'd wounded hers. As she sat there watching him drink from the flagon, she decided that the wisest and best course, henceforth, would be to try her best not to provoke him into changing his mind about returning them to the Abbey. "I'll have to shave your beard, sire," Gawain said, "else I can't see the wound in order to stitch it." "Shave it off, then," Royce muttered. "You're not much good with that needle, even when you can see what you're doing. I've scars all over me to prove it." "A pity 'tis your face she cut," Gawain agreed. And Jenny had the feeling she'd ceased to exist for the moment. "'Tis scarred enough already," he added, as he set out a sharp knife and a cup of water for shaving. The boy's body blocked the wolf from Jenny's view as he went about his task, and as the minutes slowly ticked by, she found herself leaning slightly to one side, then the other, intensely curious to see what sort of ferocious face had been concealed by his thick black beard. Or did it hide a weak chin? She wondered, leaning further to the left, trying to see. No doubt it hid a weak chin, she decided, leaning so far to the right that she nearly lost her balance as she tried to peer around the squire. Royce had not forgotten her presence, nor did he trust her, now that she'd showed herself bold enough to try to end his life. Watching her from the corner of his eye, he saw her leaning from one side to the other, and he mockingly told his squire, "Move aside, Gawain, so she can see my face before she topples like an overturned bottle trying to see around you." Jenny, who had leaned far to the right trying to see, could not recover her balance quickly enough to pretend she hadn't been doing exactly that. Color washed up her cheeks, and she jerked her gaze from Royce Westmoreland's face. But not before she'd gotten the startling impression that the wolf was considerably younger than she'd thought. Moreover, he did not have a weak chin. It was a strong, square chin, with a curious little dent in the center of it. More than that, she hadn't been able to tell. Come, don't be shy," Royce prodded sarcastically. But the strong wine he'd been drinking was doing much to soothe his temper. Besides, he found her swift, startling change from daring assassin to curious young girl, both baffling and amusing. "Take a good look at the face you just tried to carve your initial into," he urged, watching her prim profile. "I need to stitch that wound, my lord," Gawain said, frowning. "It's deep and swelling, and 'twill be ugly enough as it is." "Try not to render me hideous to Lady Jennifer," Royce said sardonically. "I'm your squire, my lord, not a seamstress," Gawain replied, the needle and thread poised above the deep gash that began near his lord's temple and followed his jawline. The word seamstress suddenly reminded Royce of the neat, nearly invisible stitches Jenny had sewn into a pair of woolen hose, and he waved Gawain aside, turning his speculative gaze on his captive. "Come here," he told Jenny in a calm voice that nevertheless rang with authority. No longer eager to provoke him, lest he change his mind about releasing them, Jenny arose and warily obeyed, relieved to take the pressure off her throbbing backside. "Come closer," he bade her when she paused just out of his reach. "It seems only fitting that you should have to mend everything you have rent. Stitch up my face." In the light from the pair of candles, Jenny saw the gash she'd made in his face, and the sight of that torn flesh, added to the thought of piercing it with a needle, made her feel like swooning. She swallowed the bile rising in her throat and whispered through parched lips, I can't." "You can, and you will," Royce stated implacably. A second ago he'd started to doubt the wisdom of letting her near him with a needle, but as he witnessed her horror at the sight of what she'd done, he felt reassured. In fact, he thought, forcing her to continue to look at it, to touch it, was just retribution. With visible reluctance, Gawain handed her the needle and thread, and Jenny held it in her shaking hand, poised above Royce's face. But just when she was about to touch him, he stayed her hand with his and said in a cold, warning voice, "I hope you aren't foolish enough to entertain any thought of making this ordeal unnecessarily painful." "No, I wasn't. I won't," Jenny said weakly. Satisfied, Royce held out the flagon of wine to her. "Here, drink some of this first. 'Twill steady your nerves." If he'd offered her poison at that moment and told her it would steady her nerves, Jenny would have taken it, so distraught was she at the prospect of what she had to do. She lifted the flagon and took 3 long swallows, choked, then lifted it and drank some more. She would have had yet more had the Earl not firmly removed the flagon from her clenched hand. "Too much of it will cloud your vision and make you clumsy," he said dryly. "I don't want you trying to stitch my ear closed. Now get on with it." Turning his head, he calmly offered his torn face for her ministrations, while Gawain stood at Jenny's elbow watching to make certain she did no harm. Never had Jenny ever pierced human flesh with her needle, and as she forced the point through the Earl's swollen skin, she couldn't completely suppress her moan of sick protest. Watching her from the corner of his eye, Royce tried not to wince, for fear she'd see it and faint dead away. "For an assassin, you have an amazingly weak stomach," he remarked, trying to divert his mind from the pain, and her mind from her gory task. Biting her lip, Jenny dug the needle into his flesh again. The color drained from her face, and Royce tried again to divert her with conversation. "Whatever made you think you had a calling to be a nun?" I didn't," she gasped. "Then what were you doing at the Abbey in Belkirk?" "My father sent me there," she said, swallowing down the sickness at her gruesome task. "Because he thinks you're meant to be a nun?" Royce demanded in disbelief, watching her out of the corners of his eyes. "He must see a different side of your nature than you've shown to me." That almost made her laugh, he noted, watching her bite her lip as the color returned to her cheeks. "Actually," she admitted slowly, her soft voice amazingly lyrical when she wasn't angry or guarded, "I suppose you could say he sent me there because he'd seen the same side of my nature that you have." "Really?" Royce inquired conversationally. What reason had you to try to kill him? He sounded so genuinely disgruntled that Jenny couldn't completely suppress a smile. Besides, she'd eaten nothing since yesterday, and the heady wine was surging through her bloodstream, relaxing and warming her all the way to her toes. Well, Royce prompted, studying the tiny dimple that peeped from the corner of her mouth. I did not try to kill my father, she said firmly, taking another stitch. What did you do then? That he banished you to a convent? Among other things, I refused to wed someone, in a way. Really? Royce said, genuinely surprised as he recalled what he'd heard of Merrick's eldest daughter when he was last at Henry's court. Rumor had it that Merrick's eldest was a plain, prim, cold woman, and a dedicated spinster. He racked his brain, trying to remember who had actually described her to him in such terms. Edward Balder, he remembered now. The Earl of Lochloden, an emissary from King James's court, had said that of her. But then, so had everyone else on those rare occasions he'd heard her mentioned at all. A plain, prim, cold spinster, they had said. But there had been more, though he couldn't recall it at the moment. How old are you? He asked abruptly. The question startled her and seemed to embarrass her. 17 years, she admitted, rather reluctantly, Royce thought. And 2 weeks. That old? He said, his lips twitching with a mixture of amusement and compassion. 17 was hardly ancient, although most girls married between 14 and 16 years of age. He supposed she was loosely qualified for the term spinster. A spinster by choice, then? Embarrassment and denial flickered in her deep blue eyes, and he tried to recall what else they said of her at court. He could remember nothing, except that they said her sister Brenna eclipsed her completely. Brenna, according to rumor, had a face whose beauty outshone the sun and stars. Idly, Royce wondered why any man would prefer a meek, pale blonde to this fiery young temptress. And then he recalled that he himself had generally preferred the comforts of an angelic blonde, one in particular. Are you a spinster by choice? He demanded, wisely waiting until she'd taken another stitch before using the word that made her flinch. Jenny took another tiny stitch, and then another, and another, trying to stave off her sudden, unaccustomed awareness of him as a handsome, virile male. And he was handsome, she realized fairly, astonishingly so. Clean-shaven, he possessed a rugged, thoroughly male sort of beauty that had taken her completely by surprise. His jaw was square, the chin clefted, his cheekbones high and wide. But what was so completely disarming was her latest discovery. The Earl of Claymore, whose very name struck terror in the hearts of his enemy, had the thickest eyelashes she'd ever seen in her life. A smile danced in her eyes as she imagined how intrigued everyone would be at home when she imparted that piece of information. Are you a spinster by choice? Royce repeated a trifle impatiently. I suppose I am, since my father warned me he'd send me to the convent if I spoiled the only eminently suitable offer of marriage I was likely ever to receive. Who offered for you? Royce asked, intrigued. Edward Balder, Earl of Lochloden. Hold still, she commanded with outrageous temerity when he jumped in surprise. I'll not be blamed for making a poor job of this if you mean to leap about beneath the needle. That sharply worded chastisement from a mere slip of a girl who was, moreover, his prisoner, nearly made Royce laugh aloud. How many damned stitches do you mean to take? He countered irritably. 'Twas only a small gash anyway. Offended that he apparently considered her daring attack nothing more than a slight inconvenience, Jenny drew back and glared at him. 'Tis a huge, nasty gash and nothing less. He opened his mouth to argue with her, but his gaze was drawn to her breasts, where they strained impudently against the fabric of the shirt she wore. Odd that he hadn't noticed until now just how amply endowed she was, or how tiny her waist, or how gently rounded her hips. On second thought, not odd at all, Royce reminded himself, since she'd been wearing shapeless nun's robes until a few hours ago, and until a few minutes ago he'd been too furious to notice what she was wearing at all. And now that he'd noticed, he wished he hadn't. Having noticed all that, he remembered full well how delightfully rounded her bottom had been. Desire leaped inside him, and he shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "Finish your task," he said brusquely. Jenny noted his sudden gruffness, but she put it down to his moodiness, the same moodiness that caused him to seem like an evil monster one moment, and almost like a brother in the next. For her part, her body was almost as unpredictable as his moods. A few minutes ago she'd been cold, despite the fire burning in the tent. Now she felt overwarm in her shirt. Still, she rather wanted to restore the almost friendly companionship they'd shared for the last few moments, not because she desired him for a friend, but simply because it made her less afraid of him. Tentatively she said, "You seemed surprised when I mentioned the Earl of Lochlourden." "I was," Royce said, keeping his expression non-committal. "Why?" He did not want to tell her that Edward Balder was probably responsible for the somewhat unjust rumors circulating all over London about her. Considering that Balder was a vain peacock, it wasn't entirely surprising that he reacted to being a rejected suitor by blackening the name of the woman who rejected him. "Because he's an old man," Royce hedged finally. "He's also ugly." "That, too." Try as he might, Royce could not imagine a loving father actually trying to marry his daughter off to that old lecher. For that matter, Royce couldn't believe her father actually intended to keep her locked away in a convent, either. No doubt the Earl of Merrick had merely sent her there for a few weeks to teach her obedience. "How long have you been at Belkirk Abbey?" 2 years. His mouth dropped open. Then he caught himself and closed it. His face was hurting like hell, and his disposition was taking a sudden turn for the worse. "Evidently your father finds you as unmanageable, headstrong, willful and unreasonable as I do," he said irritably, wishing for another long draught of wine. "If I were your daughter, how would you feel?" Jenny demanded indignantly. "Cursed," he said bluntly, ignoring her wounded look. "In 2 days you've shown me more resistance than I encountered at the last 2 castles I took by force." "I meant," Jenny said, her eyes filled with ire, plunking her hands on her slim hip, "if I were your daughter, and your sworn enemy kidnapped me, how would you want me to behave?" Momentarily dumbstruck, Royce stared at her as he considered what she said. End of Side 2. Side 3, A Kingdom of Dreams, by Judith McNaught. Continuing on page 85. She had not simpered nor pled for mercy. She had, instead, tried her damnedest to outwit him, to escape from him, and to kill him in that order. She had not shed so much as one tear, even during the sound thrashing he'd given her. Afterward, when he'd thought she was crying, she'd been planning to stab him. It crossed his mind again that she must be incapable of tears, but for the moment he was absorbed in envisioning how he would feel were she his daughter, an innocent, captured from the safety of an abbey. "Sheathe your claws, Jennifer," he said curtly. "You've made your point." She accepted her victory with a gracious nod. In fact, with far more grace than Royce had conceded it. It was the first time Royce had seen her really smile, and the effect on her face was more than startling. The smile came slowly, dawning in her eyes until they positively sparkled, then drifting to her generous lips, softening them at the corners until they parted, allowing a glimpse of perfect white teeth and a pair of dimples that peeked at him from the corners of her soft mouth. Royce might have grinned at her, but at that moment he caught the disdainful look on Gawain's face, and it dawned on him that he was behaving like a besotted gallant to his prisoner, more importantly to the daughter of his enemy, most of all to the woman whose destructiveness meant that many of his men would shiver in the unseasonable cold tonight, without blankets to offer them any warmth. He nodded curtly at the pile of rugs. "Go to sleep. Tomorrow you can start repairing the damage you did to the blankets." His brusqueness banished the smile from her face, and she stepped back. "I meant what I said," he added, angrier with himself than he was with her. "Until you've repaired the damage to the blankets, you sleep without them." Her chin came up in the arrogant pose he'd grown used to from her, and she turned to walk toward the rugs that served as his bed. She moved, Royce noted grimly, with the provocative grace of a courtesan, not a nun. Jenny lay down atop the furs while he blew out the candles. A few moments later, the Earl stretched beside her, pulling the furs over him for warmth. Suddenly, the comforting glow from the wine began to desert her, and her exhausted mind started replaying each nerve-shattering hour of the endless day, from early dawn when Brenna and she planned their escape, until a few hours ago when the man beside her had recaptured her. Staring up into the darkness, she relived the most shattering scene of all, the one she'd been trying to forget all night. Before her eyes, she saw Thor in all his magnificent splendor, prancing effortlessly through the woods, racing along the ridge, jumping obstacle after obstacle. And then she saw him lying dead against the boulder, his glossy coat shining in the moonlight. Tears gathered in her eyes. She drew a shattered breath, and then another, trying to hold them back. But the anguish she felt for the courageous animal would not go away. Royce, who was afraid to fall asleep until she did, heard the ragged texture of her breathing, and then a slight, suspicious sniff. Positive she was feigning tears in hopes he would relent and let her beneath the furs, he rolled onto his side and in one smooth motion caught her face and turned it toward him. Her eyes were glittering with unshed tears. "You're so cold, you're fighting back tears," he uttered in disbelief, trying to see her face with only the dying embers of a little fire in the center of the tent for illumination. "No," she said hoarsely. "Then why?" he demanded, completely at a loss as to what could have finally battered down her stubborn pride and made her cry. "The thrashing I gave you?" "No," she whispered achingly, her eyes locked with his. "Your horse." Of all the things she could have said, that answer was the one he least expected and most wanted to hear. Somehow, knowing that she regretted the senseless loss of his horse made it seem somehow less painful. "He was the most beautiful animal I've ever seen," she added hoarsely. "If I'd known that taking him this morning might have led to his death, I'd have stayed here until I could find some other way." Staring up into the Earl's hooded eyes, Jenny saw him wince as he pulled his hand away from her face. "It's a miracle you fell off, or you'd both have died," he said gruffly. Turning onto her side, she buried her face in the furs. "I didn't fall," she whispered brokenly. "He threw me. I'd ridden him over higher obstacles all day. I knew we could clear that tree with ease, but when he jumped, he reared up at the same time, for no reason at all, and I fell backward. He shook me off before he jumped." "Thor sired 2 sons, Jennifer," Royce said with rough gentleness, "in his exact likeness. One of them is here, the other at Claymore being trained. He isn't completely lost to me." His captive drew a shattered breath, and in the darkness she said simply, "Thank you." A biting wind howled through the moonlit valley, taking sleeping soldiers in its frigid embrace until their teeth chattered convulsively as fall made an ungraceful and early debut, masquerading as winter. In his tent, Royce rolled over beneath the warm furs and felt the unfamiliar brush of an icy hand against his arm. He opened an eye and saw Jennifer shivering atop the furs, her slim body curled into a tight ball, her knees drawn up against her chest as she tried to keep warm. In truth, Royce was not so drugged with sleep that he knew not what he was doing, nor had he forgotten that he'd forbade her the warmth of blankets until she righted the damage she'd done to his men. And, to be completely honest, as he wearily considered her shivering form, it did occur to him that his loyal men were shivering far more outdoors without a tent. And so there was absolutely no justification for what Royce did next. Leaning up on his elbow, he reached far across Jennifer and grasped the edge of the thick pile of furs. Then he pulled them up and over her, rolling her into them until they made a warm bunting around her. He lay back again and closed his eyes without remorse. After all, his men were conditioned to hardship and the elements. Jennifer Merrick was not. She moved, snuggling deeper into the furs, and somehow her bottom came to rest against Royce's updrawn knee. Despite the insulating barrier of furs, his mind instantly began reminding him of all the delectable female attributes that lay just within his easy reach. And just as persistently, Royce shoved the thoughts aside. She had the peculiar ability to be at one and the same moment an innocent, untried girl and a golden-haired goddess, a child who could snap his temper as easily as a twig, and a woman who could soothe even pain with a whispered, "I'm sorry." But child or woman, he dared not touch her, for one way or another he would have to let her go, or else relinquish all his carefully laid plans for a future that would be his in less than a month. Whether Jennifer's father yielded or no, it was actually no concern of Royce's. In a week, 2 at the most, he would either hand her over to her father, if he surrendered on terms that were agreeable to Henry, or to Henry himself if her father refused. She was Henry's property now, not Royce's, and he did not want the complications that would come from every direction if he bedded her. The Earl of Merrick paced before the fire in the center of the hall, his face contorted with wrath as he listened to suggestions from his 2 sons and the 4 men whom he counted as his closest friends and kinsmen. "There's naught to be done," Garrick Carmichael put in wearily, "until King James sends us the reinforcements you asked for when you told him the wolf has the girls." "Then we can attack the bastard and demolish him," his youngest son, Malcolm, spat. "He's close to our borders now. There's no long march to Cornwall to weary us before we go to battle this time." "I don't see what difference it makes how close he is, or how many men we have," William, the eldest son, quietly said. "'Twould be folly to attack him, unless we freed Brenna and Jenny first." "And how in God's name are we supposed to do that?" Malcolm snapped. "The girls are as good as dead as it is," he said flatly. "There's naught to do now but seek revenge." Far smaller in stature than his brother and his stepfather, and far calmer of temperament, William brushed his auburn hair off his forehead and leaned forward in his chair, looking about him. "Even if King James sends us enough men to trample the wolf, we'll not get the girls free. They'll be killed in the fighting, or murdered as soon as it began." "Stop arguing with every plan unless you have a better one," the Earl snapped. "I think I do," William quietly replied, and all heads turned to him. "We can't get the girls out by force, but stealth might do the trick. Instead of sending an army out to challenge him, let me take a few men with me. We'll dress as merchants or friars or something, and we'll follow the wolf's army until we can get close to the girls. Jenny," he said fondly, "may well realize what I say is true. If so, she'll be watching for us." "I say we attack," Malcolm burst out, his desire to pit himself against the wolf again overwhelming his reason, as well as what little concern he had for his sisters. Both young men turned to their father for an opinion. "Malcolm," the Earl said fondly, "'tis like you to want to take a man's approach, to exact revenge and damn the consequences. You'll have your chance to attack when Jamie sends us reinforcements. For now," he glanced at William with a glimmer of new respect, "your brother's plan is the best we have." Chapter 6. During the next 5 days, Jenny began to recognize the routine followed by the resting army. In the morning, shortly after dawn, the men arose and practiced with their weapons for several hours, making the fields and valley ring with the ceaseless, discordant clanging of sword against shield, broadsword against broadsword. The wolf's archers, whose skill was legendary, practiced daily also, adding the twang of their bows to the clanking of metal on metal. Even the horses were taken out each day and drilled, their riders galloping them at breakneck speed in mock charges against imaginary foes, until the sounds of warfare continued to drum and echo in her ears long after the men ceased for the midday meal. Sitting just inside Royce's tent, her fingers busily sewing at the blankets, Jenny listened to the endless clamor, trying unsuccessfully to keep her worries under control. She couldn't imagine how her father's army would survive when pitted against the finely honed war machine the wolf had made of his men, nor could she help worrying that Merrick Keep would be unprepared for the sort of assault it was bound to receive. Then her worries shifted to Brenna. She hadn't had more than a brief glimpse of her sister since the night of their ill-fated escape. Stephen, the Earl's younger brother, was evidently responsible for keeping Brenna prisoner in his tent, just as the Earl of Claymore had assumed responsibility for Jenny. However, the Earl had forbidden the girls to be together. Jenny questioned him repeatedly about Brenna's safety, and he'd replied with seeming honesty that Brenna was perfectly safe and being treated as a guest by his brother. Putting her sewing aside, Jenny stood up and went to the open flap of the tent, longing to walk about. The weather was lovely for early September, warm during the day, though cold at night. The Wolf's elite guard, 15 men whose sole responsibility was to Royce, not the army, were practicing on horseback at the far side of the field, and though she longed to walk outside in the sunshine, even that was forbidden to her by her captor, whose attitude toward her seemed to harden more each day. The knights, especially Sir Godfrey and Sir Eustace, who'd been almost polite before, now treated her like an enemy whose presence they were forced to endure. Brenna and she had duped them, and none of them were likely ever to forget or overlook it. That night, after she'd eaten, Jenny again brought up the subject most on her mind. "I wish to see my sister," she said to the Earl, trying to match his cool mood. "Then try asking me," he said shortly, "not telling me." Jenny stiffened at his tone, paused to assess her predicament and the importance of achieving her goal, and after a meaningful hesitation she conceded with a nod and sweetly said, "Very well, then. May I see my sister, my lord?" "No." "Why in God's name not?" Jenny exploded, momentarily forgetting her meek pose. His eyes sparkled with laughter. "Because," Royce commented, enjoying sparring with her even though he'd decided to keep her at arm's length, physically and mentally. "As I've already told you, you are a bad influence on your sister. On her own, without you, she'd never have imagination or courage enough to plan an escape. And without her, you can't consider leaving." Jenny would have dearly loved to call him names that would have scorched his ears, but to do that would only defeat her purpose. "I don't suppose you'd believe me if I give you my word not to try to escape?" "Are you willing to do that?" "Yes." "Now may I see my sister?" "No," he rejoined, politely. "I'm afraid not." "I find it amazing," she announced, with magnificent regal disdain as she slowly arose, "that you aren't certain an entire English army can confine 2 mere females. Or is it cruelty that makes you refuse me?" His mouth tightened, but he said nothing, and immediately after supper he left, and did not return until long after Jennifer had gone to sleep. The following morning, Jenny was astonished to see Brenna being led toward the tent. The gray habits they'd buried near the stream were too filthy to wear, and, like Jenny, Brenna was now garbed in tunic, hose, and high, soft boots obviously borrowed from one of the pages. After embracing warmly, Jenny pulled her sister down beside her and was about to launch into a discussion of possible means of escape, when her gaze fell upon a pair of men's boots that were visible between the base of the tent and the ground. Boots with the golden spurs that were forbidden to any but a knight. "How have you fared, sister?" Brenna asked worriedly. "Very well," Jenny answered, wondering which of the knights was out there, and if whoever it was had been ordered to listen to what the girl said. A sudden thoughtful look crossed Jenny's face, and she added slowly, "In fact, had I known how well treated we would be amongst them, I'd not have attempted our foolhardy escape." "What?" Brenna gasped, her face agog. Jenny signaled her to keep silent. Then she cupped Brenna's face between her hands and physically directed her gaze to the black boots just outside the tent. In the barest whisper she said, "If we can convince them we no longer wish to escape, we'll stand a much better chance of getting an opportunity to do it. We have to leave, Brenna, before Father surrenders. If he does that, 'twill be too late. Brenna nodded her understanding, and Jenny continued, I know 'tis not at all the way I felt when first we were captured, but to tell you truly, I was badly frightened alone in those hills the night we attempted to escape, and when I heard that wolf howl, "Wolf!" Brenna cried. You said it was an owl. No, I'm almost certain, as I reflect on it, that 'twas a horrible wolf. But the point is, we're safe here. We'll not be murdered or molested as I originally thought. So there's no reason for us to risk trying to escape and find our way home on our own. Soon enough, one way or another, Papa will gain our release. Oh, yes, Brenna chimed in, when Jenny pantomimed for her to agree aloud. I agree perfectly. As Jennifer hoped, Stephen Westmoreland, who'd been standing outside the tent, reported what he'd overheard. Royce listened with considerable surprise. But the logic behind Jennifer's apparent willingness to quietly resign herself to captivity was undeniable. Moreover, Jennifer's apparent willingness to quietly wait out her captivity was sensible, and so were the reasons she'd given her sister for her decision. And so, albeit with some instinctive misgivings, Royce ordered the guard around his tent reduced from 4 to 1, and that guard was Eric, who was there solely to ensure the captive's safety. No sooner had Royce given the order than he found himself stopping, wherever he might be in the camp, to look at his tent, always expecting to see a tousled mass of red gold hair trying to creep from beneath it. When 2 days passed and she remained obediently within the tent, he reversed his other edict and told Jennifer she would be permitted to be with her sister an hour each day. And then he doubted the wisdom of that decision, too. Jennifer, who knew full well the reason for these changes, vowed to watch for any further opportunity to strengthen the Earl's ill-founded trust, and thus lull him into further relaxing his guard. The following night, fate handed her the ultimate chance, and Jenny took full advantage of it. She had just stepped outside with Brenna, intending to tell Eric they wished to stroll about the perimeter of the tent, the area they were now restricted to for exercise, when 2 things simultaneously occurred to Jenny. The first was that Eric and the Black Wolf's guards were more than 25 yards away, momentarily occupied with some sort of fight which had broken out among the men. The second was that, far off on her left, the Earl had turned and was watching Jennifer and Brenna closely. Had Jenny not known he was watching, she might well have attempted to flee into the woods with Brenna. But since she instantly realized he'd apprehend them within minutes if they tried, she did something much better. Careful to appear as if she had no idea they were being watched, Jenny linked her arm with Brenna's and pointed toward the absent Eric. Then she deliberately strolled away from the woods, obediently keeping to the perimeter of the tent, as they had been told to do. In doing so, Jenny skillfully made it appear to Royce that, even without guards, she could be trusted not to try to escape. The ploy worked magnificently. That night, Royce, Stephen, Eric, and the Black Guard gathered to discuss the plan to break camp the next day and begin marching 30 miles northeast to Harden Castle, where the army would rest while awaiting fresh reinforcements from London. During the discussion and the meal that followed it, Royce Westmoreland's behavior to Jenny verged on gallant. And when everyone had left the tent, he turned to her and quietly said, "There will no longer be any restrictions whatever on your visits with your sister." Jenny, who'd been about to sit down amidst the pile of fur rugs, stopped in mid-motion at the unfamiliar gentleness in his voice and stared at him. Uneasiness coursed through her, inexplicable but tangible as she gazed at his proud, aristocratic face. It was as if he had stopped thinking of her as his enemy, and was asking her to do the same, and she knew not how to react. As she gazed into those fathomless silver eyes, some instinct warned her his offer of a truce could make him more dangerous to her than he had been as her foe. Yet her mind rejected that notion, for it made no sense to her. Surely she could only benefit from a surface friendship between them, and, in truth, She'd rather enjoyed their light-hearted banter as she stitched his wound the other night. She opened her mouth to thank him for his offer, then stopped. It seemed a betrayal to thank her kidnapper for his leniency, to pretend that all was forgiven and that they were, well, friends. Furthermore, although she was relieved that she had apparently made him trust her, she felt ashamed for the trickery and deceit she'd used to accomplish it. Even as a little girl, Jenny had been forthright and open, an attitude which had oft landed her in disfavor with her father, and which ultimately led her to challenge her unscrupulous stepbrother to a duel of honor, rather than trying to beat him at his own game of deceit. Openness and honesty had gotten her banished to the Abbey. Here, however, she'd been forced to resort to trickery, and although all her efforts were being rewarded, and her cause was worthy, she felt somehow ashamed of what she was doing. Pride and honesty and desperation were waging a war inside of her, and her conscience was being assaulted in the fray. She tried to think what Mother Ambrose would do in this situation, but she simply could not imagine anyone daring to abduct the dignified abbess in the first place, let alone toss her over the back of a horse like a sack of grain, and all the other things Jenny had endured since coming here. But one thing was certain. Mother Ambrose dealt justly with everyone, no matter how provoking the circumstance. The Earl was offering Jenny trust, even a sort of friendship. She could see it in the warmth of his eyes, hear it in the gentleness of his deep baritone voice. She could not, dared not turn his trust aside. The future of her clan depended on her being able to escape, or else being easy to rescue, for they'd surely at least try that before they surrendered. For that, Jenny needed freedom of the camp, as much as possible. Shameful or no, she could not be righteous and scorn his trust, nor could she refuse his gesture of friendship without jeopardizing his trust at the same time, but at least she could try to return his friendship with a degree of sincerity and honesty. Having decided that, after a prolonged period of silence, Jenny looked at the Earl and lifted her chin, and with an unintentionally cool nod she accepted his offer of a truce. More entertained than annoyed by what he misinterpreted as her regal acceptance of his leniency, Royce crossed his arms over his chest and leaned his hip against the table, one brow arched in speculative amusement. "Tell me something, Jennifer," he said, as she sat down among the furs and curled her shapely legs beneath her. "When you were in the nunnery, were you not warned to avoid the 7 vices?" "Yes, of course." "Including pride," he murmured, distracted by the candlelight glinting in the golden threads of her hair as it cascaded over her shoulders. "I'm truly not proud," she said with a bewitching smile, well aware that he was undoubtedly referring to her tardy, rather ungracious acceptance of his truth. "I'm willful, I suppose. Stubborn, too, and headstrong, but not, I think, proud." "Rumor, and my own experience with you would lead me to think otherwise." His wry tone made Jenny burst out laughing, and Royce found himself captivated by the infectious joy, the beauty of it. He'd never heard the music of her laughter before, nor seen it glowing in her magnificent eyes. Seated on a pile of lush furs, laughing up at him, Jennifer Merrick was unforgettable. He realized it as clearly as he realized that if he walked over and sat down beside her, there was every chance he was going to find her irresistible as well. He hesitated, watching her, silently recounting all the reasons he ought to remain right where he was. And then, with carefully concealed purpose, he did the opposite. Reaching out, he picked up 2 tankards and the flagon of wine from the table beside his hip. Then he carried all 3 over to the pile of furs. Pouring wine into the tankards, he handed her one. "You're called Jennifer the Proud. Did you know that?" he asked, grinning down at her enchanting face, unaware that she was plunging lightning fast into dangerous, uncharted territory. Jenny shrugged, her eyes dancing merrily. "'Tis merely rumor, the result of my one meeting with Lord Balder, I suspect. You're called the Scourge of Scotland, and 'tis said you murder babes and drink their blood." "Really?" Royce said with an exaggerated shudder as he sat down beside her. Half jokingly he added, "No wonder I'm persona non grata in the better castles of England." "Are you really that?" she asked, puzzled and fighting down a sudden absurd surge of sympathy. He might be Scotland's enemy, but he fought for England, and it seemed grossly unfair if his own people rejected him. Raising her tankard, Jenny took several sips to steady her nerves. Then she lowered the heavy vessel, studying him in the glow of light from the tallow candles on the table across the tent. Young Gawain was at the opposite end, seemingly engrossed in the endless task of polishing his lord's armor with sand and vinegar. The English nobility, she decided, must be very odd indeed, for in Scotland the man beside her would have been judged an exceedingly handsome hero, and welcomed into any castle where there was an unwed daughter. True, there was a certain dark arrogance about him. The hard, rugged contours of his jaw and chin were stamped with granite determination and implacable authority. But, when taken all together, it was a boldly masculine, handsome face. It was impossible to guess his age. A life spent in the wind and sun had etched lines at the corners of his eyes and grooves beside his mouth. She supposed he must be much older than he actually looked, since she could never remember a time when she didn't know the tales of the wolf's exploits. Suddenly it occurred to her that it was very odd indeed that he had spent his life in conquest, yet he sought not to wed and have heirs to inherit all the wealth he must certainly have amassed. "Why did you decide not to marry?" she blurted suddenly, and then could not believe she'd actually asked such a question. Astonishment registered in Royce's expression as he realized that, at 29, she evidently regarded him as being long past the age of eligibility for marriage. Recovering his composure, he asked in amusement, "Why do you think I haven't?" "Because no suitable lady has asked you?" she ventured daringly, with an impertinent sideways smile that Royce found utterly bewitching. Despite the fact that many such marital overtures had been made to him, he merely grinned. "I gather you think it's too late for me?" She nodded, smiling. "'Twould seem we're both destined to be spinsters." "Ah, but you're a spinster by choice, and therein lies the difference." Enjoying himself enormously, Royce leaned back on an elbow, watching her cheeks pinken from the heady wine she was drinking. "Where have I erred, do you think?" "I couldn't know that, of course. But I suppose," she continued after a moment's consideration, "that one hasn't an opportunity to meet very many suitable ladies on the battlefield." "True. I've spent most of my life fighting to bring peace." "The only reason there's no peace is because you keep disrupting it with your evil sieges and interminable battles," she informed him darkly. "The English cannot get along with anyone." "Is that right?" he inquired dryly, enjoying her spirit as much as he'd enjoyed her laughter a moment before. "Certainly. Why, you and your army have only just returned from fighting with us in Cornwall." "I was fighting in Cornwall on English soil," Royce reminded her mildly, "because your beloved King James, who happens to have a weak chin, by the way, invaded us in an attempt to put his cousin's husband on the throne." "Well," Jenny shot back indignantly, "Perkin Warbeck happens to be the rightful King of England, and King James knows it. Perkin Warbeck is the long-lost son of Edward IV. "Perkin Warbeck," Royce contradicted flatly, "is the long-lost son of a Flemish boatman." "That is merely your opinion." When he seemed disinclined to argue the issue, she stole a look at his ruggedly chiseled face. "Does King James truly have a weak chin?" she blurted. "He does," Royce averred, grinning at her. "Well, we weren't discussing his looks in the first place," she said primly, as she digested this information about her king, who was said to be as handsome as a god. "We were discussing your ceaseless wars. Before us, you were fighting with the Irish, and then you were in—" "I fought the Irish," Royce interrupted with a mocking smile, "because they crowned Lambert Simnel king, and then invaded us in an attempt to put him on the throne in Henry's place." Somehow it made it sound as if Scotland and Ireland had been in the wrong. and Jenny simply didn't feel well enough informed to debate the matter adequately. With a sigh, she said, "I don't suppose there's any doubt about why you're here now, so near our borders. You're waiting for more men to arrive. Then Henry means to send you into Scotland to wage your bloody battles against us. Everyone in the camp knows that." Determined to guide the conversation back to its former light-hearted topic, Royce said, "As I recall, we were discussing my inability to find a suitable wife on the battlefield, not the outcome of my battles themselves." Glad for the change of subject, Jenny deliberately turned her attention back to that problem. After a minute, she said, "You must have been to Henry's court and met ladies there." "I have." In thoughtful silence, she sipped her wine, while contemplating the tall man reclining beside her, his leg drawn up, his hand resting casually atop his knee, completely at ease in a tent on a battlefield. Everything about him bespoke the warrior. Even now at rest, his body exuded predatory power. His shoulders were incredibly broad. His arms and chest bulged with muscle beneath his dark blue woolen tunic, and the muscles in his legs and thighs were clearly outlined by the heavy black woolen hose above his high boots. Years of wearing armor and wielding a broadsword had hardened and toughened him for battle. But Jenny couldn't imagine that such a life could possibly benefit him when he went to court, or even prepare him to fit in with the people there. Although she'd never been to court herself, she'd heard all sorts of stories about the opulence there and the sophistication of its inhabitants. Suddenly she realized how horribly out of place this warrior must look and feel in such a place. You don't feel at ease with the people at court?" she ventured hesitantly. "Not particularly," Royce said, distracted by the myriad emotions playing in her expressive eyes. His admission struck her tender heart and made it ache a little, for Jenny knew better than most how humiliating and painful it is to feel out of place amidst those very people one most wants to be accepted by. It seemed wrong, unfair, that this man who daily risked his life for England was shunned by his own people. "I'm certain the fault is not with you," she said charitably. "Then where do you suppose the fault lies?" he asked, a faint smile playing at the corners of his chiseled lips. "Why do I not feel comfortable at court?" "Are we talking about your feelings when you're with the ladies, or with the gentlemen?" she asked, feeling a sudden determined urge to help him. That was the result of 1 part pity, 1 part strong wine, and 1 part reaction to his unwavering gray gaze. "If it's with the ladies, I might be able to help," she volunteered. Would you like some advice?" "Please, by all means." Suppressing his grin, Royce smoothed his expression into an admirable imitation of earnest gravity. "Tell me how to treat the ladies, so that when next I go to court I'll be such a success that one of them may agree to have me as a husband." "Oh, I can't promise they'll want to wed you," she burst out without thinking. Royce choked on his wine and wiped the drops from the corner of his mouth. "If your intention was to build my confidence," he said, his voice still strangled with laughter, "you are making a bad job of it, my lady." "I didn't mean—" Jenny faltered miserably. "Truly, Perhaps we ought to exchange advice," he continued mirthfully. "You tell me how a high-born lady desires to be treated, and I'll warn you about the perils of demolishing a man's confidence. Here, have more wine," he added smoothly, reaching behind him for the flagon and pouring some into her tankard. He glanced over his shoulder at Gawain, and a moment later the squire laid aside the shield he was polishing and left the tent. "Do go on with your advice. I'm all eager attention," Royce said, when she'd taken another sip of her wine. "Let's assume I'm at court, and I've just walked into the Queen's withdrawing room. Gathered around are several beautiful ladies, and I decide to make one of them my wife." Shock widened her eyes. "You aren't the least bit particular, are you?" Royce threw back his head and gave a shout of laughter, and the unfamiliar sound brought 3 guards running into the tent to investigate the cause. Curtly waving them away, he looked at her pert nose, which was still wrinkled with disapproval, and he realized he'd just sunk to an unprecedented low in her estimation. Swallowing down a fresh surge of mirth, he said with sham contrition, "I did specify the ladies were all beautiful, did I not?" Her expression cleared, and she smiled, nodding. "That's true, you did. I'd forgotten that beauty is what matters most to a man." "At first, 'tis what matters most," Royce corrected. "All right, then. What do I do, now that I've, singled out the object of my matrimonial intentions?" "What would you normally do?" "What do you think I'd do?" Her delicate brows drew together, and amusement teased the corners of her generous mouth as she surveyed him, considering her answer. "Based on what I know of you, I can only assume you'd toss her over your lap and attempt to beat her into submission." "You mean," Royce said, straight-faced, "that isn't the way to handle the matter?" Jenny saw the humor lurking in his eyes. She burst out laughing, and to Royce it seemed as if his tent were filled with music. "Ladies, that is, well-born ladies," she clarified a minute later with a look that clearly implied his past experience had probably been with females of quite another sort, "have very definite ideas of the way they wish to be treated by the man who wins their heart." "Just how does a well-born lady dream of being treated?" "Well, chivalrously, of course. But there's more to it than that," she added, a wistful light shining in her sapphire eyes. "A lady wants to think that when her knight enters a crowded room, he has eyes for no one but her. He's blind to everything but her beauty." "In that case, he's in imminent danger of tripping over his sword," Royce pointed out, before he realized Jennifer was talking about her own dreams. She sent him an admonishing look, and, she said emphatically, she likes to think he's of a romantic nature, which you obviously are not. "Not if being romantic means I have to grope my way into rooms like a blind man," he teased. "But go on. What else do ladies like?" "Loyalty and devotion. And words, especially words." "What sort of words?" "Words of love and tender admiration," Jenny said dreamily. "A lady wants to hear that her knight loves her above all else, and that to him she is beautiful. She wants him to tell her that her eyes remind him of the sea or the sky, and her lips remind him of rose petals." Royce studied her in appalled surprise. "You actually dream of a man saying such things to you?" She paled as if he'd struck her, but then she seemed to dismiss the entire matter. "Even plain girls have dreams, my lord," she pointed out with a smile. "Jennifer," he said sharply, filled with remorse and amazement, "you are not plain. You're..." More attracted to her by the moment, he studied her, wondering about her allure. But it was more than just her face or her body that attracted him. Jennifer Merrick had a glowing gentleness that warmed him, a fiery spirit that challenged him, and a radiance that kept drawing him toward her with increasing power. "You're not plain." She chuckled without rancor and shook her head. "Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to dazzle your lady fair with your glib flattery, my lord, for you haven't a prayer of success. If I cannot beat the lady into submission, nor cajole her with words," Royce answered, preoccupied with her rosy mouth, "I suppose I shall have to rely on my only other skill." He let the last word hang meaningfully in the air until Jenny, beguiled, could endure her fascinated curiosity no longer. "What skill do you mean?" His eyes flicked to hers, and he said with a wicked grin, "Modesty forbids me to name it." "Don't be coy," Jenny chastised, so curious that she scarcely noticed his hand lifting to her shoulder. "What is it you do so very well that a lady would wish to marry you for it?" "I believe I am quite good at..." His hand curved round her shoulder. "Kissing." "Kissing?" she sputtered, laughing and simultaneously rearing back, dislodging his hand. "'Tis beyond belief that you would boast of such things to me." "'Twas not boasting," Royce countered, looking stung. "I've been given to believe I am quite good at it." Jenny tried desperately to look sternly disapproving, and failed miserably. Her lips trembled with laughter at the idea of the scourge of Scotland, priding himself not on his skill with lance or sword, but kissing. I gather you find that notion laughable, Royce observed dryly. She shook her head so emphatically that her hair came tumbling over her shoulder, but her eyes were dancing with merriment. It is merely, she said on a suffocated laugh, that I cannot quite reconcile such an image of you in my mind. Without warning, his hand lifted and curved round her arm, drawing her firmly toward him. "Why don't you judge me on it, then?" he suggested softly. Jenny tried to rear back. "Don't be silly. I can't." Suddenly she could not tear her gaze from his lips. "I'll gladly take your word on it. Gladly." "Nay, I feel I must prove it." "There's no need," she cried desperately. "How could I possibly judge your skill when I've never been kissed in all my life?" That admission only made her more desirable to Royce, who was accustomed to women whose experience in bed rivaled his own. His lips curved in a smile, but his hand tightened on her arm, drawing her inexorably closer, while his other hand lifted to her shoulder. "Nay," Jenny said, trying ineffectually to draw away. "I insist." Jenny braced herself for some unknown sort of physical assault. A whimper of terror lodged in her throat, but the next moment she realized there was nothing to fear. His lips were cool on hers and surprisingly smooth as they brushed lightly against her closed mouth. Stunned into quiescence, with her hands braced on either side of his shoulders, holding her rigid body away from his, she remained utterly immobile while her pulse began to race, and she tried desperately to savor what it was like to be kissed and still keep her head. Royce released the pressure of his hands just enough to let her lift her compressed lips from his. "Perhaps I'm not as good as I once thought," he said, keeping his amusement carefully hidden. "I could have sworn your mind was working the whole time." Unnerved, alarmed, and thoroughly confused, Jenny nevertheless strove desperately not to struggle or do anything to upset the fragile balance of their tentative friendship. "What do you mean?" she demanded, acutely aware that his powerful body was now stretched out practically beneath and beside her in the most wanton fashion, his head upon the furs. "I mean, would you say our kiss was the sort that well-born ladies dream about?" "Please let go of me." "I thought you were going to help me comport myself to the pleasure of well-bred ladies, such as yourself." "You kiss very well. Exactly how ladies dream of being kissed," Jenny cried desperately. But he merely regarded her with a dubious expression, refusing to let her go. "I just don't feel confident," he teased, watching the little sparks of anger igniting in her incredibly blue eyes. "Then practice on someone else." "Unfortunately, Eric does not appeal to me," Royce said. And before she could voice another objection, he swiftly switched tactics. "However," he said pleasantly, "I can see that, although threats of physical retribution have no effect on you, I've finally discovered what does." "What," she demanded, suspicious, "do you mean?" "I mean that in future, when I want to bend you to my will, I'll simply kiss you into compliance. You're terrified of it." Visions of being kissed, no doubt in front of his men, whenever she balked, rose to alarming prominence in her mind. Hoping that by speaking in a calm, reasonable voice, rather than heatedly protesting his statement, she could dissuade him from making her prove her claim, she said, "'Tis not fear I feel, but merely lack of interest." With a mixture of amusement and admiration, Royce noted her ploy, but it only added to his inexplicable determination to taste her response to him. "Really?" he breathed softly, his heavy-lidded gaze fixed on her lips. As he spoke, his hand curved round her head, pressing inexorably downward, inch by slow inch, until his warm breath was mingling with hers. And then his gaze lifted, locking with hers. Insistent, knowing, gray eyes captured frightened, beguiling blue ones, imprisoning them as he brought her lips down against his. A jolt slammed through Jenny's entire nervous system. Her eyes closed, and his lips began to move on hers. thoroughly and possessively exploring each tender curve and trembling contour. Royce felt her lips soften involuntarily, felt her shaking arms give way, her breasts coming to rest against his chest, the wild pounding of her heart. His hand, which had been holding her mouth pressed against his, lightened its pressure at the same time his lips increased theirs. Rolling her onto her back, he leaned over her, deepening his kisses, his hand shifting soothingly over her side and hip. He slid the tip of his tongue along the crease of her lips, seeking entrance, insisting that they part. And when finally they did, his tongue plunged into the sweetness of her mouth and slowly withdrew, then plunged again in blatant imitation of the act he was beginning to crave with dangerous determination. Jenny gasped beneath him, stiffening, and then suddenly all the tension flowed out of her as a shattering explosion of delight poured through her. Totally innocent of the sort of heated passion he was deliberately, skillfully arousing in her, she was intoxicated by it, seduced into forgetting he was her captor. He was lover now, ardent, persuasive, gentle, wanting. Tenderness overwhelmed her, and with a silent moan of helpless surrender, she curved her hand around his neck, her lips moving on his with awakening ardor. Royce's mouth became more demanding, his tongue seeking, stroking, while his hand slid restlessly up her midriff, caressing her breast, then down again, swiftly unfastening her belt and gliding beneath her tunic. Jenny felt the firm, sliding stroke of his calloused hand against her bare breast. At the same instant her lips were seized in a devouring kiss. She moaned beneath the sensual onslaught, and desire exploded in Royce as he felt her flesh swelling beneath his palm, her nipple rising up proudly against it. He brushed his fingers lightly, back and forth against the impudent tip. Then he caught it between his fingers, rolling it between them. He felt her gasp of shocked delight against his mouth, as her fingers dug convulsively into his shoulders, and she kissed him deeply, as if trying to return the pleasure he was giving her. Startled by the tormenting sweetness of her response, Royce lifted his mouth from hers, gazing down at her flushed, intoxicating face, while he continued to caress her breast, telling himself that in a moment he would let her go. The women he had bedded never wanted to be seduced or handled gently. They wanted the least violence, the power and stamina that were part of his legend. They wanted to be conquered, subdued, taken roughly, used by the wolf. The number of women who had implored, "Hurt me," in bed with him were too numerous to count. The role of sexual conqueror had been thrust on him, and he'd accepted it for years, but with increasingly frequent bouts of boredom and, lately, disgust. Slowly, Royce took his hand from her swollen breast, commanding himself to release her, to stop what he had begun, and stop it now. Tomorrow he was undoubtedly going to regret having taken things this far, he knew. On the other hand, if he was going to have regrets, he might as well have something substantial to regret, he decided, and with some half-formed idea of allowing them both a little more of the pleasure they seemed to be finding together tonight, Royce bent his head and kissed her, while he spread her tunic open. His gaze drifted downward, riveting on the enticing banquet bared before him. Exquisite breasts, round and full, tipped with pink nipples hardened into tight buds of desire, quivered beneath his gaze. Her skin was as smooth as cream, glowing in the firelight, as untouched as new-fallen snow. Drawing a steadying breath, he dragged his gaze from her breasts to her lips, and then to her mesmerizing eyes, while his hand unfastened his tunic, pulling it out of the way so that he could feel those soft white mounds pressed against his bare chest. Already seduced into near insensibility by the heat of his kisses, his gaze, and his wine, Jenny gazed dazedly at the firm, sensual line of his lips, watching as they descended purposefully to hers. Her eyes closed, and the world began to spin as his mouth seized hers with raw hunger, parting her lips as his tongue drove into her mouth. She moaned with delight as his hand cupped her breast, forcing it upward, holding it high, while he slowly lowered his bare, hair-roughened chest against it. And then his weight came down on her, His body half covering hers, he trailed sensuous kisses from her mouth to her ear, his tongue flicking into the sensitive crevice, then exquisitely exploring it until Jenny was writhing against him. He shifted his mouth across her cheek to her lips, and his mouth began a slow, erotic seduction that soon had Jenny moaning low in her throat. His parted lips covered hers, forcing them to open wider until he captured her tongue, drawing it delicately into his mouth, as if to sip from its sweetness. And then he gave her his until Jenny instinctively matched his movements, and when she did, the kiss went wild. His tongue tangled with hers, his hands shoved into her hair, and Jenny twined her arms around his neck, lost in the earth-shattering kiss. His lower body lifted, his legs nudging hers apart, and he eased himself between them, forcing her into vibrant awareness of his rigid hardness pressing meaningfully between her thighs. Devastated by the raw hunger of his passion, she clung to him, stifling a cry of disappointment when he pulled his mouth from hers, then gasping with surprise as he lowered his mouth to her breast. His lips closed on her nipple, tugging gently, then tightening, drawing hard on it until her back arched and shock waves of pure pleasure burst through every part of her being. And just when she thought she could bear no more, he tugged harder, wringing a low moan from her. The instant he heard it, he stopped, turning his face to lavish the other breast with the same attention, while she ran her fingers through his thick dark hair, mindlessly holding his head pressed to her. When she felt as if she would surely die of the pleasure, he suddenly braced his weight on his hands, lifting his chest away from her. Cold air against her heated skin, combined with the absence of his flesh against hers, pulled her partly from the mindless euphoria where he had taken her. Jenny dragged her eyes open and saw him hovering above her, his eyes hotly caressing her swollen breasts, their nipples proud and erect from his tongue and lips and teeth. Panic, belated, lethargic, finally hit Jenny as the force of his demanding thighs sent desire spiraling up through her. He started to bend his head to her, and, terrified that she had waited too long, she shook her head frantically. "Please," she gasped. But he was already lifting up, his body tensing, alert. A split second later, a guard called from outside the tent. "Your pardon, my lord, the men have returned." Without a word, Royce rolled to his feet, swiftly adjusted his clothing, and stalked out of the tent. In a daze of suspended yearning and confusion, Jenny watched him go, and then sanity slowly returned. Shame raged through her as she looked down at her disarranged clothing and tugged it back into place, running a shaking hand through her wildly disordered hair. It would have been bad enough had he forced her to yield to him, but he hadn't. As if some spell had been cast over her, she had wantonly, willingly joined in her own seduction. The shock of what she had done, nearly done, made her body tremble, and when she tried to blame him, her conscience refused to let her. Frantically she began to think of things she could say or do when he returned, for, as naive as she was, she knew instinctively that he would want to take up where they had left off. And her heart began to pound in fear, not of him, but of herself. The minutes passed and became an hour, and her fear turned to surprise and, finally, blessedly, to exhaustion. Curled up in the furs, her eyes drifted closed, then snapped open what must have been hours later to find him standing over her. Warily she searched his hard, implacable features, her sleep-drugged mind registering that the lover who had left the tent looked no more eager to continue his seduction than she was to have it begin again. "It was a mistake," he said flatly. "For both of us. It won't happen again." It was the very last thing she'd expected him to say, and as he turned and walked swiftly out of the tent into the night, she assumed that must be his form of curt apology for what had happened. Her lips parted in silent surprise. Then she hastily closed her eyes as Gawain entered the tent and lay down upon his pallet near the entrance. Chapter 7. At sunrise the tents were dismantled, and the sound of continuous rolling thunder filled the air as 5,000 mounted knights mercenaries, and squires moved out of the valley, followed by heavy wagons groaning beneath the weight of bombards, mortars, battering rams, catapults, and all the equipment and supplies necessary for a siege. To Jenny, who was riding beside Brenna, heavily guarded on both sides by armed knights, the world became an unreal blur of noise and dust and inner confusion. She didn't know where she was going, or where she was, or even who she was. It was as if the whole world was in upheaval and everyone had changed somehow. Now it was Brenna who cast reassuring smiles at Jenny, while Jenny, who had thought herself reasonably intelligent, found herself watching, hoping for a glimpse of Royce Westmoreland. She saw him several times as he rode past her, and it was as if he, too, was a stranger. Mounted on a huge black destrier, and clad in sinister black from his tall boots to the mantle that draped his powerful shoulders and billowed out behind him, he was the most frighteningly overpowering figure that Jenny had ever beheld. A deadly stranger bent on destroying her family, her clan, and everything she held dear. That night, as she lay beside Brenna, staring up at the stars, she tried not to think of the ugly siege tower that cast its ominous shadow across the meadow, the tower that would soon be moved into place against Merrick Keep's ancient walls. Before, in the valley, she'd glimpsed it among the trees, but she'd never been certain what it was. Or perhaps she simply hadn't wanted her fears confirmed. Now she could think of little else, and she found herself clinging desperately to Brenna's prediction that King James might send forces to help her clan in the battle. And all the while, some tiny part of her refused to believe there was going to be a battle. Perhaps it was because she could not quite believe that the man who'd kissed and touched her with such passionate tenderness could actually mean to turn around and, coldly and unemotionally, slay her family and her clan. In some gentle, naive part of her heart, Jenny could not believe the man who teased and laughed with her last night could be capable of that. But then she could not entirely believe last night had ever happened. Last night he had been a tender, persuasive, insistent lover. Today he was a stranger who was capable of forgetting she existed. Royce had not forgotten she existed, not even on the second day of their journey. Memories of the way she'd felt in his arms, the heady sweetness of her kisses and tentative caresses, had kept him awake for 2 consecutive nights. All day yesterday, as he'd ridden past the columns of his men, he found himself watching for a glimpse of her. Even now, as he rode at the head of his army and squinted at the sun, trying to gauge the time, her musical laughter tinkled like bells on the fringes of his mind. He shook his head as if to clear it, and suddenly she was looking at him with that jaunty sideways smile of hers. "Why do you think I decided not to marry?" he'd said. "Because no suitable lady has asked you?" she'd teased. He heard her muffled chuckle as she tried to look reproving. "Do not ever attempt to dazzle your lady fair with your glib flattery, my lord, for you haven't a prayer of success. Based on what I know of you, I can only assume you'd toss the lady over your lap and attempt to beat her into submission." He could not believe that one naive Scottish girl could possess so much spirit and courage. Royce tried to tell himself this growing fascination, this obsession with his captive, was merely the result of the lust she'd fired in him 2 nights ago. But he knew it was more than lust that held him enthralled. Unlike most of her sex, Jennifer Merrick was neither repelled nor titillated by the thought of being handled and bedded by a man whose very name was associated with danger and death. The shy, passionate response he'd awakened in her 2 nights ago owed nothing to fear. It had been born of tenderness and then desire. Knowing all the rumors about him, as she obviously did, she had still offered herself up to his caresses with innocent sweetness. And that was why he couldn't drag her from his mind. Or perhaps, he thought grimly, she had simply deluded herself into thinking that, despite his reputation, he was actually like the virtuous, unsullied, gallant knight of her dream. That possibility, that her tenderness and passion had been the result of some girlish, naive self-delusion, was so distasteful, Royce angrily put all thoughts of her aside, and firmly resolved to forget her. At midday, just as Jennifer sank down onto the grass beside Brenna, about to partake of the usual fare of stringy fowl and a slab of stale bread, she looked up and saw Eric stalking toward them. He stopped directly in front of her, his booted feet planted at least a yard apart, and said, "Come." Already accustomed to the blonde giant's apparent unwillingness to utter more words than were absolutely necessary, Jenny stood up. Brenna started to do likewise, but Eric held up his arm. "Not you." With his hand locked around Jenny's upper arm, he marched her forward past hundreds of men who'd also settled onto the grass to eat their Spartan fare. Then he drew her toward the woods beside the road, stopping at a place where Royce's knights seemed to be standing guard beneath the trees. Sir Godfrey and Sir Eustace stepped aside, their normally pleasant faces stony, and Eric propelled her forward with a light shove that sent her stumbling into a little clearing. Her captor was seated on the ground, his broad shoulders propped against a tree trunk, his knee drawn up, studying her in silence. In the warmth of the day he'd removed his mantle, and was clad in a simple brown tunic with full sleeves, thick brown hose, and boots. He did not look nearly as much like the specter of death and destruction he'd appeared to be yesterday, and Jenny felt an absurd spurt of happiness that he'd evidently not forgotten her existence. Pride prevented her from displaying any such emotion, however. Since she was completely uncertain about how she ought to act or feel, Jenny stayed where she was, and even managed to return his steady gaze, until his speculative silence finally unnerved her. Trying to keep her tone politely noncommittal, she said, "I gather you want me?" For some reason, her question brought a mocking gleam to his eyes. "You're right." Flustered by his odd, mocking tone, she waited and then said, "Why?" "Now there's a question." Are we having a conversation?" Jenny demanded darkly, and to her complete confusion he threw back his head and shouted with laughter, the rich, throaty sound echoing in the clearing. Her face was a mirror of lovely confusion, and Royce sobered, taking pity on the innocence that made him laugh. At the same time it made him want her more than he had 2 nights ago. He gestured toward the white cloth spread out upon the ground. On it were some pieces of the same fowl and bread that she'd been eating, along with some apples and a chunk of cheese. Quietly he said, "I enjoy your company. I also thought 'twould be more pleasant for you to eat here with me than to eat in an open field surrounded by thousands of soldiers. Was I wrong?" If he hadn't said he enjoyed her company, Jenny might well have informed him that he was quite wrong, but she was not proof against that deep, compelling voice telling her that, in essence, he had missed her. "No," she admitted, but in the interest of pride and prudence both, she did not sit down near him. Picking up a shiny red apple, she'd sat down on a fallen log, just beyond his reach. But after a few minutes of casual conversation, she began to feel perfectly relaxed in his company, and oddly light-hearted. It never occurred to her that this strange phenomenon was the result of his deliberate efforts to make her feel safe from his advances, or to make her forget the abrupt and callous way he'd ended their preliminary love-making 2 nights ago, so that she wouldn't automatically rebuff his next attempt. Royce knew exactly what he was doing, and why he was doing it. But he told himself that if by some holy miracle he were able to keep his hands off of her until he sent her either to her father or his king, then his efforts had not been wasted, for he was having a very pleasant and somewhat prolonged meal in a cozy clearing. A few minutes later, in the midst of a perfectly impersonal discussion of knights, Royce suddenly found himself thinking, almost jealously, of her former suitor. "Speaking of knights," he said abruptly, "what happened to yours?" She bit into her apple, her expression quizzical. "My what?" "Your knight," Royce clarified. "Balder. If your father was in favor of the marriage, how did you dissuade old Balder from continuing to press you?" The question seemed to discomfort her, and as if stalling for time in which to compose an answer, she drew her long, shapely legs up against her chest and wrapped her arms around them. Then she perched her chin upon her knees and raised brilliant blue, laughing eyes to his face. Perched upon that log, Royce thought she looked incredibly desirable. A charming wood nymph with long curly hair, clad in a boy's tunic and hose. A wood nymph? Next she would have him composing sonnets to her beauty. And wouldn't that delight her sire, not to mention enliven the gossip at court in 2 countries? "Was that question too difficult for you?" he said, his voice sharp with self-annoyance. "Shall I try to frame an easier one?" "What an impatient nature you have," she replied sternly, completely undaunted by his tone. Her words were accompanied by such a well-bred, reproving look that Royce chuckled in spite of himself. "You're right," he admitted, grinning at the outrageous child woman who dared to lecture him on his shortcomings. "Now, tell me why old Balder withdrew." "Very well, but it's most unchivalrous of you to badger me so about matters which are of a most private nature, not to mention excruciatingly embarrassing." "Embarrassing for whom?" Royce asked, ignoring her jibe. "For you or for Balder?" "I was embarrassed. Lord Balder was indignant. You see," she clarified with smiling candor, "I'd never seen him until the night he came to Merrick to sign the betrothal contract." "It was an awful experience," she said, her expression as amused as it was horrified. "What happened?" he prodded. "If I tell you, you must promise to remember that I was much like any other girl of 14, filled with dreams of the wondrous young knight whose wife I would become. I knew in my mind just how he would look," she added, smiling ruefully as she thought back on it. "He would be fair-haired, and young, of course, his face wonderful to look upon. His eyes would be blue, and his bearing would be princely. He would be strong, too, strong enough to protect our holdings for the children we would someday have." She glanced at Royce, her expression wry. "Such was my secret hope. And in my own behalf it must be said that neither my father nor my half-brothers said aught to make me think Lord Balder would be otherwise." Royce frowned, a picture of the foppish elderly Balder flashing across his mind. "And so there I was, strolling into the great hall at Merrick, after spending hours practicing my walking in my bedchamber." "You practiced walking?" Royce uttered, his tone filled with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. "But of course," Jennifer said gaily. "You see, I desired to present a perfect picture of myself for my future lord's benefit, and so it would not do that I bolt into the hall and seem too eager, nor that I walk too slowly, and thus give the impression that I was reluctant. It was an enormous dilemma, deciding just how to walk, not to mention what to wear. I was so desperate that I actually consulted my 2 stepbrothers, Alexander and Malcolm, to get their male opinions. William, who is a darling, was away from home for the day with my stepmother." "Surely they must have forewarned you about Balder." The look in her eyes told him otherwise, but even so he was not prepared for the sharp stab of pity he felt as she shook her head. Quite the opposite. Alexander said he feared the gown my stepmother had chosen was not nearly fine enough. He urged me to wear the green one instead, and dress it up with my mother's pearls, which I did. Malcolm suggested I wear a jeweled dagger at my side so I'd not be overshadowed by my future husband's illustrious presence. Alex said my hair looked too common and carroty and must needs be caught up under a golden veil and laced with a rope of sapphires. Then, after I was attired to their satisfaction, they helped me practice walking. As if loyalty prevented her from painting an unflattering image of her stepbrothers, she smiled brightly and said, in a determinedly reassuring voice, "They were funning me, of course, as brothers will fund their sisters, but I was too filled with dreams to notice." Royce saw beyond her words to the truth, and recognized the heartless malice in their trick. He felt a sudden, overpowering desire to smash his fist into her brothers' faces, just for fun. "I was so concerned about every detail being just right," she was saying, her face perfectly cheerful now, as if she were laughing at herself, "that I was quite late coming down to the hall to meet my betrothed. When I finally arrived, I paraded across the hall at just the right speed, on legs that trembled, not only with nervousness, but with the weight of the pearls, rubies, sapphires, and gold chains at my throat and wrists and waist. You should have seen the look on my poor stepmother's face when she saw the way I was attired. It was quite a garish display, I can tell you. Jenny laughed, blithely unaware of the pent-up anger building in Royce as she continued. My stepmother later said I looked like a coffer of jewels with legs. She chuckled. She did not say it unkindly, Jennifer hastily added when she saw the black scowl on her captor's face. She was quite sympathetic, actually. When she fell silent, Royce prodded. And your sister Brenna, what had she to say? Jennifer's eyes lit with fondness. Brenna will always find something good to say about me, no matter how shocking my mistakes or outrageous my conduct. She said I sparkled like the sun and moon and stars. A bubble of laughter escaped Jenny, and she regarded Royce with eyes aglow with merriment. Which, of course, I did. Sparkle, I mean. His voice harsh with feelings he could neither understand nor contain. Royce looked at her and said tightly, Some women need no jewels to make them sparkle. You are one of them. Jennifer's mouth dropped open in shock, and she gaped at him. Was that a compliment? Thoroughly annoyed that she'd actually reduced him to uttering gallantries, Royce shrugged curtly and said, I'm a soldier, not a poet, Jennifer. It was merely a statement of fact. Go on with your story. Abashed and confused, Jennifer hesitated and then dismissed his unaccountable mood change with a mental shrug. Helping herself to another bite of apple, she said cheerfully, In any case, Lord Balder does not share your disinterest in jewels. In truth, she said, laughing, his eyes nearly popped right out of his head, so entranced was he with my glitter. In fact, he was so bedazzled by my vulgar display that he passed only a cursory glance over my face before turning to my father and saying, I'll have her. And just like that you were betrothed? Royce asked, frowning. No, just like that I nearly fell into a dead swoon. So shocked was I by my first glimpse of my beloved's countenance. William caught me before I fell to the floor and helped me onto the bench at the table. But even once I was seated and beginning to regain my senses, I could not tear my gaze from Lord Balder's features. Besides being older than my father, he was thin as a stick, and he was wearing... Her voice trailed off, and she hesitated uncertainly. I ought not to tell you the rest. Tell me all of it, Royce commanded. All? Jennifer echoed uncomfortably. Everything. Very well, she sighed, but 'tis not a pretty story. What was Balder wearing? Royce prodded, beginning to grin. Well, he was wearing... Her shoulders rocked with mirth as she gasped. He was wearing someone else's hair. Laughter, rich and deep, echoed from Royce's chest, joining the lilting music of Jennifer's. I'd scarce recovered my senses from that when I next noted that he was eating the most peculiar-looking food I'd ever seen. Earlier, while my brothers had been helping me decide what to wear, I'd heard them joking between themselves about Lord Balder's desire to have artichokes at every meal. I realized at a glance that the peculiar-looking fried objects heaped upon Lord Balder's platter must be the food called the artichoke, and that was what led to my being banished from the hall and Balder crying off. Royce, who already guessed why Balder had been eating the food, which was purported to increase male potency, fought to keep his expression grave. What happened? Well, I was very nervous, stricken, actually, at the prospect of wedding such a dreadful man. In truth, he was a maiden's nightmare, not a maiden's dream. And as I studied him at table, I felt a most unladylike urge to shove my fists into my eyes and howl like a babe. But you didn't, of course, Royce guessed, smiling as he recalled her indomitable spirit. No, but 'twould have been better if I had, she admitted with a smile, accompanied by a sigh. What I did was much worse. I couldn't bear to look at him, so I concentrated upon the artichokes, which I'd never seen before. I was watching him gobble the things up, wondering what they were and why he ate them. Malcolm noticed what I was looking at, and so he told me why Lord Balder was eating them. And that was what made me begin to giggle. Her wide blue eyes, swimming with mirth, and her shoulders shaking helplessly, she said, "At first I managed to hide it, and then I snatched a handkerchief and pressed it to my lips. But I was so overwrought the giggles became a laugh. I laughed, and 'twas so contagious even poor Brenna began to laugh. We laughed ourselves into fits until my father sent Brenna and me from the hall." Raising her mirthful eyes to Royce's, she gasped gaily, "Artichokes! Have you ever heard anything so absurd?" With a supreme effort, Royce managed to look puzzled. "You don't believe artichokes are beneficial to a man's prowess?" Jennifer blushed as she finally realized how inappropriate the topic was, but it was too late to turn back. And besides, she was curious. "Do you believe it?" "Certainly not," Royce said, straight-faced. "Everyone knows 'tis leeks and walnuts that are beneficial in such matters." "Leeks and—" Jenny burst out in confusion, and then she saw the slight movement of his broad shoulders that betrayed his own laughter, and she shook her head in smiling reproof. In any case, Lord Balder decided, quite rightly, that there weren't enough jewels on earth worth having me as his wife. "Several months later I committed another unforgivable folly," she said, looking more seriously at Royce. "And my father decided I was in want of a stronger guiding hand than my stepmother's." "What unforgivable folly did you commit that time?" She sobered. "I openly challenged Alexander to either take back the things he was saying about me, or else meet me on the field of honor, in a local tournament we had each year near Merrick." "And he refused," Royce said with somber tenderness. "Of course. 'Twould have been disgraceful for him to do otherwise. Besides my being a girl, I was only 14 and he was 20. I cared not for his pride, however, for he was not very nice," she finished mildly. But there was a wealth of pain in those 3 words. "Did you ever avenge your honor?" Royce asked, an unfamiliar ache in his chest. She nodded, a hint of a rueful smile touching her lips. "Despite Father's command that I not go near the tournament, I persuaded our armorer to lend me Malcolm's armor, and on the day of the joust, without anyone knowing who I was, I rode out onto the field and faced Alexander, who had distinguished himself often in the lists." Royce felt his blood turn cold at the thought of her galloping down the field, charging toward a grown man wielding a lance. "You're lucky you were only unseated and not killed." She chuckled. "'Twas Alexander who was unseated." Royce stared at her in blank confusion. "You unseated him?" "In a way," she grinned. "You see, just as he raised his lance to strike at me, I threw up my visor and stuck out my tongue." In the shocked moment of silence that preceded Royce's explosion of laughter, she added, "He slid off his horse." Outside the little clearing, knights and squires, mercenaries and archers stopped what they were doing and stared at the woods, where the Earl of Claymore's laughter rose above the trees. When at last he'd caught his breath, Royce regarded her with a tender smile filled with admiration. "Your strategy was brilliant. I'd have knighted you right there on the field." "My father was not quite so enthusiastic," she said without rancor. "Alex's skill at the joust was the pride of our clan, something I'd failed to consider. Instead of knighting me on the field, my father gave me the thrashing I probably deserved. And then he sent me off to the Abbey, where he kept you for 2 full years," Royce summarized, his voice filled with gruff gentleness. Jenny stared at him across the short distance separating them, while a startling discovery slowly revealed itself to her. The man who people called a ruthless, brutal barbarian was something quite different. He was, instead, a man who was capable of feeling acute sympathy for a foolish young girl. It was there in the softened lines of his face. Mesmerized, she watched him stand up, her eyes imprisoned by his hypnotic silver gaze, as he walked purposefully toward her. Without realizing what she was doing, Jenny slowly stood up too. "I think," she whispered, her face turned up to his, "that legend plays you false. All the things they say you've done, they aren't true," she whispered softly, her beautiful eyes searching his face as if she could see into his soul. End of Side 3. Side 4, A Kingdom of Dreams, by Judith McNaught. Continuing on page 126. They're true, Royce contradicted shortly, as visions of the countless bloody battles he'd fought paraded across his mind in all their lurid ugliness, complete with battlefields littered with the corpses of his own men and those of his foes. Jenny knew naught of his bleak memories, and her gentle heart rejected his self-proclaimed guilt. She knew only that the man standing before her was a man who had gazed upon his dead horse with pain and sorrow etched on his moonlit features. A man who had just now winced with sympathy at the silly story she'd told of dressing up to meet her elderly knight. "I don't believe it," she murmured. "Believe it," he warned. Part of the reason Royce wanted her was that she did not cast him in the role of bestial conqueror when he touched her, but he was equally unwilling to let her deceive herself by casting him in another role, that of her knight in virtuous shining armor. "Most of it is true," he said flatly. Dimly, Jenny was aware that he was reaching for her. She felt his hands close around her upper arms like velvet manacles, drawing her nearer, saw his mouth slowly descending to hers. And as she gazed into those heavy-lidded, sensual eyes, some lambent protective instinct cried a warning that she was getting in too deep. Panicked, Jenny turned her face away a scant instant before his lips touched hers, her breath coming in rapid gasps, as if she was running. Undaunted, Royce kissed her temple instead, trailing his warm lips over her cheek, pulling her nearer, brushing his lips down the sensitive column of her neck, while Jenny turned liquid inside. "Don't," she breathed shakily, turning her face further aside, and, without realizing what she was doing, she clutched at the fabric of his tunic, clinging to him for support as the world began to reel. "Please," she whispered, as his arms tightened around her and his tongue slid up to her ear sensuously, leisurely exploring each curve and crevice, making her shudder with longing, while his hands shifted up and down her back. "Please stop," she said achingly. In response, his hand slid lower, splaying against her spine to force her body into intimate, thorough contact with his rigid thighs, an eloquent statement that he couldn't and wouldn't stop. His other hand slid to her nape, stroking sensuously, urging her to lift her head for his kiss. Drawing a shattered breath, Jenny turned her face into his woolen tunic, refusing his tender persuasion. When she did, the hand at her nape tightened in an abrupt command. Helpless to deny either his urging or his command any longer, Jenny slowly lifted her face to receive his kiss. His hand plunged into her thick hair, holding her captive while his mouth seized hers in a plundering, devouring kiss that sent her spiraling off into a hot darkness, where nothing mattered except his seductive, urgent mouth and knowledgeable hands. Overwhelmed by her own tenderness and his raw, potent sexuality, Jenny fed his hunger, her parted lips welcoming the thrusting invasion of his tongue. She leaned into him and felt him gasp against her mouth the split second before his hands slid possessively over her back and sides and breasts, then swept down, pulling her tightly to his rigid arousal. Helplessly, Jenny melted against him, returning his endless, drugging kisses, moaning in her throat as her breasts swelled to fill his palms. Fire trembled through her as his hand forced its way between the waist of her heavy hose, shoving downward, cupping her bare buttocks and moving her tighter against the thrusting hardness of his manhood, crushing her against him. Between the wildly erotic sensation of his hand pressed against her bare skin and the bold evidence of his desire pressing insistently against her, Jenny was lost. Sliding her hands up his chest, she twined them around his neck and gave herself up to his pleasure, stimulating it, sharing it, glorying in the groan that tore from his chest. When he finally dragged his mouth from hers, he held her clasped against his chest, his breathing harsh and rapid. Her eyes closed, her arms still twined around his neck, her ear pressed to the heavy beating of his heart. Jenny drifted between total peace and a strange, delirious joy. Twice he had made her feel wondrous, terrifying, exciting things. But today he had made her feel something else. He had made her feel needed and cherished and wanted. And those last three things she'd longed to feel for as long as she could remember. Lifting her face from his hard, muscled chest, she tried to raise her head. Her cheek brushed against the soft brown fabric of his tunic, and even the simple touch of his clothing against her skin made her senses reel dizzily. Finally, she managed to tip her head back and look at him. Passion was still smoldering in those smoky gray eyes. Quietly, and without emphasis, he stated, "I want you." This time there was no doubt about his meaning, and her answer was whispered without thought, as if it had suddenly been born in her heart and not her mind. "Badly enough to give me your word not to attack Merrick?" "No." He said the word dispassionately, without hesitation, without regret or even annoyance. He refused as easily as he would have refused a meal he didn't want. The single word hit her like a dousing of ice water. Jenny drew back, and his hands fell away. In a daze of shame and shock, she bit down hard on her trembling lower lip and turned aside, trying numbly to restore order to her hair and clothing, when what she longed to do was run from the woods, from everything that had happened here, before she choked on the tears that were nearly suffocating her. It wasn't so much that he had refused what she offered. Even now, in all her misery, she realized that what she'd asked of him had been foolish, impossibly mad. What hurt so unbearably was the callousness, the ease with which he'd brushed aside all she'd tried to offer, her honor, her pride, her body, at the sacrifice of everything she'd been taught to believe in, to value. She started to walk out of the woods, but his voice stopped her in her tracks. "Jennifer," he said in that tone of implacable authority she was coming to loathe, "you'll ride beside me the rest of the way." "I'd rather not," she said flatly, without turning. She would have drowned herself rather than let him see how much he'd hurt her. And so she added, haltingly, "It's your men. I've been sleeping in your tent, but Gawain has always been there. If I eat with you and ride beside you, they'll misinterpret things." "What my men think matters not," Royce replied. But that wasn't entirely true, and he knew it. By openly treating Jenny as his guest, he'd been rapidly losing face with the tired, loyal men who'd fought beside him. And not all his army obeyed him out of loyalty. Among the mercenaries, there were thieves and murderers, men who followed him because he kept bread in their bellies, and because they feared the consequences should they dare to disobey. He ruled them with his strength. But whether they were loyal knights or common mercenaries, they all believed it was Royce's right, his duty, to throw her down and mount her, to use her body to humble her as the enemy deserved to be humbled. "Of course it doesn't matter," Jenny said bitterly as the full force of her surrender in his arms hit her with all its humiliating clarity. "It isn't your reputation will be slaughtered. 'Tis mine." In a tone of calm finality he stated, "They'll think whatever it suits them to think. When you return to your horse, have your escort bring you forward." Wordlessly, Jennifer cast a look of utter loathing at him, lifted her chin, and walked out of the clearing, her slender hips swaying with unconscious regal grace. Despite the fact she'd only looked at him for a second before she'd walked out of the woods, Jenny had registered the odd light in his eyes and the indefinable smile lurking at the corner of his lips. She had no idea what was behind it. She only knew his smile increased her fury until it completely eclipsed her misery. Had Stephen Westmoreland, or Sir Eustace, or Sir Godfrey been present to see that look, they could have told her what it presaged, and their explanation would have upset Jenny far more than she already was. Royce Westmoreland looked exactly as he did when he was about to storm a particularly challenging, desirable castle and claim it for his own. It meant that he would not be deterred by the odds or the opposition. It meant that he was already pleasantly contemplating victory. Whether the men had somehow glimpsed their embrace through the trees, or whether it was because they'd heard her laughing with him, as Jenny walked stiffly back to her horse, she was subjected to leering gazes and knowing looks that surpassed anything she'd had to endure since her captor. Unhurriedly, Royce strolled out of the woods and glanced at Eric. "She'll ride with us." He walked over to the horse Gawain was holding for him, and his knights automatically went to their horses, swinging into saddles with the ease of men who spent great portions of their lives on horseback. Behind them, the rest of the army followed suit, obeying an order before it was given. His captive, however, chose to flagrantly disobey an order that had been given, and did not join him at the front of the column when it moved forward. Royce reacted to that piece of tempestuous rebellion with amused admiration for her courage. Then he turned to Eric and said with a suppressed chuckle, "Go and get her." Now that Royce had finally reached the decision to have her, and was no longer waging an internal battle against desire, he was in excellent spirits. He found the prospect of soothing and winning her while they rode toward Hardin infinitely appealing. At Hardin they would have the luxury of a soft bed and ample privacy. In the meantime, he would have the undeniable pleasure of her company for the rest of today and tonight. It did not occur to him that the gentle, innocent temptress who'd surrendered in his arms both times he held her, who'd returned his passion with such intoxicating sweetness, might no longer be quite so easy to soothe. In battle, he was undefeated, and the idea of being defeated now, by a girl whose desire for him was nearly as great as his for her, was beyond consideration. He wanted her more than he would have believed possible, and he intended to have her. Not on her terms, of course, but he was willing to make concessions. Reasonable concessions that at the moment seemed vaguely to call for splendid furs and jewels, as well as the respect she would be entitled to receive as his mistress from all who served him. Jenny saw the giant riding purposefully toward the rear of the column. At the same time she remembered the laughter she'd seen on Royce's face when she left him, and the wrath that burst inside of her made her head pound. Swiveling his charger in a tight circle, Eric reined in sharply beside her and coolly raised his brows. He was, Jenny understood with infuriated clarity, silently ordering her to ride to the front with him. Jenny, however, was so overwrought she was beyond being intimidated. Feigning complete lack of knowledge as to the reason for his presence, she pointedly turned her head and began to speak to Brenna. "Have you observed—" she began, and broke off with a start as Eric deftly reached out and grabbed the reins of Jenny's mare. "Unhand my horse!" she snapped, jerking on the poor little mare's reins with enough force to pull the mare's nose to the sky. The horse swiveled and danced sideways in confusion, and Jenny turned her pent-up fury on the invulnerable emissary of her enemy. Glowering at Eric, she hauled back on her left rein. "Take your hand away!" Pale blue eyes regarded her with cold indifference, but he was, at least, forced to speak, and Jenny reveled in that tiny victory. "Come." Her rebellious eyes locked with his pale blue ones. Jenny hesitated, and then, because she knew he'd merely force her to do his bidding, she snapped, "Then kindly move out of my way." The mile ride to the front of the column was possibly the most humbling event of Jenny's young life. Until today she'd been kept out of sight of most of the men, or else flanked by knights. Now male heads swiveled as she came abreast, and lewd eyes stayed riveted on her slender form as she continued past them. Comments were made upon her person, the general shape of her person, and the specific shapes of her shape. Comments of a nature so personal that she was sorely tempted to whip the little mare to a gallop. When she reached Royce at the front of the column, he could not help smiling at the tempestuous young beauty who was regarding him with such blazing defiance. She looked exactly as she had the night she stabbed him with his own dagger. "It would seem," he teased, "that I've somehow fallen into disfavor." "You," she replied with every ounce of scorn she could put into her voice, "are unspeakable." He chuckled. "That bad?" Chapter 8. By the time they were nearing Hardin Castle late the following day, Royce was no longer feeling quite so affable. Instead of enjoying her wit, as he'd hoped to do, he found himself riding beside a young woman who responded to his teasing comments or serious observations with a blank, polite stare designed to make him feel like a court jester with bells on his hat. Today she had changed her tactic. Now, instead of treating him to silence, she responded to any remark of his by asking him a question about things which he could not and would not discuss with her, such as the date he planned to attack Merrick, the number of men he intended to bring with him, and how long he meant to keep her prisoner. If her intent was to illustrate to him in the clearest possible way that she was the victim of brute force and that he was the brute, she'd achieved her goal. If her intent was to annoy him, she was beginning to succeed there, too. Jennifer was not unaware that she'd managed to ruin the journey for him, but she was not as delighted with her success as Royce supposed. In fact, as she scanned the craggy hills for some sign of a castle, she felt little more than exhaustion from the strain of trying to understand the enigmatic male beside her, and her own reactions to him. The Earl had told her he wanted her, and he obviously wanted her badly enough to tolerate 2 days of rudeness from her, which was somewhat soothing to her battered pride. On the other hand, he did not want her badly enough to spare her kinsman or her home. Mother Ambrose had cautioned her about the effect Jenny might have on men. Evidently, Jenny decided the wise abbess must have meant her effect would make them behave like hateful, tender, rude, unpredictable madmen, all in the space of 1 hour. With a sigh, Jenny gave up trying to understand any of it. She simply wanted to go home, or back to the Abbey, where at least she knew what to expect from people. She stole a glance behind her and saw Brenna engaged in pleasant conversation with Stephen Westmoreland, who had been acting as her escort ever since Jenny had been forced to ride at the front with his brother. The fact that Brenna was safe and seemed content was the only bright spot in Jenny's dismal predicament. Hardin Castle came into view just before dusk. Situated high atop a bluff, it loomed like an immense fortress, sprawling in all directions, its mellowed stone walls lit by the sinking sun. Jenny's heart plummeted. It was 5 times larger than Merrick Keep, and it looked impregnable. Bright blue flags were flying from the castle's 6 round towers, proclaiming that the lord of the castle was expected to be in residence by eventide. Their horses clattered across the drawbridge and into the bailey of the castle, and servants ran out into the courtyard to take hold of horses' bridles and make themselves useful to the new arrivals. The Earl came around to lift Jenny down from her little mare. Then he escorted her into the hall. A stooped, elderly man, who Jenny assumed must be the steward, approached, and Royce began issuing orders. "Have someone fetch refreshment for myself and my—" In the split second Royce took to decide on the right term to apply to Jennifer, the old steward took one look at the way she was dressed, and his contemptuous expression registered his own conclusion: slut. "My guest," Royce stated. Being mistaken for one of the strumpets who traveled along with armies was the last and final indignity Jennifer could bear. Yanking her mortified gaze from the old man's scrutiny, she pretended to inspect the great hall, while the Earl continued issuing orders. He had told her that King Henry had only recently given him Hardin, and that he'd not been here before. As Jenny glanced about, her woman's eyes noticed at once that, although Hardin Castle was huge, it was ill-kept. The rushes on the floor had not been changed in years. Cobwebs hung from the high timbered ceiling like thick gray curtains, and the servants were slovenly. "Would you like something to eat?" Royce asked, turning to her. In a proud, angry effort to disabuse the old steward and his entire staff of slatternly servants that she was not what she appeared to be, Jennifer turned to the Earl and coldly replied, "No, I would not. I would like to be shown to a chamber, preferably one somewhat cleaner than this hall, and I would like a bath and some clean clothing, if any of that is possible in this pile of rocks." Had Royce not seen the look the steward had given her, he would have reacted far more strongly to her words and her tone. But having seen it, he kept his temper under control. Turning to the steward, he said, Conduct Countess Merrick to the chamber next to mine. To Jennifer he said coolly, be down here for supper in 2 hours. Any gratitude Jenny might have felt at his deliberate use of her title was obliterated by her turmoil at the location he'd chosen for her bedchamber. I'll dine in my chamber, behind a locked door, or not at all, she informed him. This wholly unacceptable piece of public defiance before 50 gaping serfs, added to the rest of her behavior for the last 2 days, finally convinced Royce that a sterner reprisal was in order, and he provided it unhesitatingly. Jennifer, he said in a calm, uncompromising voice that completely belied the harshness of the punishment he was about to deliver, until your disposition improves, your visits with your sister are over. Jennifer paled, and Brenna, who was just being escorted into the hall by Stephen Westmoreland, sent a pleading look first to Jenny and then to the man beside her. To Jennifer's amazement, Stephen spoke up. Royce, your edict is as much a punishment to Lady Brenna, who has done nothing. He broke off at the look of icy displeasure his brother sent him. Freshly bathed and shaven, Royce sat at the table in the great hall with his knights and his brother. The servants had laid out trenchers filled with watery venison stew, which was growing cool. Royce's attention, however, was not on the unappetizing food. He was watching the narrow steps that wound down from the bedchambers above, trying to decide whether or not to go up there and drag both women down, for, in an amazing show of spirit, Brenna had evidently chosen to join in her sister's rebellion, and had ignored the servant's announcement that supper was being served below. They can go without eating, Royce decreed finally, and picked up his eating dagger. Long after the trestle tables had been dismantled and stacked against the walls, Royce remained sitting in the hall, staring into the fire, his feet propped on a stool. His earlier intention of bedding Jennifer tonight had fallen by the wayside in the press of dozens of problems and decisions that had required his attention almost from the moment he'd started to sup. He considered going up to her chamber now, despite the lateness of the hour, but in the mood he was in, he was more likely to subdue her rebellion with brute force, rather than gently seducing her. After experiencing the exquisite pleasure of the way she felt in his arms when she was willing, he was reluctant to settle for anything less. Godfrey and Eustace walked into the hall, relaxed and smiling after a night obviously spent with buxom castle wenches, and Royce's thoughts switched instantly to matters of a slightly different bent. Glancing at Godfrey, he said, "Instruct the sentries at the gate to detain anyone who seeks admittance, and to notify me." The knight nodded, but his handsome face was puzzled as he said, "If you're thinking of Merrick, he can't gather an army and get it here in less than a month. I'm not expecting an attack. I'm expecting some sort of trickery. If he attacks Hardin, he risks having his daughters slain in the battle, either accidentally by his own men or, he'll assume, by us. Since an attack is unthinkable under these circumstances, he'll have no choice but to try to get the women out. In order to do it, he'd have to get his people in here first. I've ordered the steward not to employ any additional servants unless they're specifically known to be from the village." When both knights nodded, Royce abruptly stood up and started toward the stone steps at the end of the hall. Then he turned back, his brows knitted into a slight frown. "Has Stephen said or done anything to give you the impression he's developing an interest in the younger girl?" The two knights, both older than Stephen, looked at each other and then at Royce, shaking their heads in the negative. "Why do you ask it?" Eustace asked. "Because," Royce said wryly, "he leaped to her defense this afternoon when I ordered the women separated." Shrugging, he accepted his friend's opinion and headed up to his bedchamber. Chapter 9. Wrapped in a bedgown of soft cream wool, Jennifer gazed out the tiny window of her bedchamber the next morning, her eyes roving over the wooded hills just beyond the castle walls. Shifting her attention to the bailey below, she slowly scanned the thick walls surrounding it, looking for some sort of escape route, signs of a concealed door. There had to be one. Merrick had one inset into its wall, concealed behind an overgrowth of bushes. As far as she knew, all castles had one which the residents could use for escape, should an enemy penetrate the outer defenses. Despite her belief that such a door must exist, she could see no sign of it, or even a crack in the 10-foot-thick wall that she and Brenna might squeeze through. Raising her gaze, she watched the guards moving ceaselessly along the wall walk, their eyes trained on the road and surrounding hills. The domestic staff might be slovenly and slothful and sorely in need of training and direction, but the Earl had not ignored the castle's defenses, she thought glumly. Every guard was alert, and they were posted at 20-foot intervals. The Earl had told her that her father had been notified that Brenna and she were his captives. That being the case, her father would have no trouble tracing an army of 5,000 men to Hardin. If he meant to try to rescue them, then Hardin was no more than 2 days' hard ride, or a 5-day march from Merrick. But how on earth her father would be able to rescue her from such an incredibly well-fortified castle? She couldn't begin to imagine. Which brought her back to the same confounding problem she'd faced all along. It was up to her to think of some way to escape. Her stomach growled, reminding her she'd had nothing to eat since before noon yesterday, and she turned away from the window in order to get dressed and go down to the hall. Starvation was no solution to her problem, she decided with a sigh as she walked over to the trunks of clothes that had been carried into her chamber this morning. Besides, if she didn't go down, she had no doubt that the Earl would simply come fetch her, even if he had to break down her door. She'd been able to soak in a wooden tub filled with hot water this morning, and at least she had the pleasure of feeling clean from her scalp to her toes. A dip in a freezing stream, she reflected, thinking back upon the last weeks, could not compare to warm water and a piece of soap. The first trunk was filled with gowns belonging to the former lady of the castle and her daughters, many of which reminded Jenny of the lovely, whimsical style her Aunt Eleanor preferred. The gowns ladies had worn with high, conical headdresses and veils trailing to the floor. Although the gowns were no longer in fashion, no expense had been spared in the cloth, for there were rich satins and velvets and embroidered silks. Since all of them were too ornate for the occasion, and her position in this household, Jenny opened the next trunk. A gasp of sheer feminine delight escaped her lips as she carefully removed a gown of softest cashmere. She'd just finished smoothing her hair into place when a servant rapped on her door and called in a shrill, panicky voice, "Milady, his lordship bade me tell you that if you're not down in the hall in 5 minutes to break your fast, he'll come up here and bring you down himself." Rather than let the Earl think she was yielding from fear of that threat, Jenny called out, "You may tell his lordship that I intended to come down, and that I'll be there in a few minutes." Jenny waited what she deemed to be a few minutes. Then she left the bedchamber. The stairway leading from the sleeping chambers above to the great hall below was steep and narrow, just like the one at Merrick, designed so that in the event attackers gained entrance into the hall, they would have to fight their way upstairs with their sword arm blocked by the stone wall, while the defenders would not be nearly so hampered. Unlike the one at Merrick, however, this one was hung with spider webs. Shuddering as she imagined the leggy inhabitants of those webs, Jenny quickened her pace. Lounging back in his chair, Royce watched the stairs, his jaw hardened with resolve, his mind mentally clicking off the passing minutes until her time ran out. The hall was mostly empty, save for a few of the knights who were lingering over their cups of ale, and the serfs who were clearing away the remnants of the morning meal. Her time was up, he decided furiously, and shoved back his chair with a force that made the legs screech against the flagstones. Then he stood stock still. Coming toward him in a soft, high-waisted gown, the color of yellow sunlight, was Jennifer Merrick, but not the charming nymph he'd become accustomed to seeing. In a transformation that both unnerved and enthralled him, the breathtaking young woman coming toward him was a countess, fit to take her place in the most glittering courts in the land. Her hair was parted at the center, falling like a shimmering red-gold waterfall, waving over her shoulders and down her back all the way to her waist, where it ended in thick curls. The V-neck of her gown accented her full breasts. Then it fell gently over her graceful hips in a long train. Wide sleeves were turned back into cuffs at her wrists, then allowed to drape from her arms to her knees. Royce had the odd sensation that she had become someone else. But when she drew near, there was no mistaking those brilliant blue eyes, or that entrancing face. She stopped in front of him, and his decision to have her, no matter how much trouble she put him to, now became an unshakable resolution. A slow, admiring smile drifted across his face as he said, "What a chameleon you are." Her eyes snapped with indignation. "Lizard!" Royce bit back a laugh, trying to keep his eyes off the alluring display of smooth flesh exposed by the neckline of her gown, and to remember how justifiably annoyed with her he was. "I meant," he said levelly, "that you are changeable." Jenny was not unaware of the odd, possessive gleam in his gray eyes as they roved over her, but she was momentarily distracted by the disquieting discovery of how handsome and elegant he looked, in a deep blue tunic of the finest wool that set off the muscular width of his shoulders, its full sleeves drawn tightly at the wrists and trimmed with silver threads. A belt of flat silver discs rode low on his hips, from which hung a short sword with a large sapphire in its hilt. Below that, Jenny refused to look. It finally dawned on her he was looking at her hair, and Jennifer belatedly realized that she was bareheaded. Reaching back, she caught up the wide yellow hood attached to her gown and pulled it up and forward, so that it framed her face and draped in graceful folds at her shoulders, as it was meant to do. "It's lovely," Royce said, watching her, "but I'd prefer to see your hair uncovered." He was bent on charming her again today, she realized with a sinking feeling. She found it easier to deal with him when they were engaged in open hostilities than when he was being nice. Forcing herself to confront only one problem at a time, Jenny concentrated on his suggestion that she uncover her hair. "As you must surely know," she replied with cool civility as he pulled out a chair for her, "'tis improper for any but young girls and brides to be bareheaded. A woman is required to conceal her charms," Royce provided, his appreciative gaze sliding over her hair and face and breast. "Yes, because 'twas Eve who tempted Adam," he speculated, stating what he knew was a religious belief. Jenny reached for a trencher of porridge. "Yes." "It has always seemed to me," he mockingly observed, "that what tempted him was an apple, in which case 'twas gluttony that caused his downfall, not lust." Knowing how she had twice fallen into his arms after just such light-hearted discourse as this, Jenny absolutely refused to be amused or shocked by that heresy, or even to venture any reply. Instead, she broached another topic in a carefully civil tone. "Would you be willing to reconsider your edict that my sister and I are to be separated?" He quirked a speculative brow at her. "Has your disposition improved?" His infuriating, unshakable calm, combined with his arrogance, nearly choked her. After a long moment, while she fought to dislodge the word from her throat, Jenny managed to say, "Yes." Satisfied, Royce looked round at the serf hovering near his elbow and said, "Tell Lady Brenna her sister awaits her here." Then he turned back to Jennifer, pleasuring himself with the sight of her delicate profile. "Go ahead, indeed. I was waiting for you to begin. I'm not hungry." An hour ago he'd been ravenous, Royce thought wryly. Now the only appetite he possessed was for her. Famished from her self-imposed fast, Jenny did as he suggested and took a spoonful of porridge. Soon, however, his thoughtful gaze began to unnerve her. With a morsel of food part way to her lips, she slanted him a wary, sideways look. "Why are you watching me?" Whatever answer he'd been about to give was interrupted by the serf, who came rushing up to Jennifer and burst out in alarm. It's your sister, my lady. She wants you. She's coughing in the way what makes me flesh crawl." Jenny's face drained of color. "Dear God, no," she whispered. already bolting from her chair. "Not now, not here." "What do you mean?" Accustomed to dealing with every sort of emergency on a battlefield, Royce calmly put a restraining hand on her wrist. "Brenna has an ailment of the chest," Jenny explained desperately. "The attacks usually begin with coughing, and later she cannot breathe." She tried to tug free of his grasp, but Royce stood up and accompanied her from the hall. There must be some way to ease her. "Not here," Jenny said, so frightened her words were jumbled. "My Aunt Eleanor mixes an aromatic. She knows more about herbs and cures than anyone in Scotland. There's some of it at the Abbey." "What's in it? Perhaps—" "I don't know," Jenny cried, almost pulling him up the steep steps. "All I know is the liquid has to be heated until steam comes from it. Then Brenna breathes it, and it eases her." Royce pushed open the door to Brenna's bedchamber, and Jenny raced to her bedside, her eyes frantically searching her sister's ashen face. "Jenny?" Brenna whispered, clutching Jenny's hand. Then she stopped, her body racked with violent spasms of coughing that lifted her spine clear off the bed. I'm sick again," she gasped weakly. "Don't worry," Jenny soothed, bending low and brushing the tangled blonde curls from Brenna's forehead. "Don't worry." Brenna's anguished eyes shifted to the threatening figure of the Earl looming in the doorway. "We have to go home," she told him. "I need the—" Another siege of shrill, hacking coughing gripped her. "Need the potion?" Her heart hammering in mounting fear, Jenny looked over her shoulder at Royce. "Let her go home, please." "Nay, I think—" Beside herself with fear, Jenny let go of Brenna's hand and hurried to the doorway, motioning to Royce to follow her out of the chamber. Closing the door behind her, so her words wouldn't further distress Brenna, she faced her captor, her expression desperate. "Brenna can die from this without my aunt's aromatic. Her heart stopped beating the last time." Royce did not entirely believe the blonde girl was actually in danger of death, but it was obvious Jennifer did believe it, and equally obvious that Brenna was not feigning that cough. Jenny saw indecision flicker across his hard features, and, thinking he was about to refuse, she tried to soften him by deliberately abasing herself. "You said I am too proud, and I am," she said, laying her hand on his chest in supplication. "If you will let Brenna go, I'll do any humble task you give me. I'll scrub the floors. I'll wait upon you. I'll cook your food in the kitchen. I swear I'll repay you in 100 ways." Royce glanced down at the small, delicate hand laid upon his chest. Heat was seeping through his tunic, desire already tightening his loins, and that with only her hand upon his chest. He didn't understand why she had such a volatile effect on him, but he understood that he wanted her. He wanted her willing and warm in his arms, and to accomplish that he was prepared to do the first truly irrational thing in his life. He was prepared to let his most valuable hostage go. For despite Jennifer's belief that Lord Merrick was a loving, if stern, father, some of what she'd said made Royce doubt that the man had any deep feelings for his troublesome daughter. Jenny's huge, fear-widened eyes were riveted to his face. "Please," she whispered, mistaking his silence for refusal. "I'll do anything. I'll kneel to you. Please, you have only to tell me what you want." He finally spoke, and Jenny tensed with hope, too overwrought to notice the odd, meaningful note in his voice as he said, "Anything." She nodded vigorously. "Anything. I'll have this castle set to rights and ready to receive a king within a few weeks. I'll say prayers for you each—" "'Tis not prayers I want," he interrupted. Desperate to reach an agreement before he changed his mind, she said, "Then tell me what it is you do want." Implacably, he stated, "You." Jennifer's hand fell away from his tunic as he continued without emotion. "I do not want you on your knees. I want you in my bed. Willingly." Her relief that he was willing to let Brenna leave was temporarily overwhelmed by blazing animosity at what he was demanding in return. He was sacrificing nothing by releasing Brenna, for he would still have Jenny as hostage. Yet he was requiring that she sacrifice everything. In willingly surrendering her honor to him, she would become a harlot, a disgrace to herself, her family, and all she held dear. True, she had offered herself to him once before, or nearly so, but what she had asked in return would have saved hundreds, mayhaps thousands, of lives of people she loved. Moreover, when she'd made that offer, she'd been half dazed from his passionate kisses and caresses. Now, however, she saw with cold clarity what the results of this bargain would be. Behind her, Brenna's coughing rose to a terrible crescendo, and Jenny shuddered with alarm. Alarm for herself and her sister. "Do we have a bargain?" he asked calmly. Jenny lifted her small chin, looking like a proud young queen who'd just been stabbed by someone she trusted. "I was mistaken in you, my lord," she said bitterly. "I credited you with honor when you said me nay 2 days ago. For you could have promised me what I asked, taken what I offered, and then attacked Merrick anyway. Now I see 'twasn't honor, but arrogance. A barbarian has no honor." Even when she knew she was vanquished, she was splendid, Royce thought, suppressing an admiring smile as he looked into her stormy blue eyes. "Is the bargain I offer you so loathsome?" he asked quietly, putting his hands on her stiff arms. "In truth, I have no need to bargain with you at all, Jennifer, and you know it. I could have taken you by force any time these past days." Jennifer knew that, and, although her resentment remained, she had to fight against falling under the spell of his deep voice as he continued, "I want you, and if that makes me a barbarian in your eyes, then so be it. But it doesn't have to be that way. If you let me, I'll make it good between us. There'll be no shame nor pain for you in my bed, except pain I must cause you the first time. After that, there will be only pleasure." Coming from another knight, that speech might have been enough to sway the most sophisticated courtesan. Coming from England's most feared warrior to an unworldly, convent-bred Scottish girl, the effect was devastating. Jennifer felt blood rushing to her cheeks, and a weak, trembling feeling from the pit of her stomach to her knees, as she was suddenly assaulted by memories of his heated kisses and caresses. "Do we have a bargain?" Royce asked, his long fingers sliding up and down her arms in an unconscious caress. It occurred to him he'd just delivered the tenderest speech he'd ever spoken to a woman. Jenny hesitated an endless moment, knowing she had no alternative, and then she felt herself nod imperceptibly. "You'll keep your part of it?" Jenny realized he was referring to the issue of her willingness, and this time her hesitation was longer. She wanted to hate him for this. She stood there, trying to do it, but some small, insistent voice reminded her sensibly that, at the hands of any other captor, she would undoubtedly have suffered a far worse fate already than the one he proposed. A brutal, unspeakable fate. Staring up at his ruggedly chiseled face, she searched for some sign he might later relent. But instead of finding an answer, she suddenly became aware of how far back she had to tilt her head to look at him, and how small she was in comparison to his height and breadth. Confronted with his size, strength, and indomitable will, she had no choice, and she knew it. And realizing that made her defeat a little less painful, for she was completely outflanked and overpowered by a vastly superior force. She met his gaze unflinchingly, proud even when she was surrendering. "I'll keep my part of the bargain." "I'll have your word on it," he insisted when another siege of violent coughing drew her attention toward Brenna's chamber. Jenny looked at him in surprise. The last time she'd offered her word to him, he'd acted as if her word meant nothing, which wasn't surprising. Men, including her father, placed no value on the word of a mere woman. Evidently, Lord Westmoreland had changed his mind, and that amazed her. Feeling extremely uneasy and slightly proud at this, her first chance to have her pledge thought and honored, she whispered, "I give you my word." He nodded, satisfied. "In that case, I'll go with you, and you can tell your sister she's being taken back to the Abbey. After that, you will not be permitted to be alone with her." "Why ever not?" Jenny gasped. because I doubt your sister has paid enough heed to Hardin's defenses to tell your father anything. You, however," he added in a voice of amused irony, "were calculating the thickness of its walls and counting my sentries as we rode across the drawbridge." "No, not without you," Brenna cried, when she heard she was being taken back to the Abbey. "Jenny must come with me," she burst out, her gaze on Lord Westmoreland. "She must." And for one astonishing moment, Jenny could have sworn Brenna looked more frustrated than frightened or sick. An hour later, 100 Westmoreland knights, led by Stephen Westmoreland, were mounted and ready to leave the bailey. "Take care," Jennifer said, bending over Brenna, who was cozily ensconced in a cart atop a mound of bedding and pillows. "I thought he would allow you to accompany me," Brenna coughed bitterly, her accusing glance sliding to the Earl. "Don't exhaust your strength with talking," Jenny said, reaching behind Brenna and trying to plump the feather pillows beneath her head and shoulders. Turning, Royce gave the order, and heavy chains and weights were set in motion. Amidst a great clanking of metal and groaning of timbers, the spiked portcullis was raised, and the drawbridge slowly fell forward. The knights spurred their mounts. Jennifer stepped back, and the caravan began moving across the drawbridge. Blue pennants emblazoned with the head of a snarling black wolf waved and snapped in the breeze, held by men at the front and the rear of the caravan, and Jenny's gaze clung to them. The insignia of the wolf would protect Brenna until they reached the border. After that, if Lord Westmoreland's men were attacked, Brenna's name would needs be her protection. The drawbridge was being raised again, blocking Jenny's view, and Lord Westmoreland put his hand on her elbow, turning her back toward the hall. Jenny followed, but her mind was on those sinister pennants, with their deliberately malevolent image of a wolf with white fangs. Until today, the men had carried standards displaying the King of England's coat of arms, gold lions and trefoils. "If you're worried that I mean to extract immediate payment on your part of the bargain," Royce said dryly, studying her frown, "then you may put your mind at ease. I have duties to occupy me until supper." Jenny had no desire to think about her bargain, let alone discuss it, and she said quickly, I was wondering why the knights who left just now were carrying your pennant, not your king's." "Because they're my knights, not Henry's," he replied. "Their allegiance is to me." Jenny drew up short in the middle of the bailey. Henry VII had reportedly made it illegal for his nobles to keep armies of their own. "But I thought 'twas illegal for English nobles to have their own army of knights." "In my case, Henry decided to make an exception." "Why?" His brows lifted over sardonic gray eyes. "Perhaps because he trusts me," Royce ventured, feeling no compunction to enlighten her beyond that. Chapter 10. Seated beside Jennifer after supper, Royce lounged back in his chair, his arm stretched across the back of hers, his expression thoughtful as he watched Jennifer deliberately charm and dazzle the 4 knights who'd remained seated at their table. It wasn't surprising to him that Eustace, Godfrey, and Lionel were lingering long after the meal was over. For one thing, Jennifer looked ravishing in a gown of sky-blue velvet trimmed in cream satin. For another, midway through their meal, Jennifer had suddenly become lively and amiable and gay, and now they were seeing a side of her that even Royce had not seen. She told entertaining stories about her life at the Abbey, and about the French abbess, who'd insisted, among other things, that Jennifer and Brenna learn to speak without their Scots brogue. She had deliberately set herself out to charm, and as Royce idly turned the stem of his silver wine goblet in his fingers, it was that effort which both amused and exasperated him. She had made a glittering affair out of a rather tasteless meal that included roasted mutton, goose, and sparrow, as well as trenchers of greasy stew and pies filled with something that reminded Royce of brown gruel. The food at Hardin, he reflected with disgust, was little better than he'd had on the battlefield. If Jennifer hadn't decided to make herself so delightful, his knights would undoubtedly have eaten just enough to fill their stomachs and then gone off without lingering, which was, Royce knew, exactly why she was doing this. She was trying to delay going upstairs with him. Jennifer said something that made Godfrey, Lionel, and Eustace burst out laughing, and Royce casually glanced to his left where Eric was seated. Eric, Royce noted with amusement, was the only male at the table who'd not fallen under Jennifer's spell. With his chair tipped back on its hind legs, Eric was watching Jennifer with narrowed, suspicious eyes, his massive arms crossed over his chest in a disapproving posture which clearly indicated he wasn't fooled by her outward complacence and didn't think she should be trusted for a second. For the last hour, Royce had been willing to indulge her, using the time to enjoy her company and to savor the anticipation of what was to come. Now, however, he was no longer interested in anticipation. "Royce," Godfrey said, laughing heartily, "wasn't that an amusing tale Lady Jennifer just related?" "Very," Royce agreed. Rather than rudely arising and putting an end to her socializing, Royce chose a subtler method. He gave Godfrey a look which clearly stated that supper was over. Too occupied with her own worries to notice the subtle exchange of glances, Jenny turned to Royce with an overbright smile, thinking madly for some new topic to keep everyone lingering at the table. But before she could speak, there was a sudden scraping of chair legs, and all the knights stood up, hastily bade her good night, and immediately took themselves off to the chairs near the fire. "Did you not think that a trifle odd? Their abrupt leave-taking, I mean." "I would have found it far more odd had they remained." "Why?" "Because I told them to go." He stood up too, and the moment Jenny had dreaded all day had arrived. It was there in his steady silver gaze as he held his hand out to her, in an unmistakable indication that she should also arise. Her knees began to shake as she stood up. Tentatively she reached for his hand, then snatched her hand away. I didn't hear you tell them to go," she exclaimed. "I was very discreet, Jennifer." Upstairs he paused at the chamber next to hers, and shoved open the door so that Jenny could precede him. Unlike Jenny's small, Spartan chamber, the sala into which she stepped was spacious and lavish by comparison. In addition to his large four-poster bed, there were 4 comfortable chairs, and several heavy trunks with ornate brass fittings. Tapestries hung on the wall, and there was even a thick mat in front of a hooded fireplace where a fire burned, warming and lighting the room. Moonlight spilled through a window across from the bed, and next to it was a door leading to what appeared to be a small parapet. Behind her, she heard the heavy door latch fall into place, and her heart slammed into her ribs. Bent on doing anything to delay him from what he meant to do to her, Jenny fled to the chair furthest from the bed, sat down, and folded her hands in her lap. Fastening a bright, inquisitive smile upon her face, she seized on a subject sure to interest him and began to bombard him with questions. "I've heard it said you've never been unhorsed in battle," she announced, leaning slightly forward in her chair in a posture of enraptured interest. Instead of launching into a tale about his exploits, as his knights had done at supper, the Earl of Claymore sat down across from her, propped his booted foot atop the opposite knee, and leaned back in his chair, regarding her in complete silence. From the moment she'd snatched her hand away from his, as he helped her up from the table a few minutes ago, she'd had the uneasy feeling he knew she was hoping for some sort of miracle to save her from having to keep her bargain, and that he was not well pleased by her attitude. Widening her eyes, she redoubled her efforts to engage him in discourse. "Is it true?" she asked, brightly. "Is what true?" he replied with cool indifference. "That you've never been unhorsed in battle?" "No." "It isn't?" she exclaimed. "Then, how many times has it happened?" "Twice." "Twice?" 20 times would have been a minute number, she thought, feeling a tremor of panic for her clansman who would soon face him. "I see. That's amazing, considering how many battles you must have fought in all these years. How many battles have you fought?" "I don't count them, Jennifer." "Perhaps you should." "I have it. You could tell me about each one, and I could keep count," she suggested a little wildly, her tension compounded tenfold by his clipped answers. Shall we do that now? I don't think so. Jenny swallowed, sensing that her time was up and that no angel of deliverance was going to swoop in through the window to save her from her fate. What about the lists? Have you ever been unhorsed there? I've never fought in the lists. Startled into momentarily forgetting her own concerns, Jenny said with genuine surprise, Why not? Don't many of your own countrymen wish to test their mettle against yours? Haven't they challenged you to a tilt? Yes. But you don't accept? I fight battles, not jousts. Jousts are games. Yes, but won't people, begin to think 'tis cowardice that makes you refuse? Or that, perhaps, you aren't quite so able a knight as rumor has it you are? It's possible. Now I'll ask you a question, he interjected smoothly. Can it be your sudden concern about my feats in battle and my reputation as a knight has to do with a bargain we made, one which you now hope to avoid keeping? Instead of lying to him, which Royce half expected her to do, she surprised him by saying in a helpless little whisper, I'm frightened. More frightened than I've ever been in my life. His brief spurt of annoyance at her attempts to manipulate him for the last few minutes abruptly dissolved, and as he looked at her seated primly in her chair, he realized he was expecting an entrancing innocent to accept what was going to happen between them as if she was one of the experienced courtesans he bedded at court. Gentling his voice, he stood up, extending his hand to her. Come here, Jennifer. Her knees quaking violently, Jenny stood up and walked over to him, trying to tell her outraged conscience that the act she was about to commit wasn't sinful or traitorous, that in sacrificing herself to save her sister, she was actually doing something noble, even virtuous. She was, in a way, like Joan of Arc, accepting martyrdom. Hesitantly, she placed her cold hand in his warm palm, watching as his long tanned fingers closed around hers, finding a strange reassurance in the warmth of his grip and the compelling look in his eyes. And when his arms encircled her, drawing her against his hard, muscular length, and his parted lips touched hers, her conscience abruptly went silent. It was a kiss like none of his others, for he knew where it would end. A kiss of exquisite restraint, of pagan hunger. His tongue slid across her lips, urging them to part, insisting, and the moment they did, it plunged into her mouth. His hands glided restlessly, possessively, up and down her back, her breasts, sliding across her spine, pressing her tightly to his hardened thighs, and Jennifer felt herself falling slowly into a dizzying abyss of sensuality and awakening passion. With a silent moan of helpless surrender, she wound her arms around his neck, clinging to him for support. In some distant part of her mind, she felt her gown falling away, and then the brush of his palms against her swollen breasts, the sudden increase in ardor in each of his searing kisses. Arms like bands of steel surrounded her, lifting her, cradling her, and then she was being carried to the bed and gently laid down upon cool sheets. Suddenly the warmth, the security of his arms and body and mouth withdrew. Surfacing slowly from the dreamlike days where she had deliberately sought refuge from the reality of what was going to happen, Jenny felt cool air touch her skin, and, against her will, her eyelids opened. He was standing beside the bed, removing his clothing, and a tremor of alarmed admiration quaked through her. In the glow of firelight, his skin was like oiled bronze, the heavy muscles in his arms and shoulders and thighs rippling as his fingers went to the waistband of his chausses. He was splendid, she realized, magnificent. Swallowing a knot of fear and embarrassed admiration, she swiftly turned her head away, her fingers clutching the edge of a sheet, using it to partially cover herself as he removed that last piece of concealing clothing. The bed sank beneath his weight, and she waited, her face turned away, her eyes tightly shut, wanting him to hold her and take her swiftly, before more cold reality returned to her. Royce had no such haste in mind. Stretching out on his side, he brushed a light kiss against her ear, and gently, but inexorably pushed aside the sheet. His breath caught as he beheld her in all her naked splendor. A blush stained her satiny skin from her hair to her toes as he gazed upon the exquisite perfection of her lush, rosy-tipped breasts, tiny waist, gently rounded hips, and long, shapely legs. Without thinking, he voiced his thoughts aloud. "Have you any idea how beautiful you are?" he whispered huskily, his gaze sweeping slowly upward to her enchanting face, roving over the tawny, red-gold hair spread luxuriantly across his pillows. "Or how much I want you." When Jenny kept her face averted, her eyes tightly closed, his fingers gently grasped her chin, turning her face toward his. In a voice like rough velvet, filled with desire and the trace of a languorous smile, he whispered, "Open your eyes, little one." Reluctantly, Jenny obeyed, and found herself staring into seductive silver eyes that held hers imprisoned, while his hand slid from her cheek to her throat, and then to her breast, cupping its fullness. "Don't be afraid," he ordered softly as his caressing fingers slid to her nipple, grazing it lightly back and forth. The deep, husky timbre of his voice, combined with the tantalizing exploration of his skillful fingers, was already working its magic on Jenny as he added, "You've never feared me before. Don't begin now." His flattened hand slid lightly upward from her breast, curving over her shoulder, and his finely molded mouth began a purposeful descent to hers. The first light, stroking touch of his lips sent pleasure streaking through Jenny's entire body, momentarily paralyzing her. His tongue slid over her lips, coaxing them to part, teasing with tormenting gentleness. And then his mouth opened on hers, hot and insistent in an endless kiss of deep, raw hunger. "Kiss me, Jenny," he ordered thickly. And Jenny did. Curving her hand around his nape, she offered him her parted lips, moving them against his, kissing him as erotically as he was kissing her. He groaned with pleasure and deepened the kiss, his hands playing across her spine, turning her into his arms, bringing her into vibrant contact with his rigid erection. Kissed into insensibility, Jenny's hands slid up the bunched muscles of his chest and shoulders, then glided round his neck, sliding into the crisp, curly hair at his nape. When at last Royce lifted his mouth from hers, his breathing was harsh and rapid, and Jenny felt as if she would surely melt from the molten tenderness and desire pulsing through her veins with each thundering beat of her heart. Gazing into his scorching eyes, she lifted her trembling fingers, touching his face as he had touched hers, tracing his cheek and the groove beside his mouth with her fingertip, following it to his smooth lips, while inside her an emotion sweetly unfolded, then burst into wild, vibrant bloom with a fierceness that made her tremble. Her chest aching with it, she slid her fingertips along his hard jaw, wincing as she touched the reddened scar she'd put there. Overwhelmed with guilt, she raised her eyes to his and whispered achingly, "I'm sorry." Royce gazed down into her intoxicating blue eyes, his raging desire increased 100 times by her touch and her voice. And still he held back, mesmerized by the incredible sweetness of her as she trailed her fingertips down his chest, and saw the maze of long scars there. He watched her, knowing instinctively that, unlike the other women he'd vetted, she would not shudder with revulsion at those scars, or, worse, shiver with sordid excitement at this visible evidence of the danger he lived in, the danger he represented. He expected something different of the wanton angel in his arms, but he was not prepared for what happened, or for his own turbulent reaction to it. Her fingers touched his scars, sliding slowly toward the one closest to his heart, making his muscles leap reflexively as he fought to keep himself from taking her. When at last she raised her eyes to his, they were bright with unshed tears, and her beautiful face was pale with torment. In a fierce, tortured moan, she whispered, "Dear God, how they've hurt you." And before he could imagine what she meant to do, she bent her head, her lips softly touching each scar as if trying to heal it, her arms sliding tightly, protectively, around him, and Royce lost control. Shoving his fingers into her heavy silken hair, he rolled her onto her back. "Jenny," he groaned hoarsely, kissing her eyes, her cheek, her forehead, her lips. "Jenny," he whispered again and again. And the sound of that word, the hoarseness of his deep voice, affected Jenny as vibrantly as the things he began doing to her. His mouth went to her breast, teasing the taut peak, then closing tightly around it, drawing hard, until Jenny was gasping, arching her back, clasping his head to her breasts. His hands shifted, gliding down her midriff to her waist, then lower to her thighs. Reflexively, she clamped her legs together, and a muffled, groaning laugh escaped him as his lips returned to plunder hers with searing passion. "Don't, sweetheart," he whispered hotly, his fingers delicately probing amidst the curly triangle between her thighs, seeking entrance. "It won't hurt." Shivers of delight and fear were racing through Jenny's body, but she responded to neither of those. She responded instead to the need she heard in his voice. With a conscious effort, she forced the muscles in her legs to relax, and the moment she did, his knowledgeable fingers parted her, slipping deep inside her wet warmth, tenderly and skillfully pleasuring her, preparing the way for his passionate invasion. Clutching him to her, her face buried against his corded neck, Jenny felt as if her body were on fire, melting and flowing, and a sob of startled pleasure escaped her. Just when she thought she would surely explode from the feelings building inside her, Royce's knee parted her thighs, and he moved into position over her. Jenny opened her eyes and saw him poised above her, the warrior whose name made men tremble, the same man who had touched and kissed her with such violent tenderness. His face was hard and dark with passion, and a pulse was throbbing in his temple as he fought to hold himself back. His hands went beneath her, lifting her hips to receive him. She felt his hot hardness probing, poised at the entrance, and she met her fate as bravely as she'd met it each time at his hands. Closing her eyes, she wrapped her arms tightly around the same man she knew was going to hurt her. The poignancy of the gesture was shattering to Royce. A shudder shook him as she surrendered in his arms, and he inched his throbbing shaft into her incredible warmth, uncertain how much pain he was going to cause her, and desperate to lessen it. The time he had taken with her had eased his passage, and he felt her silken warmth tightly sheathing him, expanding to encase him. Twisted into knots of desire, his heart beating painfully, he eased himself into her until he finally encountered the fragile barrier. He withdrew by inches, and shifted forward again, and then withdrew, poised to breach the barrier, desperate to bury himself within her, hating the pain he was going to cause her. Wrapping his arms tightly around her, as if he could absorb the pain into himself, he spoke against her lips, his voice hoarse. "Jenny, I'm sorry." And he drove full length into her, hearing her gasp of pain as her arms tightened spasmodically. He waited for her pain to subside, and then he began moving inside of her, gently sliding upward and withdrawing, entering deeper each time, withdrawing further, his body fully aroused and desperate, his will straining for control. Delicately he circled his hips against hers, his passion tripled by her soft moan of delight, and her hands gliding to his hips, clasping him to her. Switching to deep rhythmic thrusts, he plunged into her and felt her body begin moving with his. He could not believe the pleasure she was giving him, the way her body felt clasped around his swollen shaft, sheathing him, or the sweet torture of her instinctive movements. Quick, piercing stabs of desire were rhythmically jarring Jenny's body, and she moved with him, mindlessly seeking something she sensed he was trying to give her. and coming closer to it and closer to it as he quickened his driving, insistent strokes. The pulsing, deep inside of her, suddenly exploded in a wild burst of piercing pleasure that racked her body with wave after wave of sensation. Her spasms clasped him, clenching and pulling against his engorged manhood. Royce wrapped his arms tightly around her, holding perfectly still, to increase her pleasure, his breath coming in fast, deep pants against her cheek. He waited until they subsided, his heart thundering against his ribs, and then he drove into her, no longer able to control the force of his thrust, his whole frame jerking convulsively again and again as his warmth spurted into her. Floating in a sea of mindless pleasure, her body still joined with his, Jenny felt Royce move onto his side and bring her with him, and she drifted slowly back to consciousness. Her eyelids flickered open. The shadows in the bedchamber slowly took form and shape. A log crashed onto the stones, and sparks flickered brightly. The realization of all that had passed between them came flooding back to her, and there, held securely in his arms, she knew a feeling of loneliness and terror beyond anything. What she had just done was not martyrdom, not even noble sacrifice, not when she'd found such pagan pleasure in it, such heaven. Beneath her cheek she heard the heavy, rhythmic beating of his heart, and she swallowed a lump of painful emotion. She had found something else here, something forbidden and dangerous to her, a feeling that couldn't exist. And despite all her fear and guilt for what she felt, all she wanted at that moment was for him to call her Jenny, again in that same rough, tender tone, or to say in any tone, I love you. As if her need to hear his voice communicated itself to him, he spoke, but what he said was not what she wanted to hear, nor was his tone the one her heart yearned for. Quietly and without emotion he asked, Did I hurt you badly? She shook her head and, after 2 attempts, managed to whisper, No. I'm sorry if I did. You didn't. It would have hurt, no matter who took you the first time. Tears leaped to her eyes, clogging her throat, and she rolled onto her opposite side, trying to pull out of his arms. But he held her fast, her back and legs pressed to his chest and thighs. No matter who took you, Jenny thought miserably, was a very far thing from, I love you. Royce knew it. He knew it as surely as he knew that it was folly to think the words, let alone say them. Not now, not yet. Not ever, he corrected himself, as the vision of the woman he was supposed to marry floated across his mind. He felt no guilt at having made love to Jennifer. Among other things, he was not yet betrothed, unless Henry had gotten impatient and arranged the matter with Lady Mary Hamill himself. It occurred to Royce at that moment that, even if he were betrothed, he probably wouldn't feel any guilt. A vision of Mary Hamill's face, lovely and fair, framed by a cloud of silvery blonde hair, crossed his mind. Mary was passionate and uninhibited in bed, trembling with excitement in his arms, and her reasons were no secret between them, for she had said them herself, smiling into his eyes, her voice husky and low. You, my lord, are power and violence and might, and to most women, those are the most potent aphrodisiacs of all. Staring into the firelight, Royce wondered idly whether Henry would have proceeded with the betrothal without waiting for his return at the end of the month. For a strong sovereign who'd seized the throne by conquest, Henry had immediately developed what Royce felt to be a rather distasteful habit of solving political problems, whenever possible, through the expedient measure of arranging marriages between the two hostile entities, beginning with Henry's own marriage to Elizabeth of York, daughter of the very king from whom Henry had seized the throne of England 1 year before, in a battle that ended in the other's death. Moreover, Henry had said more than once that if his daughter were old enough, he'd marry her to James of Scotland and end the interminable strife between the countries that way. Such a solution might satisfy Henry, but Royce wanted no such unfriendly alliance for himself. He wanted a compliant, biddable wife to warm his bed and grace his hall. He'd already had too much strife in his life to voluntarily subject himself to more of it in his own domain. Jennifer stirred in his arms, trying to pull away. "May I return to my own chamber now?" she asked in a muffled voice. "Nay," he said flatly. "Our bargain is a long way from that." And then, to prove he meant it, and to soften what he knew was an arbitrary order, he rolled her onto her back and buried his lips in hers, kissing her into mindless insensibility until she was clinging to him and returning his kisses with sweet, unbridled passion. Chapter 11. Moonlight spilled through the window, and in his sleep Royce rolled onto his stomach, reaching out with his arm for Jennifer. His hand encountered cool sheets, not warm flesh. A lifetime spent with danger as his usual bed partner brought him from deep, sated sleep to sharp awareness in the space of seconds. His eyes snapped open as he rolled onto his back, his gaze scanning the room, sweeping over the furnishings that loomed like ghostly shadows in the pale moonlight. Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, he stood up and rapidly began to dress, cursing his own stupidity for having failed to post a guard at the bottom of the steps. Out of habit, he grabbed his dagger as he stalked toward the door, furious with himself for falling asleep in the comfortable belief Jennifer could not cuddle up against him like that, and then stay awake and coldly plot an escape. Jennifer Merrick was capable of that and more. All things considered, he was lucky she hadn't tried to slit his throat before she left. His hand hit the latch, and he jerked the door open, almost stepping on his startled squire, who was sleeping on a pallet in front of the doorway. "What's amiss, my lord?" Gawain asked anxiously, sitting upright, ready to scramble to his feet. Some imperceptible movement, something blowing across the window from outside on the parapet, caught Royce's eye, and his head jerked toward it. "What's amiss, my lord?" The door slammed in Gawain's startled face. Telling himself that he was simply relieved that she had spared him the unwanted task of another nocturnal pursuit, Royce silently opened the door and stepped outside. Jenny was standing on the parapet, her long hair blowing in the night breeze, her arms wrapped around herself, staring off into the distance. With narrowed eyes, Royce studied her expression, and a second wave of relief washed over him. She did not appear to be contemplating flinging herself from the parapet, nor was she weeping for the loss of her maidenhead. More than distraught or angry, she looked merely lost in thought. Jenny was, in fact, so immersed in her own reflections that she had no idea she was no longer alone. The soothing caress of the unseasonably balmy night air had helped restore her spirits. But even so, she felt as if the whole world had turned upside down this night, and Brenna was part of the reason for it. Brenna and a feather pillow had been the reason for Jenny's noble sacrifice of her maidenhood. The awful realization had hit her just as she began to drift off to sleep tonight. She had been mumbling a sleepy prayer for Brenna's recovery and safe journey when a quill from her own pillow protruded through the linen case, jarring her memory of the moment she'd smoothed the pillows beneath Brenna's head as she lay in the cart. Feathers near Brenna's face or body made her cough horribly, and no one was more careful than she to avoid them. Evidently, Jenny decided, Brenna must have fallen asleep in her chamber and woken up coughing. But instead of removing the offending pillows, she'd become daring and inventive at last. Believing the Earl would release them both, Brenna had probably lain upon them until she was coughing as if death was imminent. Absolutely ingenious, Jenny thought, worthy of any scheme she herself might have devised. And just as ill-fated, she decided glumly. Her thoughts left Brenna and shifted to the future she had once dreamed of having, a future that now, more than ever before, was lost to her. "Jennifer," Royce said behind her. Jenny whirled around, making a stern effort to hide her treacherous heart's reaction to the deep timbre of his voice. Why, she wondered desperately, could she still feel his hands upon her skin? And why did the mere sight of his face call to mind the tender roughness of his kisses? "Why are you dressed?" she asked, relieved that her voice sounded calm. "I was about to go looking for you," he replied, stepping out of the shadows. With a wry glance at the gleaming dagger in his hand, she asked, "What did you intend to do when you found me?" "I'd forgotten about this parapet." Slipping the dagger into his belt, he added, "I thought you'd managed to slip from the room." "Isn't your squire sleeping just beyond the door?" "Good point," Royce said sardonically. "He generally makes a habit of stretching out to block the entrance to wherever you are," she pointed out. "Right again," he said dryly, wondering at his unprecedented lack of forethought in dashing for his own door without checking every other alternative. Now that he'd found her, Jenny sorely wished he'd go away. His presence wreaked havoc on the serenity she so desperately sought. Turning away from him in an unmistakable hint that he should leave, she gazed out across the moonlit landscape. Royce hesitated, knowing she wished to be left alone, yet reluctant to leave her. He told himself it was merely concern over her strange mood, and not the pleasure he derived from her company or her profile that kept him from leaving. Sensing she would not welcome his touch, he stopped within reach of her and leaned his shoulder against the wall surrounding the parapet. She remained lost in thought, and Royce's brows drew together into a slight frown, as he reconsidered his earlier conclusion that she wasn't contemplating something as stupid as taking her own life. End of Side 4. Side 5, A Kingdom of Dreams, by Judith McNaught. Continuing on page 169. What were you thinking of a few minutes ago when I came out here? Jenny stiffened slightly at the question. She'd been thinking of only two things, and she certainly could not discuss one of them, which had been Brenna's ingenious ploy. "'Twas nothing of great importance," she evaded. "Tell me anyway," he insisted. She glanced sideways, her heart giving a traitorous leap at the sight of his broad shoulders so close to hers, and his sternly handsome face etched with moonlight. Ready, willing to discuss anything to distract herself from her awareness of him, she gazed out across the hills and said with a sigh of capitulation, "I was recalling the times I used to stand on a parapet at Merrick and look out across the moors, thinking of a kingdom." "A kingdom?" Royce repeated, surprised and relieved at the nonviolent nature of her thoughts. She nodded, her heavy hair sliding up and down her back, and he sternly repressed the urge to wrap his hand in the silken mass and gently turn her face up to his. "Which kingdom?" "My own kingdom," she sighed, feeling foolish and sorely tried that he meant to pursue the issue. "I used to plan a kingdom of my own." "Poor James," he teased, referring to the Scottish king. "Which of his kingdoms did you mean to seize?" She sent him a rueful smile, but her voice was oddly tinged with sadness. "It wasn't a real kingdom with land and castles. It was a kingdom of dreams, a place where things would be just the way I wanted them to be." A long-forgotten memory flickered across Royce's mind, and turning toward the wall, he leaned his forearms atop it, his fingers linked loosely together. Gazing out across the hills in the same direction Jennifer was looking, he admitted quietly, "There was a time, long ago, when I, too, used to imagine a kingdom of my own design." "What was yours like?" "There's little to tell," she said. "In my kingdom there was prosperity and peace. Occasionally, of course, a crofter fell violently ill, or there was a dire threat to our safety." "You had illness and strife in your dream kingdom?" Royce interrupted in surprise. "Of course," Jenny admitted with a rueful, sideways smile. "There had to be some of both, so that I could race to the rescue and save the day. That was the very reason I invented my kingdom." "You wanted to be a heroine to your people," Royce concluded, smiling at a motivation he could readily understand. She shook her head, the wistful yearning in her soft voice banishing his smile. "Nay, I wanted only to be loved by those whom I love, to be looked upon and not found wanting by those who know me." "And that's all you wanted?" She nodded, her beautiful profile solemn. And so I invented a kingdom of dreams where I could accomplish great and daring deeds to make it happen. Not far away on the hill nearest the castle, the figure of a man was momentarily illuminated by a shaft of moonlight emerging from the clouds. At any other time, that brief glimpse would have caused Royce to dispatch men to investigate. Now, however, sated with lovemaking, knowing more of it was yet to come with the winsome beauty beside him, his brain paid no heed to what his eyes had noted. It was a night filled with warmth and rare confidences, far too soft and lovely a night to contemplate the unlikely threat of silent danger lurking so close to his own domain. Royce frowned, thinking of Jenny's puzzling words. The Scots, even the lowlanders who lived by feudal laws more than clan laws, were a fiercely loyal lot. And whether her clan called Jennifer's father Earl or de Merrick, he and all his family would still command Clan Merrick's complete devotion and loyalty. They would not look upon Jennifer and find her wanting, and she would undoubtedly be loved by those whom she loved. Ergo, she should not need to dream up a kingdom of her own. "You're a brave and beautiful young woman," he said finally, "and a countess in your own right. Your clan undoubtedly feels about you as you would wish them to feel, and probably more so." She tore her gaze from his and seemed to become absorbed in the view again. "Actually," she replied in a carefully emotionless voice, "they think me some sort of changeling." "Why would they think anything so absurd?" he demanded, dumbfounded. To his surprise, she leaped to their defense. "What else could they possibly think, given the things my stepbrother convinced them I've done?" "What sort of things?" She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself again, looking much as he had seen her when he first came out onto the parapet. "Unspeakable things," she whispered. Royce watched her, silently insisting on an explanation, and she drew an unsteady breath and reluctantly complied. "There were many things, but most of all there was Rebecca's drowning. Becky and I were distant cousins and the best of friends. We were both 13, she added with a sad little smile. Her father, Garrick Carmichael, was a widower, and she his only child. He doted on her, as nearly all of us did. She was so sweet, you see, and so incredibly fair, fairer even than Brenna, that you couldn't help but love her. The thing was, her father loved her so much that he'd not let her do anything, for fear she'd come to harm. She wasn't even allowed to go near the river because her father feared she'd drown. Becky decided to learn how to swim, to prove to him she'd be safe, and early each morning we would sneak off to the river so I could teach her how. The day before she drowned, we'd been at a fair, and we quarreled because I told her one of the jugglers had been looking at her in an unseemly way. My stepbrothers, Alexander and Malcolm, overheard us, as did several people, and Alexander accused me of being jealous because I'd had eyes for the juggler, which was silly in the extreme. Becky was so angry, embarrassed, that when we parted, she told me not to bother coming to the river in the morning because she no longer needed my assistance. I knew she didn't really mean it, and she couldn't swim at all well yet, and so naturally I went there the next morning. Jennifer's voice dropped to a whisper. When I got there, she was still angry. She called to me that she wanted to be alone. I was already at the top of the hill, walking away, when I heard a splash, and she screamed to me to help her. I turned and started running down the hill, but I couldn't see her. When I was halfway there, she managed to get her head above the water. I know, because I saw her hair on the surface. Then I heard her scream to me to help her. Jenny shivered, absently rubbing her arms. But the current was carrying her away. I dove in, and I tried to find her. I dove under again and again and again. Jenny whispered brokenly, but I couldn't find her to help her. The next day, Becky was found several miles away, washed up on the banks. Royce lifted his hand, then dropped it, sensing that she was fighting for control and would not welcome any gesture of comfort that might make her lose it. "It was an accident," he said gently. She drew a long, steadying breath. Not according to Alexander. He must have been nearby because he told everyone he heard Becky scream my name, which was true. But then he told them we were quarreling and that I pushed her in. How did he explain your own wet clothing? Royce said tersely. He said, Jenny answered with a ragged sigh, that after I pushed her in, I must have waited and then tried to save her. Alexander, she added, had already been told that he, not I, would succeed my father as laird. But it wasn't enough for him. He wanted me disgraced and far away. After that, it was easy for him. Easy in what way? Her slim shoulders lifted in a slight shrug. A few more evil lies and twisted truths. A crofter's cottage that suddenly caught fire the night after I challenged with the weight of a sack of grain he brought to the keep. Things such as that. Slowly she raised tear-brightened blue eyes to his, and to Royce's surprise she tried to smile. "Do you see my hair?" she asked. Royce glanced needlessly at the golden-red tresses he'd admired for weeks and nodded. In a suffocated voice, Jenny said, "My hair used to be an awful color. Now it's the color of Becky's hair. Becky knew how much I admired her hair," she whispered brokenly. And I like to think she gave it to me, to show me she knows I tried to save her." The painful, unfamiliar constriction in Royce's chest made his hand tremble as he started to lift it to lay against her cheek. But she pulled back, and although her huge eyes were shining with unshed tears, she did not break down and weep. Now, at last, he understood why this lovely young girl had not wept since her capture, not even during the sound thrashing he'd given her. Jennifer Merrick had stored all her tears inside her, and her pride and courage would never permit her to break down and shed them. Compared to what she'd already endured, a mere thrashing at his hands must have been as nothing to her. For lack of knowing what else to do, Royce went into the bedchamber, poured wine from a flagon into a goblet, and brought it out to her. "Drink this," he said flatly. With relief, he saw that she'd already gotten control of her sorrow, and a winsome smile touched her soft lips at his unintentionally abrupt tone. "It seems to me, my lord," she replied, "that you are forever putting spirits into my hand." "Usually for my own nefarious reasons," he admitted drolly, and she chuckled. Taking a sip, she put the goblet aside. Then she crossed her arms on the low wall, gazing out into the distance again as she leaned against it. Royce studied her in silence, unable to get her revelations out of his mind, feeling the need to say something encouraging about her plight. "I doubt you'd have liked having the responsibility for your clan in any case." She shook her head and quietly said, "I would have loved it. There were so many things I saw that might have been done differently. Things a woman would notice that a man does not. Things I learned from Mother Abbess, too. There are new looms. Yours are much better than ours. New ways of growing crops. Hundreds of other things to be done differently and better." Unable to argue the relative merits of one kind of loom or crop over another, Royce tried a different argument. "You cannot live your life trying to prove yourself to your clan." "I can," she said in a low, fierce voice. "I would do anything to make them see me as one of them again. They are my people. Their blood flows in my veins and mine in theirs." "You'd best forget it," Royce urged. "'Twould seem you've embarked on a quest where victory is unlikely at best." "For a while, these past few days, 'twasn't as unlikely as you think," she said, her beautiful profile somber. "William will be Earl some day, and he's a kind, wonderful boy. Well, man, since he is 20. He isn't strong like Alexander was, or Malcolm is, but he is intelligent and wise and loyal. He feels for my plight with our clan, and once he became lord, he would have tried to set matters aright. But tonight, that became an impossibility." What has tonight to do with it? Jenny raised her eyes to his, the expression in them reminding him of a wounded doe, despite the calm, matter-of-fact tone she used. Tonight, I became the consort of my family's worst enemy, the mistress of my people's foe. In the past, they despised me for things I hadn't done. Now they have good reason to despise me for what I have, just as I have reason to despise myself. This time I've done the unforgivable. Even God won't forgive me. The undeniable truth of her accusation about becoming his consort hit Royce with more force than he wanted to acknowledge. But his guilt was lessened by the knowledge that the life that was lost to her now was not much life at all. Reaching out, he took her firmly by the shoulders and turned her around. Then he tipped her chin up, forcing her to meet his gaze. And even as he began to speak, in the midst of his concern and sympathy, his loins were already hardening in demanding response to her nearness. "Jennifer," he said with quiet firmness, "I didn't know how things stood between you and your people. But I've bedded you, and nothing can change that now." "And if you could change it," she said, looking mutinous, "would you?" Royce gazed down at the incredibly desirable young woman who was setting his body on fire at that very moment. Calmly and honestly, he said, "No." "Then do not bother looking regretful," she snapped. His lips quirked in a mirthless smile, his hand sliding along her cheek to her nape. "Do I look regretful? I'm not. I regret causing you humiliation, but I do not regret the fact that I had you an hour ago. Nor will I regret having you again in a few minutes, which I mean to do." She glared at the arrogance of his statement, but Royce forged ahead with what he'd intended to say. "I do not believe in your God, nor any other. But I'm told by those who do that your God is supposedly a just God. If so," he continued in a calm, philosophical tone, "he will surely hold you blameless in all this. After all, you only agreed to my bargain out of fear for your sister's life. 'Twas not your will, 'twas mine. And what passed between us in that bed was against your will, too. Wasn't it?" As soon as he asked the question, Royce regretted it. Regretted it so sharply that it confused him. And then he realized that while he wanted her to assure him that he hadn't damned her in the eyes of her God, he did not want her to deny that she'd felt all the things he had in their mating, or that she had wanted him almost as much as he had wanted her. As if he suddenly needed to test her honesty and his instincts, he persisted. "Isn't that right? He will hold you blameless in all this because you merely submitted to me in bed against your will." "No!" The word burst out of her, filled with shame and helplessness, and 1,000 other feelings Royce couldn't identify. "No?" he repeated, while a heady sensation of relief burst within him. "Where am I wrong?" he asked, his voice low but insistent. "Tell me where I'm wrong." It was not the tone of command in his voice that made her answer. It was, instead, her sudden memories of the way he had made love to her, memories of his incredible gentleness and restraint, of his pained regret when he hurt her as he broke her maidenhead, of his whispered words of praise, of his labored breathing as he fought to hold back his passion. Added to all that was the memory of her own urgent desire to be filled with him, and to give him back the exquisite sensations he was making her feel. She opened her mouth, wanting to hurt him as he had hurt all her chances for happiness. But her conscience strangled the words in her throat. She had found glory, not shame, in their mating, and she could not make herself lie to him and say otherwise. "'Twas not my will to come to your bed," she answered in a muffled whisper. Dragging her mortified gaze from his smoky gray one, she turned her head away and added, "But once there, 'twas not my will to leave it either." She had looked away so Jenny didn't see the new tenderness in his slow smile. But she felt it in the way his arms encircled her, his hand splaying against her spine, clasping her against his hardened length, as his mouth took possession of hers, robbing her of speech and then of breath. Chapter 12. "We have visitors," Godfrey announced, stalking into the hall, a frown upon his face as he looked at the knights seated at the table partaking of the midday meal. 12 pairs of hands paused, their faces alert. A large group carrying the king's standard and riding this way. A very large group, Godfrey amplified. Too many to be the usual messengers. Lionel got a glimpse of them from the road. He said he thought he recognized Gravelly. His frown deepening, he glanced toward the gallery above. "Where's Royce?" "He's gone out strolling with our hostage," Eustace answered, frowning. "I'm not certain where." "I know," Eric said, his voice booming. "I'll go." Turning on his heel, Eric left the hall, his long, ground-eating strides solid and assured. But the look of stony, aloof calm that normally characterized his craggy face was marred by a worried look that deepened the grooves between his pale blue eyes. Jenny's musical laughter pealed like bells startled by a sudden wind, and Royce grinned at her as she slumped helplessly against the tree trunk beside him, her shoulders shaking with mirth, her cheeks tinted the same pale pink as the fetching gown she wore. I don't believe you," she gasped, wiping tears of hilarity from her eyes. "'Tis a gross falsehood which you invented just now." "It's possible," he agreed, stretching his long legs out in front of him, and grinning because her smile was infectious. This morning she'd wakened in his bed when servants trooped into their bedchamber, and her distress at being found like that with him was almost painful to see. She had become his mistress, and she was positive the entire castle would be gossiping about it, which, of course, was true. After considering the alternative of lying to her about it, or trying to seduce her into forgetting her woes, Royce had decided the best course was to take her away from the castle for a few hours, so that she could relax a little. It had been a wise choice, he decided, looking at her sparkling eyes and glowing complexion. "You must think me brainless to be fooled into believing such a falsehood," she said, trying to look stern and failing. Royce smiled, but he shook his head in denial of both her accusations. "Nay, madam, you're wrong on all counts." "Ah?" Jenny repeated quizzically. "What do you mean?" Royce's smile widened as he explained, "'Twas no falsehood I told you, nor, I think, could you be easily fooled by anyone." He paused, waiting for her to respond, and when she didn't, he said, smiling, "That was a compliment to your good sense." "Oh," Jenny said, startled. "Thank you," she added uncertainly. "Secondly, far from mistaking you for brainless, I find you to be a female of extraordinary intelligence." "Thank you," Jenny replied promptly. "That was not a compliment," Royce corrected. Jenny shot him a look of curious displeasure that silently demanded an explanation for his remark, and Royce answered as he reached out and touched her cheek with his forefinger, tracing its smooth, delicate texture. "Were you less intelligent, you'd not spend so much time considering all the possible consequences of belonging to me, and you'd simply accept your situation, along with all the benefits attached to it." His gaze shifted meaningfully to the strand of pearls he'd insisted on placing around her neck this morning, after giving her the entire cache of jewels. Jenny's eyes widened with indignation, but Royce continued with imperturbable masculine logic. "Were you a woman of ordinary intelligence, you'd be concerned only with matters of normal interest to a woman, such as fashions, and the running of a household and the rearing of children. You'd not be torturing yourself about subjects like loyalty, patriotism, and such." Jenny stared at him in angry disbelief. "Accept my situation?" she repeated. "I am not in a situation, as you so nicely phrased it, my lord. I am living in sin with a man in defiance of my family's wishes, my country's wishes, and God Almighty's wishes. And furthermore," she added, working herself into a fine temper, "it's all well and good for you to recommend that I think only of womanly matters, such as the running of a household and the rearing of children, but 'tis you who have stolen from me the right to those things. Your wife will have the running of your households, and she'll no doubt make my life a living hell if she can, and—" "Jennifer," Royce interrupted, biting back a smile. "As you well know, I don't have a wife." He realized much of what she was saying was true, but she looked so damned pretty with her flashing liquid sapphire eyes and kissable mouth that he found it hard to concentrate. All he really wanted to do was to snatch her into his arms and cuddle her like an angry kitten. "You don't have a wife now," Jenny argued bitterly. "But you'll choose one someday soon. An English woman," she spat. "An English woman with ice water for blood, and hair the color of mouse fur, and a sharp little nose that is forever red on the end and in danger of dripping." His shoulders shaking with silent, helpless laughter, Royce held up a hand in a mocking gesture of defense. "Hair the color of mouse fur?" he repeated. "Is that the best I can do? Until recently I thought I fancied a blonde wife with big green eyes and big pink lips and big—" So angry was she that Jenny actually raised her hands toward her breasts before she realized what she was about to say. "Yes," Royce prompted, teasing. "Big what?" "Ears," she burst out furiously, "but whatever she looks like. The point is, she'll make my life a living hell." Unable to restrain himself another moment, Royce leaned down and nuzzled her neck. "I'll strike a bargain with you," he whispered, kissing her ear. "We'll pick out a wife we both like." And in that unlikely instant, he suddenly realized that his obsession with Jennifer was clouding his thinking. He could not possibly marry and still keep Jennifer with him, he knew. Despite his teasing, he was not callous enough to wed Mary Hamill, or anyone else, and then force Jennifer to suffer the indignity of remaining his mistress. Yesterday he might have considered it, but not now. Not after last night, when he came to realize how much suffering she'd already endured in her brief young life. Even now his mind shied away from the thought of how she would be treated by her beloved clansmen when she went back to them after sharing the bed of their enemy. The alternative of his remaining unmarried and of going without children and heirs was unappealing and unacceptable. The only remaining alternative, that of marrying Jennifer, was out of the question. To wed her, and in so doing acquire sworn enemies as in-laws, as well as a wife with loyalties weighted heavily in favor of those enemies, was untenable. Such a marriage would only bring the battlefield into his own hall, when what he sought there was peace and harmony. Simply because her innocent passion and selfless giving in bed brought him exquisite pleasure was no reason to subject himself to a life of continual strife. On the other hand, she was the only woman who made love with him, not with the legend he was, and she made him laugh as no other woman ever had. She had courage and wisdom, and a face that bewitched and beguiled. Last but far from least, she had a directness, an honesty about her that disarmed him completely. Even now, he could not forget the feeling in his chest last night when she'd chosen honesty over pride, and admitted that once in his bed she'd not wanted to leave it. Honesty such as that, especially in a woman, was a rare thing indeed. It meant her word could be trusted. Of course, all those things weren't reason enough to let all his carefully laid plans for his future be destroyed. On the other hand, they weren't exactly strong incentives to give her up, either. Royce glanced up as the guards on the castle wall sounded a single, long blast on their trumpets, signaling the approach of non-hostile visitors. "What does that mean?" Jenny asked, startled. "Couriers from Henry, I imagine," Royce replied, leaning back on his forearms and squinting up at the sun. If they were, he thought idly, they were here much sooner than he'd expected. Whoever they are, they're friendly. "Does your king know I'm your hostage?" "Yes." Although he disliked the turn of the conversation, he understood her concern for her fate, and he added, "I sent word to him a few days after you were brought to my camp, along with my regular monthly dispatches." "Am I—" She drew a shaky breath. "Am I to be sent someplace? A dungeon or—" "No," Royce said quickly. "You'll remain under my protection, for the time being," he added vaguely. "But suppose he commands otherwise?" "He won't," Royce said flatly, glancing at her over his shoulder. "Henry cares not how I win his victories for him, so long as I win them. If your father lays down his arms and surrenders because you're my hostage, then this victory will be the best kind, a bloodless one." Seeing that the subject was making her tense, he diverted her with a question that had been niggling at the back of his mind all morning. "When your stepbrothers began to turn your clan against you," he asked, "why did you not bring the problem to your father's attention, instead of trying to escape from it by building dream kingdoms in your mind? Your father is a powerful lord. He could have solved your problem the same way I would have." "And how would you have solved it?" she asked with that unconsciously provocative, sideways smile that always made him long to drag her into his arms and kiss it off her lips. More sharply than he intended, Royce said, "I would have commanded them to desist in their suspicions of you." "Spoken like a warrior, not a lord," she commented lightly. "You cannot command people's thoughts. You can merely terrify them into keeping them to themselves." "What did your father do?" he asked in a cool voice that challenged her observation. "At the time Becky drowned," she replied, "my father was off fighting you in some battle, as I recall." "And when he returned from fighting with me," Royce added with a wry smile, "what did he do then?" "By then there were all sorts of stories circulating about me, but Father thought I was exaggerating and that they would die away shortly. You see," she added when Royce frowned disapprovingly, "my father does not place a great deal of importance on what he calls women's matters. He loves me very much," she stated with what Royce considered to be more loyalty than sense, given Merrick's choice of Balder as a husband for Jennifer. "But to him, women are, well, not quite so important to the world as men. He married my stepmother because we are distant kin, and she had 3 healthy sons. He preferred to see his title handed over to distant kin," Royce summarized with ill-concealed distaste, "rather than handed down to you and, hopefully, his grandsons. The clan means everything to him, and that is as it should be," Jennifer said, her loyalty driving her to speak with more force. "He did not feel I, as a woman, would have been able to hold their loyalty or guide them, even if King James had permitted my father's title to pass to me, which might have been a problem." "Did he bother to petition James about it?" "Well, no, but as I said, 'twas not me as a person Father doubted. 'Twas merely that I am a woman and therefore destined for other things." "Or other uses," Royce thought with anger on her behalf. "You cannot understand my father? But 'tis because you do not know him. He is a great man, and everyone feels as I do about him. We, all of us, would lay down our lives for him if he—" For a moment, Jenny thought she was either going quite mad or going quite blind. For standing just inside the woods, looking at her, his finger pressed to his lips in the signal for silence, was William. "If he asked it," she breathed. But Royce didn't notice her sudden change in tone. He was occupied with fighting down a surge of irrational jealousy because her father could inspire such blind, total devotion in her. Closing her eyes tightly, Jenny opened them again and stared harder. William had slipped back into the shadows of the trees, but she could still see the edge of his green jerkin. William was here. He'd come to take her back, she realized as joy and relief exploded in her breast. "Jennifer?" Royce Westmoreland's quiet voice was edged with gravity, and Jenny tore her gaze from the place where William had vanished. "Yes?" she stammered, half expecting her father's entire army to leap from the woods at any instant and slaughter Royce where he sat. Slaughter him? The thought made bile rise up in her throat, and Jenny shot to her feet, obsessed with the simultaneous need to get him away from the woods, and still managed to get into them herself. Royce frowned at her pale face. "What's wrong?" "You seem restless," Jenny burst out. "I feel the need to stroll just a bit. Royce rolled to his feet and was about to ask the reason for her restlessness when he saw Eric walking up the hill. "Before Eric reaches us," he began, "I would like to tell you something." Jenny swung around, her gaze freezing on the mighty Eric. while crazy relief surged through her. With Eric here, at least Royce wouldn't die without someone to fight at his side. But if there was fighting, then her father, or William, or one of the clan might be killed. "Jennifer," Royce said, his tone reflecting his exasperation at her flagging attention. Somehow Jenny made herself turn to him and look attentive. "Yes?" If her father's men were going to attack Royce, surely they'd have moved from the woods by now. He'd never be more vulnerable than he was at this moment. Which meant, Jenny thought wildly, William must be alone, and he'd seen Eric. If that was true, and she hoped at the moment it was, then she had only to stay calm and find some way to return to the woods as soon as possible. "No one is going to lock you in a dungeon," he said with gentle firmness. Gazing up into his compelling gray eyes, it suddenly dawned on Jenny that she'd be leaving him soon, perhaps within the hour. And the realization pierced her with unexpected poignancy. True, he had condoned her abduction, but he had never subjected her to the atrocities any other captor would have forced upon her. Moreover, he was the only man who'd admired her courage instead of condemning her headstrong conduct. She'd caused the death of his horse and stabbed him and made a fool of him by escaping. All things considered, she realized with an awful ache behind her eyes, he'd treated her with more gallantry, his own style of gallantry, than any courtier might have done. In fact, if things were different between their families and their countries, Royce Westmoreland and she would have been friends. Friends? He was more than that already. He was her lover. I'm sorry," Jenny said in a suffocated voice. "My mind has gone a-begging. What did you say just now?" "I said," he repeated with a slight worried frown at her panicked expression, "I don't want you imagining you're in any sort of peril. Until the time comes to send you home, you will remain under my protection." Jenny nodded and swallowed. "Yes, thank you," she whispered, her voice flooded with emotion. Misinterpreting her tone for one of gratitude, Royce smiled lazily. "Would you care to express your gratitude with a kiss?" To his amazed delight, Jenny needed no strong persuasion at all. Reaching her arms around his neck, she kissed him with desperate ardor, crushing her lips to his in a kiss that was part farewell and part fear, her hands roving over the bunched muscles of his back, unconsciously memorizing the contours of it, clasping him to her tightly. When he finally lifted his head, Royce gazed down at her, his arms still wrapped tightly around her. "My God," he whispered. He started to lower his head again, then stopped, his gaze on Eric. "Damn, here's Eric." He took her arm and guided her toward the night. But when they reached Eric, he instantly drew Royce aside, speaking swiftly. Royce turned back to Jennifer, preoccupied with the unpleasant news of Gravelly's arrival. "We'll have to go back," he began, but the look of misery on her face tugged at his heart. This morning she had lit up like a candle when he'd offered to take her out of the castle. "I've been confined to a tent or else under guard for so long," she'd told him, "that the thought of sitting on a hillside makes me feel reborn." Obviously, the time out here had done her a world of good, Royce thought wryly, recalling the ardor of her kiss, and wondering if he would be insane to offer her the right to remain here alone. She was on foot, with no way to get a horse, and she was intelligent enough to know that if she tried to escape on foot, the 5,000 men camped all around the castle would be able to find her within an hour. Moreover, he could instruct the guards on the wall to keep an eye on her. With the taste of her kiss still on his lips, and the memory of her decision not to try to escape from camp several nights ago still fresh in his mind, he walked over to her. "Jennifer," he said, his reservations about the wisdom of what he was doing making his voice sound stern, "if I allow you to remain out here, can I trust you to stay in this spot?" The look of joyous disbelief on her face was reward enough for his generosity. "Yes," she exclaimed, unable to believe this boon from fate. The lazy smile that wafted across his bronzed features made him look very handsome and almost boyish. "I won't be long," he promised. She watched him walk away with Eric, unconsciously memorizing the way he looked, his broad shoulders encased in a tan jerkin, a brown belt drawn loosely around his narrow waist, and thick hose outlining the heavy muscles of his thighs above his high boots. Part way down the hill he stopped and turned. Raising his head, Royce scanned the trees, his black brows drawn into a frown, as if he sensed the threat to him lurking in the woods. Terrified that he'd seen or heard something and meant to come back, Jenny did the first thing that came to mind. Raising her hand in a slight wave, she drew his attention and smiled at him. Then she touched her fingers to her lips. The gesture had been unintended, a forestalled impulse to cover her mouth and stifle a cry of panic. To Royce, it appeared that she was blowing him a kiss. With a grin that bespoke his surprised gratification, he lifted his hand in a gesture of farewell to Jennifer. Beside him, Eric spoke sharply, and he pulled his attention from Jennifer and the woods. Turning, he walked swiftly down the steep hill beside Eric, his mind pleasurably occupied with the enthusiastic ardor of Jennifer's kiss, and his body's equally enthusiastic response to it. "Jennifer!" William's low, urgent voice from the woods behind her made Jenny's entire body tense for her impending flight. But she was careful not to make a move for the woods. Not until the Earl had disappeared through the hidden doorway cut into the thick stone wall surrounding Harden Castle. Then she whirled, almost stumbling in her haste as she raced up the short incline and bolted into the woods, her gaze searching madly for her rescuers. "William, where—" she began, then stifled a scream as strong, wiry arms caught her at the waist from behind, lifting her clear off the ground, hauling her into the deeper seclusion of the ancient oaks. "Jennifer," William whispered hoarsely, his beloved face only inches from hers. Regret and anxiety were etched into his worried frown. "My poor girl," he began, his eyes searching her face, and then, obviously recalling the kisses he'd witnessed, he said bleakly, "He forced you to become his mistress, didn't he?" I'll explain later. We must make haste," she implored, obsessed with the remembered urgency to persuade her clansmen to leave without bloodshed. "Brenna's already on her way home. Where is Father and our people?" she began. "Father is at Merrick, and there's only 6 of us here." 6? Jenny exclaimed, stumbling as her slipper caught in the vine, and then recovering, running beside him. He nodded. "I thought we'd have a better chance of freeing you if we used stealth rather than might." When Royce walked into the hall, Graverly was standing in the center of the room, his narrow face slowly surveying the interior of Harden Castle, his thin nose pinched with resentment and ill-concealed greed. As Privy Councillor to the King, and the most influential member of the powerful Court of the Star Chamber, Graverly enjoyed tremendous influence, but his very position denied him the hope of a title and the estates that he so obviously coveted. From the time Henry seized the throne, he had begun taking steps to avoid meeting the same fate as his predecessors, defeat at the hands of powerful nobles who swore allegiance to their king, and then rose up when discontented and overthrew that same sovereign. To prevent such an occurrence, he had reinstated the Court of the Star Chamber, which he then filled with councillors and ministers outside the peerage, men like Graverly, who then sat in judgment on the nobles, fining them heavily for any misdeed, an action which simultaneously fattened Henry's coffers and deprived said nobles of the wealth necessary for revolt. Of all the privy councillors, Graverly was the most influential and most vindictive. With Henry's full trust and authority behind him, Graverly had successfully impoverished or completely broken nearly every powerful noble in Britain, with the exception of the Earl of Claymore, who, to his unconcealed fury, had continued to prosper, growing more powerful and more wealthy with each battle he won for his king. Graverly's hatred for Royce Westmoreland was known to everyone at court, and was equaled by Royce's contempt for him. Royce's features were perfectly bland as he crossed the 100-foot distance separating him from his foe, but he was registering all the subtle indications that an unusually unpleasant confrontation was evidently about to occur over some issue. For one thing, there was the smirk of satisfaction on Graverly's face. For another, positioned behind Graverly were 35 of Henry's men-at-arms, who were standing with military rigidity, their faces set and grim. Royce's own men, headed by Godfrey and Eustace, were formed into 2 lines at the end of the hall near the dais, their faces watchful, alert, tense, as if they, too, sensed something seriously amiss in this unexpected and unprecedented visit from Graverly. As Royce strode past the last pair of his men, they fell into step behind him in a formal honor guard. "Well, Graverly," Royce said, stopping in front of his adversary, "what brings you out from your hiding place behind Henry's throne?" Rage burned in Graverly's eyes, but his voice was equally bland, and the words he spoke scored a hit every bit as deep as Royce's had done. "Fortunately for civilization, Claymore, the majority of us do not share your pleasure in the sight of blood and the stench of rotting bodies." "Now that we've exchanged civilities," Royce clipped, "what do you want?" "Your hostages." In frigid silence, Royce listened to the rest of Graverly's scathing tirade, but it seemed to his benumbed mind that the words were coming from somewhere very far away. "The king heeded my advice," Graverly was saying, "and has been trying to negotiate a peace with King James. In the midst of those delicate negotiations, you seized the daughters of one of the most powerful lords in Scotland, and by your actions may have rendered such a peace all but impossible." His voice rang with authority as he finished. "Assuming you haven't already butchered your prisoners in your usual barbarous fashion, you are hereby commanded by our sovereign king to release Lady Jennifer Merrick and her sister into my custody at once, whereupon they will be returned to their family." No. The single, icy word, which constituted a treasonous refusal to obey a royal edict, escaped from Royce without volition, and it hit the room with the explosive force of a giant boulder hurtled into the hall by an invisible catapult. The king's men automatically tightened their grips on their swords and stared ominously at Royce, while his own men stiffened in amazed alarm and also stared at Royce. Only Eric betrayed no emotion whatsoever, his stony gaze riveted unflinchingly on Graverly. Even Graverly was too shocked to conceal it. Staring at Royce through narrowed eyes, he said in a tone of utter disbelief, "Do you challenge the accuracy with which I deliver the king's message? Or do you actually dare to refuse the command itself?" "I challenge," Royce improvised coldly, "your accusation of butchery." "I'd no idea you were so sensitive on the subject, Claymore," Graverly lied. Automatically stalling for time, Royce said, "Prisoners, as you above all should know, are taken before Henry's ministers, and their fate decided there." "Enough dissembling," Graverly snapped. "Will you or will you not comply with the king's command?" In the space of the few moments allotted to him by perverse fate and an unpredictable king, Royce rapidly considered all the myriad reasons he would be insane to wed Jennifer Merrick, and the several compelling reasons why he was going to do it. After years of victories on battlefields all over the continent, he had evidently ridden to defeat in his own bed atop a winsome 17-year-old, with more courage and wit than any 10 women he had ever known. Try though he might, he could not make himself send her home. She had fought him like a tigress, but she surrendered like an angel. She had tried to stab him, but she had kissed his scars. She had slashed his blankets and sewn his shirts closed, but she had kissed him a few minutes ago with a sweet, desperate ardor that had twisted him into knots of desire. She had a smile that lit up the dark recesses of his heart, a laugh so infectious it made him grin. She had honesty, too, and he prized that above all. Those things were in the back of his mind, but he refused to concentrate on them or even consider the word love. To do so would have meant that he was more than physically involved with her, and that he refused to accept. With the same impartial, lightning logic he used to make decisions in battle, Royce considered instead that, given the way her father and Clan Merrick already felt about her, if she returned to them, they would treat her as a traitor, not a victim. She had lain with their enemy, and whether she was already with child or not, she'd spend the rest of her life locked away in some nunnery, building dream kingdoms where she was accepted and loved, kingdoms that would never be. These facts, added to the knowledge that she suited him in bed more than any other, were the only facts Royce permitted himself to consider in making his decision. And having arrived at it, he acted with typical speed and resolve, knowing that he was going to need a few minutes alone with Jennifer in order to make her see reason, before she leaped blindly at Graverly's offer. He forced a dry smile to his face and said to his foe, "While my man is fetching Lady Jennifer to the hall, shall we lay down the gauntlet long enough to partake of a light repast?" With a wave of his arm, he gestured toward the table where servants were trooping into the hall, carrying trays laden with whatever cold fare they'd been able to assemble on such short notice. Graverly's brows pulled together into a suspicious frown, and Royce glanced at Henry's men-at-arms, some of whom had fought beside him in past battles, wondering if they'd soon be locked in mortal combat against each other. Turning back to Graverly, he snapped, "Well." Then, because he knew that even after Jennifer agreed to stay with him, he was still going to have to dissuade Graverly from forcing her to leave, Royce injected a note of pleasantness into his voice. "Lady Brenna is already on her way home with my brother's escort." Hoping to appeal to Graverly's innate weakness for gossip, Royce added almost cordially, "'Tis a story which you'll undoubtedly enjoy hearing while we eat." Graverly's curiosity won out over his suspicion. After a split second's hesitation, he nodded and headed for the table. Royce made a show of starting to escort him part way there. Then he excused himself for a moment. "Let me send someone for Lady Jennifer," he said, already turning to Eric. In a low, swift voice, he told Eric, "Take Godfrey with you and find her, then bring her here." The giant nodded as Royce added, "Tell her not to trust Graverly's offer, nor accept it, until she's heard me out in private. Make that clear to her." The possibility that Jennifer might listen to his own offer and still insist on leaving was beyond the bounds of feasibility in Royce's estimation, although he rejected the notion that his decision to wed her might be motivated by anything more than lust or compassion. He always made it a point in every battle to be aware of the strength of his opponent's motivation to oppose him. In this case, he was well aware that Jennifer's feelings for him were deeper than even she knew. She could not have given herself to him so completely in bed, or honestly admitted that she'd wanted to stay there, if that weren't so. And she certainly could not have kissed him the way she had on the hill a few minutes ago. She was too sweet, too honest, and innocent to feign those emotions. Comfortable with the conviction that victory, after a minor skirmish first with Jennifer and then Graverly, was in his grasp, Royce strode to the table where Graverly had just seated himself. "So," Graverly said, many long minutes later, after Royce had relayed the tale of Brenna's leaving and added every possible inconsequential detail he could think of in order to stall for time, "You let the beautiful girl leave, and kept the proud one. Forgive me if I find that difficult to fathom," Graverly said, daintily chewing on a hunk of bread. Royce scarcely heard this. He was reviewing his alternatives in the event Graverly refused to accept Jennifer's decision to remain at Hardin. Having alternatives, and being ready to choose the best one in any volatile situation, was what had kept him alive and victorious in battle. Therefore, Royce decided, in the likely event that Graverly refused to accept Jennifer's decision to remain with Royce would then demand the right to hear Henry's edict from Henry himself. Refusing to believe Graverly was not exactly treason, and Henry, although he would undoubtedly be angry, was unlikely to order Royce hanged for it. Once Henry heard Jennifer say, with her own soft lips, that she wished to wed Royce. There was a strong possibility Henry would like the notion. After all, Henry liked settling potentially dangerous political situations with expedient marriages, including his own. That pleasant image of Henry benignly accepting Royce's defiance of a command, and then promptly blessing their marriage, was not very likely to become a reality. But Royce preferred to dwell on it rather than consider the remaining possibilities, such as the gallows, being drawn and quartered, or being stripped of the lands and estates he'd won at the repeated risk of his life. There were dozens of other equally unpleasant possibilities, and combinations of them. And, sitting at the table across from his foe, Royce considered them all. All except the possibility that Jennifer might have kissed him with her lips and heart and body, while she meant to escape the moment his back was turned. "Why did you let her go if she was such a beauty?" "I told you," Royce said shortly. "She was sick." Trying to avoid talking further to Gravely, Royce made a great show of being hungry. Reaching forward, he pulled his own trencher of bread toward him and took a large bite. His stomach lurched in protest to the bread, which was covered with rancid goose and soaked with its grease. 25 minutes later, it was taking a physical effort for Royce to keep his growing tension from showing. Eric and Godfrey must have given Jennifer Royce's message, and she was evidently balking. As a result, they must be trying to reason with her and delaying bringing her into the hall. What would she balk? And if she did, what would Eric do? For a horrible moment, Royce imagined his loyal knight using physical force on Jennifer to make her acquiesce. Eric could snap Jennifer's arm in two with no more effort than it would take another man to break a tiny, dry twig between his fingers. The thought made Royce's hand shake with alarm. Across the distance of the rough-hewn planks that formed the makeshift table, Gravely was looking about him, his suspicion of trickery growing. Suddenly he leaped to his feet. "Enough of waiting," he said sharply, glowering at Royce, who was slowly coming to his feet. "You're playing me for a fool, Westmoreland. I can sense it. You've not sent your men for her. If she is here, she's being hidden. And if that's the case, you're a greater fool than I thought." Pointing to Royce, he turned to his sergeant-at-arms and ordered, "Seize this man, and then begin searching the castle for the Merrick woman. Tear this place apart, stone by stone if necessary, but find her. Unless I miss my guess, both women were murdered days ago. Question his men. Use the sword if necessary. Do it." 2 of Henry's knights stepped forward under the apparent misapprehension that, as the king's men, they would be permitted to reach Royce without opposition. The moment they moved, Royce's men instantly closed ranks, their hands on the hilts of their swords, forming a human barrier between Henry's men and Royce. A clash between Henry's men and his was the last thing on earth Royce wanted to happen, particularly now. "Hold," he thundered, well aware that every one of his knights was committing a treasonous act merely by obstructing the king's men. All 90 of the men in the hall froze at the bellowed command, turning their faces to their respective leaders, awaiting the next command. Royce's gaze splashed over Gravely, shocking the older man with its blazing contempt. "You, above all, dislike being made to look absurd. And that's what you're doing. The lady who you think I've murdered and hidden has been taking a pleasant stroll, without a guard, on the hill behind the castle. Furthermore, far from being a prisoner here, Lady Jennifer enjoys complete freedom, and has been accorded every comfort. In fact, when you see her, you'll find she's lavishly garbed in the clothes belonging to the former chatelaine of this castle, and around her throat is a strand of rather priceless pearls, also owned by the former chatelaine here." Gravely's mouth fell open. "You gave jewels to her? The ruthless Black Wolf, the scourge of Scotland, has been lavishing his ill-gotten gains on his own prisoner?" "A coffer full of them," Royce drawled blandly. The look of amazement on Gravely's face at that revelation was so comical that Royce was torn between the urge to laugh and the more appealing urge to smash his fist into the other man's face. However, at that moment, his chief concern was to prevent an outbreak between the opposing forces in the hall and avert the unthinkable repercussions of such an act. To achieve that goal, he was willing to say anything, confess to any folly, until Eric appeared with Jennifer in tow. Furthermore, he continued, leaning his hip upon the table and affecting an attitude of complete confidence, if you're expecting Lady Jennifer to fall at your feet and weep with joy that you've come to her rescue, you're in for a disappointment. She will want to stay with me. Why should she? Gravely demanded. But far from being enraged, he was, for the moment, evidently finding the situation highly diverting. Like Royce Westmoreland, Gravely knew the value of alternatives, and if all this rubbish about Lady Jennifer Merrick's willingness should prove to be true, and if Royce could persuade Henry to hold him blameless, then all this diverting information about Westmoreland's tender treatment of his captive would still provide enough hilarious gossip to keep the English court laughing for years. I gather from your proprietary air that Lady Jennifer has been cavorting in your bed. Evidently, because she has, you think she'll now be willing to betray her family and her country because of it. It sounds to me, Gravely finished with open amusement, that you've begun to believe all the court gossip over your supposed prowess in bed. Or was she so good to lie with that you've lost your wits? If so, I'll have to invite her for a tumble with me. You won't mind, will you? Royce's voice was like icicles. Inasmuch as I intend to wed her, 'twill give me an excuse to cut your tongue out. Something I'll look forward to with considerable relish. Royce was about to say more, but Gravely's gaze suddenly shifted to a point beyond Royce's shoulder. Here's the faithful Eric, he drawled with amused insolence. But where's your eager bride? Royce wriggled around, his gaze riveting on Eric's harsh, craggy face. Where is she? He demanded. She's escaped. In the frozen silence that followed that announcement, Godfrey added, Judging by the looks of the tracks in the woods, there were 6 men and 7 horses. She left with no signs of a struggle. One of the men was waiting in the woods only a few yards from where you sat with her today. Only a few yards from where she kissed him as if she never wanted to leave him, Royce thought furiously. Only a few yards from where she used her lips and body and smile to lull him into leaving her there alone. Gravely, however, was not caught in the grip of paralyzing disbelief. Swinging around, he began snapping orders, the first aimed at Godfrey. Show my men where you claim this happened. Turning to one of his own men, he added, Go with Sir Godfrey, and if it looks as if an escape actually happened the way he described it, take 12 men and overtake the Merrick clan. When you catch up with them, do not draw arms, any of you. Extend greetings from Henry of England, and escort them to the Scottish border. Is that clear? Without waiting for an answer, Gravely turned to Royce, his voice tolling ominously in the cavernous hall. Royce Westmoreland, by the authority of Henry, King of England, I hereby order you to accompany me to London, where you will be called upon to answer for the abduction of the Merrick women. You will also answer for deliberately attempting to obstruct me in carrying out my sovereign's commands today regarding the Merrick women, which can and will be considered a treasonous act. Will you place yourself into our custody, or must we take you by force? Royce's men, who outnumbered Gravely's, tensed, their loyalties understandably torn between their vows of fealty to Royce, their liege lord, and their vows to their king. Somewhere in the inferno of fury that was his mind, Royce noted their plight, and with a curt jerk of his head, he ordered them to lay down their arms. Seeing that there was to be no resistance, one of Gravely's men, who had moved into position near Royce, caught both Royce's arms, yanked them behind him, and swiftly bound his wrists with stout leather thongs. The thongs were tight, cutting into Royce's wrists, but Royce scarcely noticed. A white-hot fury unlike anything he'd ever experienced had consumed him, turning his mind into a fiery volcano of boiling rage. Parading before his eyes were visions of a bewitching Scottish girl. Jennifer, lying in his arms. Jennifer, laughing up at him. Jennifer, blowing him a kiss. For his stupidity in trusting her, he would face charges of treason. At best, he would forfeit all his lands and titles. At worst, he'd forfeit his life. At that moment, he was too infuriated to care. Chapter 13. Royce stood at the window of the small but well-appointed bedchamber that had been his cell since his arrival 2 weeks ago at the Tower of London, Henry's royal residence. His expression was impassive as he stared out across the London rooftops, lost in impatient contemplation, his legs braced wide apart. His hands were behind his back, but they were not bound, nor had they been since that first day when his fury at Jennifer Merrick, and at his own gullibility, had temporarily robbed him of his ability to react. He had permitted it then, partly to prevent his men from endangering their own necks by fighting for him, and partly because, at the time, he was too incensed to care. By that night, however, his fury had been reduced to a dangerous calm. When Graverley had attempted to retie his wrists after Royce finished eating, Graverley had found himself jerked to the ground with a leather thong wrapped taut around his throat, Royce's face dark with rage, only inches from his own. "Attempt to bind me again," Royce had bit out between his teeth, "and I'll slit your throat within 5 minutes after my interview with Henry." Writhing in surprise and fear, Graverley had nevertheless managed to gasp, "5 minutes after your interview with the king, you'll be on your way to the gallows." Without thinking, Royce had tightened his hand, the subtle twist of his wrist effectively cutting off his adversary's air. Not until his victim's face had begun to change color did Royce realize what he was doing, and then he released him with a contemptuous shove. Graverley staggered unsteadily to his feet, his eyes blazing with hatred, but he gave no order to Henry's men to seize Royce and bind him. At the time, Royce had attributed that to the likelihood that Graverley had realized he could be treading on dangerous ground by deliberately abusing the rights of Henry's favorite noble. Now, however, after waiting weeks for a summons from the king, Royce was beginning to wonder if Henry was actually in complete accord with the Privy Councillor. From his position at the window, Royce stared out at the dark night that was scented with the usual malodorous smells of London, sewage, garbage, and excrement, trying to find a reason for Henry's obvious reluctance to see him and discuss the reason Royce was being incarcerated. He had known Henry for 12 years. He had fought beside him at the Battle of Bosworth Field, had watched as Henry was proclaimed king and crowned on that same battlefield. In recognition of Royce's deeds during that battle, Henry had knighted him that same day, despite the fact that Royce was only 17. It was, in fact, his first official act as king. In the years that followed, Henry's trust and reliance on Royce had grown apace with his mistrust of his other nobles. Royce fought his battles for him, and each flamboyant victory made it easier for Henry to exact, without bloodshed, concessions from England's enemies and Henry's personal ones. As a result, Royce had been rewarded with 14 estates and riches enough to make him one of the wealthiest men in England. Equally important, Henry trusted him enough to permit Royce to fortify his castle at Claymore and to keep a private, liveried army of his own men. Although in this instance there was strategy behind Henry's leniency, the Black Wolf was a threat to all Henry's enemies. The sight of pennants with a snarling wolf pictured on them often crushed hostility before it had a chance to bloom into opposition. In addition to trust and gratitude, Henry had also given Royce the privilege of speaking his mind freely, and without the interference of Graverley and the other members of the powerful Star Chamber. And that was what was niggling at Royce now. This long period of refusal to give Royce an audience in order to defend himself was not indicative of the sort of relationship he'd enjoyed with Henry in the past, nor did it bode well for the outcome of the audience itself. The sound of a key being inserted in his door made Royce glance up, but hope shriveled when he saw it was only a guard bearing a tray with his meal. Mutton, my lord. The guard provided helpfully in answer to Royce's unspoken inquiry. Cat's teeth, he exploded, his impatience with everything coming to a rolling boil. Don't like mutton much myself, my lord, the guard agreed. But he knew the food had nothing to do with the Black Wolf's outburst. After putting the tray down, the man straightened respectfully. Confined or not, the Black Wolf was a dangerous man, and, more importantly, a great hero to every male who fancied himself a true man. Do you wish for anything else, my lord? News, Royce bit out, his expression so harsh, so threatening, that the guard backed away a step before he nodded obediently. The wolf always inquired about news, usually in a friendly man-to-man way, and tonight the guard was happy to be privy to some gossip. Still, 'twas not exactly gossip the wolf would likely be happy to hear. There is some news, my lord. Gossip it be, but reliable like. Hear it from those what are in a position to know. Royce was instantly alert. What gossip? 'Tis said your brother was called afore the king last night. My brother is here in London? The guard nodded. Came here yesterday, demanding to see her, and practically threatened to lay siege to the place if he didn't. An awful feeling of foreboding crept over Royce. Where is he now? The guard tipped his head to the left. One floor above ye, and a few rooms to the west, I heard. Under guard. Royce expelled his breath in a rush of frustrated alarm. Stephen's coming here was reckless in the extreme. When Henry was angered, the best tack was to stay out of his way until he got control of his royal temper. Thank you, Royce said, trying to recall the guard's name. Larrabee, my... They both broke off and glanced toward the door as it swung open. Gravely stood in the doorway, grinning evilly. Our sovereign has bade me bring you to him. Relief mixed with concern for Stephen ran through Royce as he stalked past Gravely, shouldering him aside. Where is the king? Royce demanded. In the throne room. Royce, who'd been a guest here at the tower several times in the past, knew it well. Leaving Gravely to follow and try to keep pace, he strode swiftly down the long hall to the steps, which wound down 2 stories, and then led through a maze of chambers. As he passed through the gallery with his escort guard following behind, Royce noted that everyone was turning to stare. Judging from the derision on many of their faces, the fact that he'd been confined here and was out of favor with Henry was a fact known to all. Lord and Lady Ellington, attired in full court dress, bowed to Royce as he passed. And again Royce witnessed their strange expressions. He was accustomed to some fear and mistrust when he was at court. But tonight he could have sworn they were hiding amused smiles, and he discovered that he vastly preferred being mistrusted to being laughed at. Gravely, gleefully provided the answer for the odd looks. The story of Lady Jennifer's escape from the notorious Black Wolf has been cause for much hilarity here. Royce clamped his jaws together and increased his pace, but Gravely quickened his to match. In a confiding voice ringing with mockery, he added, So has the story of our famous hero's infatuation with a plain Scottish girl who ran away, wearing a fortune in pearls he'd given